Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel, Shadow Slave. Chapter 1595, Builders of Things. The new customer was a young woman wearing a sharp but somewhat wrinkled formal suit. Her white blouse was buttoned up all the way despite the warm weather, and her dark hair was gathered in a bun. There were dark circles under her deeply intelligent but tired eyes. Unlike Teacher Julius, who visited Bastion in his sleep, she was a mundane human residing here permanently. It also seemed like she was visiting the Brilliant Emporium after burning the midnight oil and working through the night, instead of doing so first thing in the morning. The young woman glanced at Sunny, frowned slightly, then gave him a curt nod. "Master Sunless," he hid behind a polite smile. "Miss Beth." "Ah, Chief Bethany, you've made it." Forgetting about Sunny's existence, Beth turned to where Julius was sitting and smiled brightly. "Professor Julius, of course, I have." Sunny received her order and retreated back into the kitchen. As he started preparing a cup of hot chocolate for the tireless scientist, he sighed and shook his head. "She doesn't change." Aiko, who had just finished running some calculations on a wooden abacus, gave him a curious glance. "Oh, do you know Chief Bethany, boss?" He lingered for a few moments, then shrugged stiffly. "We had a few brushes in Antarctica. I doubt she remembers, though." Then he looked around and added, "Can you pass me salt?" Aiko continued to abuse the abacus, but the salt shaker floated from the shelf into Sunny's hand. That was her dormant ability, a weak form of telekinesis, which really put her integrity in doubt, considering that she used to run a gambling den in the Bright Castle. But who was Sunny to judge? Shaking his head, he finished making the hot chocolate, poured it into a ceramic cup with care, and walked out of the kitchen. As he was placing the cup on the table, he caught a part of the conversation between Teacher Julius and Beth. The old man was saying, "So, how are you and your team doing?" Beth let out a long sigh and picked up her hot chocolate, warming her hands on the cup. "Ah, we are drowning in work. There are rumors that our colleagues in Ravenhart had a breakthrough recently, but you know how it is, both sides are hoarding information instead of sharing it. The guys from Valor are also tightening up security, as if they are wary of spies. Madness. It's pure madness. They do understand that we could have achieved results twice as fast if there were fewer roadblocks for proper cooperation." She grimaced and shook her head. In any case, developing the infrastructure of Bastion has been a titanic undertaking. Thousands of engineers have given it their best, but with how strange the dream realm is, there are countless challenges. That is where we, the scientists, are supposed to step up. A distant expression appeared on Beth's face for a moment. She took a sip of her hot chocolate and savored it for a bit. Her gaze cleared a little. "But even with all the data we gathered during the chain of nightmares, shielding technology remains simply ineffective. Actually, the entire approach is flawed, but the bigwigs are too myopic to realize that we should not be concentrating on developing better insulation to begin with. So that was why I went and became a bigwig myself. Now we are on the right track, at least." A subtle smile appeared on her face. "Actually, there is progress. We are very close to creating a working model of a power station. There is no reason for electrical power not to work in the dream realm, right? And yet it doesn't for now. But mark my words, I'll have the streets of Bastion illuminated by electric lights before the end of the year. And from there, all manner of things will become possible." Teacher Julius raised his hands and applauded her silently. "Electricity, huh? Wonderful. Simply wonderful. What are you using to generate the current soul essence, I presume?" Beth shrugged. "I mean, it's not that complicated. Most electricity in the waking world is still produced by steam-powered turbines. It's just the method of producing heat, and therefore steam, that differs, so we are using heat. Granted, finding a way to produce heat from soul essence is the ultimate goal, a truly sustainable source of energy." After that, Beth's explanation became too technical for Sunny to understand. He had long retreated to the reception desk, of course, but his hearing was greatly enhanced when compared to that of mundane humans. He was a saint, after all. If Sunny wanted, he could eavesdrop on the conversations between the residents of the surrounding houses, let alone those of his own customers. Not that he was in the habit of doing such things. In any case, it seemed that what Beth was talking about was beyond Teacher Julius as well. After a while, he coughed in embarrassment and said in a hesitant tone, "Well, that sewage system you guys built is already remarkable enough. I mean it, truly. A thing like that can make or break a city." Beth rolled her eyes. "Oh, gods, don't remind me. The earth here is still full of the roots left behind by that titan. Any kind of subterranean construction is a nightmare." Sunny sighed and turned away. The shadow chair, which stood behind the reception desk, creaked quietly as he shifted his weight. She is living well, at least. When hundreds of millions of people entered the dream realm, there was an instant crisis having to do with how and where to settle them, of course. That crisis was not too terrible, though, because the great clans had been secretly preparing for an event like that for a long time. As a result, many of the best specialists in all things having to do with building a robust infrastructure had been either found among the refugees or recruited from the waking world. The prospering city around Bastion had not just appeared on its own. Countless engineers, architects, scientists, craftsmen, and professionals of all kinds had worked incredibly hard to make it a reality, awakened and mundane alike. Beth was one of these pioneers, and of a high rank at that. Of course, being a champion of civilization on the wild and hostile magical frontier was not an easy job, especially considering that the dream realm operated on a set of laws subtly different from the waking world, making most modern technology useless here. But human intelligence prevailed electricity before the end of the year. Sunny blinked a couple of times, trying to imagine what Bastion and other human cities in the dream realm would look like if something like that truly happened. What would they look like in 10 years? He wasn't sure he could guess. Well, if anyone could fulfill such a promise, it was Beth, Professor Obel's last disciple. Chapter 1596, Wind of Change. When 1596, Wind of Change, the sun had risen above the horizon, bathing Bastion in warm radiance. The morning was already in full swing, and so Teacher Julius finally had to go. "Goodness gracious, look at the time," he coughed, then looked at Beth with a smile. "I'm sorry, young lady, but this old man has to leave. I promised to meet a former colleague of mine, Master Rock. Now that he left the academy to pick up his mace, it's tough for us to cross paths. If I miss him today?" Beth shook her head. "Don't worry, Professor. I'm meeting someone else as well." Soon, the elderly awakened left. Beth continued to sip her hot chocolate, her weary gaze fixed on the beautiful white castle in the distance. Sunny, meanwhile, remained behind the reception desk, idly studying the latest issue of the Monster Almanac, an annual publication containing information about all the nightmare creatures humans had encountered in the last year. His interest in these abominations was not at all theoretical. Powerful memories demanded exceptional materials to be created, after all, and most of those materials came from the carcasses of slain abominations. Granted, a nobody like him rarely received an opportunity to trade for truly valuable trophies that Awakened brought back, especially here in Bastion, where the enchanters of valor kept the best materials for their own use. Still, if he knew where to search, he could hunt the suitable nightmare creatures himself. Instructor Rock, huh? Sunny couldn't remember when he last saw the giant man. It was strange to know that one of his first instructors had not only returned to the battlefield, but also ascended at some point in time. The news of the sovereigns having conquered the fourth nightmare and the existence of the Dream Gates had truly invigorated humanity. With a vast and perilous frontier to conquer and make safe for the settlers, countless people had found new motivation to fight. Many of those less powerful were also burning with passion, wishing to help out however they could. Some simply dreamed of forging a better life for themselves in the new world. In any case, winds of change were blowing both over the dying waking world and over the dream realm, which was killing it. I wish him luck. At that time, the silver bell rang again, and new customers entered the Emporium. Sunny rose from his seat to welcome them. It was a young couple, both dressed in the kind of clothes Awakened usually wore outside of battle. Armor-type memories often had layers, and those layers could usually be summoned and dismissed independently. So many awakened simply dismissed the heavier elements of their armor and walked around in the base layer, which could look like anything. In fact, it often ended up looking peculiar at best and bizarre at worst. Strangely enough, the latest trend in the fashion world was to imitate this unconventional style, which was why many idols and public figures were sporting strange combinations of bespoke gambeson jackets, linen trousers, tunics, bodysuits, and kimonos these days. However, the couple was not trying to be fashionable. Both the young woman and the young man were seasoned, awakened warriors, which anyone who knew anything about the world could see at first glance. There were a lot of people like them after Antarctica, all easily recognizable by the hint of icy coldness left forever in the depths of their eyes. The young woman was petite, with mousy hair and an unassuming face. Her gaze, however, was calm and confident. The young man had unruly hair and mischievous eyes, a light smile never leaving his lips. The quiet seriousness of the woman did not fit well with the carefree attitude of the man, and yet they looked oddly harmonious together. The young man looked at Sonny and seemed disappointed for a moment. "Oh, it's you, Senior. Where's that cute little assistant of yours?" Sonny tilted his head a little. "She's in the kitchen." At the same time, the young woman glanced at her companion. "Why are you asking?" The young man laughed. "No reason. No reason." "Gods, Kim, give your husband some credit. I was just surprised to see Master Sunless welcoming us personally." That's all the couple were, of course, Kim and Luster, Sonny's former subordinates. The government had taken good care of the veterans of the evacuation army, so Luster was now as good as new despite having been gruesomely injured in Falcon Scott. Kim was doing well, too. Due to her unique aspect, the unassuming young woman was in high demand, being treated as a precious asset by the government. The two of them had married not long after the Southern campaign was over. Sonny was still bewildered by that fact, but also happy for them. Kim, Luster. Beth waved at the young couple and they joined her at the table. Sonny walked over to receive their order, then retreated into the kitchen. What a strange combination. Kim had ordered waffles while Luster had ordered pancakes. Beth, who seemed to have worked up an appetite, joined Kim in deciding on the waffles as well. The odd thing, though, was that they requested a bottle of hard liquor, too. Shaking his head, Sonny looked at Aiko and said, "Aiko, get the good stuff from the top shelf." She put the abacus away and looked at him darkly. His assistant was of very small stature, so it might have seemed like Sonny was bullying her by demanding the petite girl to get something from all the way on the tompost shelf. However, after glaring at him for a moment, Aiko simply floated to the ceiling, got the bottle of the expensive whiskey, and presented it to Sonny. That was her aspect. The dormant ability allowed Aiko to move objects, while the awakened ability allowed her to move herself. "Thank you kindly." Taking the bottle, Sonny picked up 3 glasses and went to deliver the whiskey to the esteemed guests. Chapter 1597, Tragedy of Imperfection, 1597, Tragedy of Imperfection, Pancakes and Waffles. The two were almost identical, but also infinitely different, like two sides of the same coin. Just like both the gods and the chaos creatures were born from the everlasting void, both pancakes and waffles were made from the same ingredients. However, the end result was not the same. Perhaps there was a deep philosophical lesson to be learned from how two things made from the same ingredients could end up so vastly different, but Sonny did not particularly care. He did, however, care about waffles and pancakes. It wasn't hard to make either, but there was endless depth in the deceiving simplicity of these staple breakfast foods. Making pancakes was both an art and a kind of science. Waffles were even more elusive. Even with Sonny's potent transcendent mind and perfect physical coordination, it took him a long time to master the challenging art of making them. Still, his ultimate goal, a perfect pancake and a perfect waffle, were still out of reach, and doomed to stay forever out of reach because imperfection was one of the governing laws of existence. It was tragic. Perfection might not exist, but I've gotten damn close to it. Every cook had their own approach, but as far as Sunny was concerned, the secret of a near-perfect waffle was letting the batter rest in the icebox for exactly one night, which was why he had prepared it in advance yesterday. For pancakes, though, he preferred to use fresh batter. Not wishing to make the guests wait, he manifested his shadow as an avatar and went about preparing both at the same time. While his avatar was busy with the waffles, Sunny used his original body to make the pancakes. The process was both simple and intricately complex. First, he broke and separated the eggs, then poured the yolks and the whites into separate bowls. He then carefully blended milk and melted butter into the yolks while whisking the whole thing. At the same time, Sunny manifested a pair of shadow hands to whisk the whites, using a bit of his transcendent strength and speed to hasten the process. Finally, he combined baking soda with vinegar and mixed that with flour, sugar, and salt. Baking powder would have worked as well, but it was currently in short supply in Bastion. So soda and vinegar were going to have to do. Aiko glanced at him, both of him, with all his 6 arms, shook her head, and returned to her work. Now came the most important part. As soon as the whites were beaten to have stiff peaks, Sunny carefully combined the flour mix, the yolk mix, and the whipped whites together, creating batter. This was where most wars were fought among the pancake enthusiasts. Some swore on lumpy batter, some considered anything except a perfectly smooth blend heretical. There were various factions in between the two extremist camps, too. Sunny himself was a moderate, standing by a precise and immaculate balance between smoothness and lumpiness, which he had painstakingly discovered after countless attempts. Most things worked best in moderation, after all. When the batter was ready, he put a pan on the fire and waited for it to grow hot, while simultaneously letting the batter rest a bit. Then he used a large spoon to pour a portion of the batter into the pan, watching with satisfaction as it formed into a neat circle. The rest was just a matter of skill. Sunny waited until bubbles broke on the surface of the pancake, then flipped it with one smooth, precise motion. Years of sword practice helped him perform the flip in the most efficient and spectacular manner, one serving of transcendent pancakes coming right up. Soon, both the pancakes and the waffles were ready. For the final step, Sunny places a scoop of vanilla ice cream on each serving of the waffles, adding freshly cut strawberries on top. As for the pancakes, Sunny took a deep breath. Ancient texts mentioned that pancakes were ritually served with something called maple syrup. However, such a thing did not exist in the world anymore, and the ancient tradition could not be maintained. There were a few substitutes, sure, especially here in Bastion, which was famous for its forests. But the most popular one, he grimaced. Shaking his head, Sunny put butter on the pancakes, then retrieved a glass jar from the cupboard with a shaking hand. Finally, he poured some honey on top. Disgusting. Gods, I just don't understand people. Hiding his discomfort behind a polite expression, he picked up all 3 plates, dismissed the avatar, and went to serve breakfast to the guests. Aiko, make 2 coffees. Beth, Kim, and Luster grew lively at the sight of the pancakes and waffles he had cooked up. Sunny took a step back and secretly watched them take their first bites. He made an effort to hide his pride. Kim's eyes widened a little. These waffles have no vulnerabilities. He smirked subtly. Of course they don't. These waffles were made by a saint. Soon Aiko came out of the kitchen with 2 cups of coffee. She placed them in front of Luster and Kim and walked away. At that point, Sunny noticed that the bottle of whiskey he had brought out earlier was still untouched. As he contemplated why the 3 survivors of the Antarctic Center ordered hard liquor early in the morning, Beth turned and waved at him. "Oh, can we get 2 more glasses, actually? We are waiting for someone." Sunny lingered for a moment, then nodded and turned around to walk to the kitchen. As he did, he noticed that Ayoko was still loitering near the entrance for some reason. "What are you doing?" The petite girl flinched, then glanced at him and touched her hair nervously. What? Nothing. Just then, the silver bell rang once more, and a new customer walked in from the street, bringing with him the smell of verdant leaves. It was a gallant man wearing a suit of enchanted armor. His reserved but pleasant smile possessed a hint of warmth to it, which made his already handsome face even more attractive. The man was followed by an echo that resembled a monstrous hound, its fur as black as night. Iko suddenly straightened and met the new customer with a bright smile. "Master Quentin, welcome. The weather is very fine this morning, isn't it?" Chapter 1598, Present Problems. 1598, Present Problems. Indeed, the gallant man was none other than Quentin, the healer and melee specialist of Sonny's old cohort of irregulars. Quentin's soul had been swallowed by the call when he lost consciousness during the siege of Falcon Scott. As a result, he was pronounced missing in action by Army Command, but no one had any illusions. Everyone, including Sonny, had thought him dead. However, the gallant healer proved everyone wrong. Somehow, he had not only managed to reach a suitable seat of nightmare in the hellish white desert without succumbing to its many perils, but also conquered that nightmare alone. There were a few people among the members of the evacuation army who had managed a similar feat, but still, Quentin's return could only be described with one word: a miracle. Sonny did not like that word too much, though. It detracted from Quentin's own effort, resolve, and incredible determination to survive. He was a man who had once clawed his way out of a cocoon, made by an abominable spider, after all, while being digested alive, so perhaps Sonny should have given him more credit. In any case, Quentin had survived. His physical body had long been destroyed by the time he ascended, so the spell created a new one for him, sending it to the Citadel where he was anchored at that time. Sonny had only learned about it a few years after becoming a saint. Knowing that the gallant healer was alive brought him a bit of solace. Before, he was under the impression that most of his soldiers had perished. Now he knew that only a half of them had, which was better, somewhat. Maintaining a facade of polite indifference, Sonny silently pushed Iko into the kitchen and showed Quentin to the table where Beth, Kim, and Luster were waiting. They met the healer warmly. "Master Quentin, good morning." "Hey, Quentin. Well, if it isn't Mr. Big Shot Ascended." Quentin smiled in embarrassment and took a seat. Sonny followed Iko into the kitchen, ignored her glare, and retrieved the additional glasses. Strange, he had opened his shop in Bastion because that was where most of the people he knew were. There were not that many good restaurants here yet, and certainly very few run by a master. Not to mention the memory side of the business, therefore, it was inevitable that he would run into an old acquaintance or two sooner or later. Since his services were top-notch, the Brilliant Emporium gained many customers through word of mouth. Those old acquaintances recommended the new place to people in their circle, so it wasn't that odd to meet someone Sonny had known on occasion. Plus, many of the people he had known were also people Iko knew. Still, it was strange for an impromptu meeting between the survivors of the Antarctic Center to happen in his cafe all of a sudden. If it had happened before, Sonny would have thought that Fated was pulling the strings of fate behind the curtains. But he was free of such concerns now. Coincidences were nothing more than coincidences, and they did happen. Free Sonny smiled neutrally as he placed the glass in front of Quentin. "Would you like something to eat?" The healer made an order, and Sonny left. As he was walking away, he saw Kim pouring the whiskey into the glasses. The sound of laughter disappeared, and the smiles disappeared as well. The four of them remained silent for a few moments, their faces solemn. Then they gulped the bitter liquor down. The fifth glass of whiskey remained standing on the table, untouched. Sonny had an idea of what his customers were going to talk about, so he dove into the kitchen, not wanting to listen. Iko was there waiting for him with a dismayed expression. She whispered angrily, "Why did you push me away, boss? Listen, I can serve that serve Master Quentin and his friends myself." "You just rest." Then she noticed something on his face and grew silent. A couple moments later, Iko sighed. "You're being strange again." Sonny glanced at her impassively, then said with a shrug, "Those guys are from the 1st Evacuation Army, and they are here for a reason. Leave them be." She coughed awkwardly. "Oh, I keep forgetting that you were in Antarctica as well." "Sorry." Sonny did not make a secret of the fact that he had gone through the Southern Campaign without going into details, of course. That was because the situation there had been extremely chaotic, and many people ended up being forced to challenge nightmares with no warning. Few managed to survive them alone, like Quentin, though. Still, it was easy to explain where an absolutely unknown master had popped out from by simply saying something like, "Oh, I sort of stumbled into a nightmare in Antarctica." That was also a perfect conversation killer, dissuading people from asking further questions. In short, it was very convenient. Sonny patted Aiko on the shoulder and went to cook Quentin's order. "Get ready, the breakfast crowd will arrive soon." He cooked another omelet, brewed some coffee, and delivered both to the gallant healer, retreating to the reception desk. Sonny picked up the monster almanac and continued to read. He could not help but catch bits and pieces of the conversation his former soldiers were having after the initial solemn atmosphere. The mood at their table gradually turned lighter. They joked, laughed, and shared news about themselves. Listening to the sound of their laughter, Sonny remained silent. At some point, though, his expression changed slightly. Quentin was talking at the moment, his pleasant voice tinged with a complicated emotion. "Oh, I heard something strange a few days ago, by the way." Luster raised an eyebrow. "Good strange or bad strange?" The healer shrugged hesitantly. "I'm not sure you see that thing. The winter beast. Apparently it's gone." Kim and Beth looked at him sharply, their eyes turning colder. "Gone? What do you mean, gone?" Quentin shook his head. "It seemed like someone, or rather something, killed it. You know how hard it is to catch glimpses of the southern quadrant? But apparently the evidence suggests that it was killed years ago. We just didn't know." A long silence settled over the table. Then Kim poured the remaining whiskey into their glasses and raised hers. A pale smile appeared on her face. "Good. That's good, then." Turning the page, Sonny sighed subtly. Of course, he knew that the winter beast was gone. He was the one who had killed it, after all, ripping the wretched thing apart with his own 2 hands. Well, it was in the past now. Right now, he was running low on coffee beans and a bunch of other ingredients. Worse than that, his memory business was not doing that well. This was the kind of problem Sonny was facing in the present. The 4 survivors of the Antarctic Center finished their meal. As a good host, Sonny saw them off, then remained on the porch for a few moments, looking as they walked away. However, he did not have time to waste. By then, there were several other customers waiting to be served, so he sent Aiko to the dining hall and hid himself in the kitchen. Manifesting a second body, Sonny concentrated on preparing food. Mornings were a busy time in the Brilliant Emporium, but the 2 of them were managing fine. Sonny had 2 bodies and could manifest as many hands as he needed, while Aiko was a perfect waitress, simply floating the dishes to the tables with her telekinesis. After an hour or 2, the breakfast crowd dwindled and gradually cleared out, leaving the interior of the marvelous mimic empty once again. Sonny washed his hands and leaned back on the shadow chair, while Aiko was counting the money they made. With the increase in human population of the sword domain, it was not convenient to simply use soul shards as currency anymore. Credits, meanwhile, were a purely digital currency, so the great clans had recently started minting their own coins. Each coin contained a small amount of essence, and their value was supported by the shard treasuries each clan possessed. Sonny did not really care about the matters of economy, but Aiko was all about it, constantly pestering him to think about converting the Brilliant Emporium into a bank and making his money. Make money by lending it out to less affluent people in Bastion. The possibility of capitalizing on the first-mover advantage in a new world almost made her drool. That said, the petite girl was not really serious about these fanciful dreams, since she understood that growing too big would land them in the steel embrace of valor as well. In any case, Sonny spun a heavy silver coin between his fingers, studying it with a distant expression. One side of the coin had a number on it, while the other was embossed with the image of a sword piercing an anvil. He could feel a minuscule amount of soul essence contained in the silver, ensuring its authenticity. This essence could also be directly absorbed, which was why many awakened carried a few coins with them at all times, just in case they found themselves in dire straits. The coins my mimic makes are much more valuable. Granted, the marvelous mimic had few opportunities to consume someone here in Bastion, so there were not a lot of these coins around. And speaking of the marvelous mimic, Sunny shifted when he felt the Brilliant Emporium tremble slightly. It was as if the shape-shifting shadow was shivering in fright. "Ah, boss, they're here!" Aiko hurriedly dashed toward the kitchen and hid behind the door, peeking from behind it with a concerned expression. Sunny sighed, then stood up and headed toward the door. It's time, then. Walking outside, he mentally prepared himself. Out there on the front lawn of the Brilliant Emporium, an adorable wolf pup was sitting, staring at him with shining eyes and wagging his tail excitedly. The little wolf was undeniably cute. However, the problem was that he was also the size of a bull. Sunny looked at the lawn, which had been torn by the wolf pup's claws, and grimaced. Little Ling, we talked about it. Human form, remember? The puppy tilted his head in confusion, his ears flopping side to side. Then his body shimmered subtly. Sunny averted his eyes. In the next moment there was the sound of rushing air, and a man's voice resounded from a bit further down the street. "Ling, summon your clothes." A childish voice answered a moment later. "Boot. Daddy. Right now." Sunny waited for a bit, then looked down. The wolf pup was gone, and there was an equally adorable 4-year-old boy standing in front of him, dressed in a simple tunic. Further down the street, a good-looking young man was pushing a sizable cart toward the Emporium, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He gave Sunny a friendly smile. "Master Sunless? Sorry if we are a bit late." Sunny wanted to answer, but at that moment the little boy smiled brightly and shouted, "Uncle." With that, he pounced at Sunny and hugged him. Sunny gasped, turning a bit pale, and was pushed back a couple steps. His bones groaned. Ah, ouch. The strange pair were from the Beast Farm, which was where Sunny purchased most of the fresh ingredients used in the Brilliant Emporium. They were making a delivery. Of course, they were also Effie's husband and child. The huntress swore that she named her son Ling in honor of the leader of her first cohort. But Sunny had his doubts. In any case, little Ling was a unique existence. He had been born in the void at the heart of Ariel's tomb and therefore treated as a challenger when the nightmare was conquered. So little Ling had become a transcendent as an infant. The child saint was now a darling of humanity, famous across both worlds. The good-looking young man, meanwhile, was the nameless, awakened Sunny had once welcomed back from the first nightmare. That guy was not exactly famous, but definitely infamous. Many people treated him with a peculiar mix of envy, admiration, and fearful sympathy. After all, being married to one saint and a father to another was not for the faint of heart, especially considering the fact that his wife was none other than raised by wolves, and that it had taken little Ling a while to start learning how to control his transcendent strength. Depending on one's point of view, that guy could either be called the luckiest or the unluckiest person in the world. Poor bastard. Little Ling was indeed getting better at controlling his strength, but that did not mean that he was good at it. Suppressing a groan of pain, Sunny struggled to inhale and cautiously patted the adorable boy on the head. "Little Ling, dear uncle, can't breathe." Sunny had experienced a lot of bizarre things in his life, but the Nameless guy really took the cake. It must have been one hell of a conversation when Effie came back from a routine mission as a saint, with a baby in tow, despite only being in the 3rd month of her pregnancy, saying that the baby was somehow also a Saint Sunny. Did not even want to imagine. In any case, Effie and the Nameless guy seemed to have worked things out in the end. In fact, their relationship was strangely picturesque and idyllic. Their son was growing up happily, too, bathed in endless care and affection. His mom was now one of the 5 transcendent powerhouses of the government, as well as one of the most well-known and beloved protectors of humanity. His dad, meanwhile, had gone into the dream realm on the winter solstice, a month after the cohort returned from the tomb of Ariel, and became an awakened. He possessed a utility aspect having to do with mending, restoration, and cultivation, as well as golden hands. Now the nameless guy was managing a large farm that he and Effie had established on the beautiful meadow contained within her supreme memory. That farm was the source of many ingredients Sunny used in the Brilliant Emporium. So he received visits from the nameless farmer often, which was why the marvelous mimic was afraid of little Ling. The cure boy possessed an endless amount of enthusiasm, like all children did, and the power of a transcendent being. Therefore, he was nothing short of a walking disaster for furniture, appliances, and even buildings. Sunny did not know how Effie's house was still standing, but the mimic had suffered greatly despite being a powerful demon. Sunny had suffered greatly, too, as he extricated himself from little Ling's embrace, thanking Bone Weave for keeping his ribs intact. Sunny shook his head in dejection. Well, it's my own fault. He just couldn't resist the adorable brat, so every time they visited, Sunny treated him to something tasty, like hot chocolate, waffles, or ice cream. Who knew that a child's fondness could be bought that easily? Therefore, Sunny didn't have anyone but himself to blame for being the target of little Ling's affection. As soon as the little boy let go, he looked at Sunny with huge eyes and smiled bashfully. "Auntie Aiko?" "Sorry, Aiko." Sunny smiled and pointed behind himself. Oh, she's in the kitchen. His only saving grace was that Aiko seemed to be the energetic puppy's favorite. So, he heartlessly hid behind the petite girl every time the duo arrived. Yay! Little Ling disappeared behind the door. A moment later, the marvelous mimic seemed to shake a little. The nameless guy had brought his large cart over by that point. Sunny looked at him and nodded politely. "Nice to see you, Ling's dad. How is it today?" Ling's dad panted for a few moments, then grinned. "Great. We were finally able to cultivate a strip of raspberries, in addition to what we already grow in the garden. The fields are taking well to the new fertilizer, too. Oh, and we are thinking of procuring more cattle, considering how high the demand for fresh milk has been lately." He pointed to the cart. "Plus, with all the enchanted items you made for us, my life has become much easier, so this time I was able to bring everything on the list. Milk, eggs, tomatoes, flour." He listed all the things in the cart, leaving Sunny to contemplate for a few moments. "That's good. I won't have to search for many substitutes in the waking world. Still, Bastion is still far away from being self-sufficient, so there is no choice but to go, indeed. Although humanity's presence in the dream realm had expanded dramatically, they were still dependent on the waking world for countless things. As far as Sunny was concerned, things like coffee beans, chocolate, salt, and a bunch of other commodities could only be procured on the other side, which was a bit of a pain considering that he had to act as a master. So every time Sunny wanted to go to the waking world, he had to enter the castle and pretend to use the gateway there. At least he didn't need to come back through the dream gate. That would force him to interact with people from Valor way more often and way more closely than he wished to. He nodded at Ling's dad and offered him a hand. "Let me help you unload everything." As they were unloading the cart, he asked nonchalantly, "Oh, how is your wife doing, by the way?" Ling dad smiled, a glint appearing in his eyes. "Effie. She is doing great. Soul Reaper and she have just returned from suppressing a minor gate crisis in the eastern quadrant. The casualties were minimal, so everyone is celebrating." Sunny sighed. As much as the situation in the dream realm had improved for humans, the situation in the waking world was slowly getting worse. There were more gates, and those gates were more powerful. Even with resource shortages being greatly relieved by the mass migration to the other world, the infrastructure was still reeling from losing Antarctica, so the government was busier than ever. Not only were they working to establish a firmer foothold in the rapidly changing dream realm, but they were also working hard to contain the growing menace of the nightmare spell. Luckily, it was not only the legacy clans that had become much stronger after the chain of nightmares. Although the government did not have many saints, their awakened forces had grown tremendously in recent years, mostly due to many veterans of the evacuation army choosing to remain in service. And the few saints the government did have were up there with the mightiest champions of the great clans. Soul Reaper Jet, raised by wolves, and Nightingale. The three of them were worth a dozen less powerful transcendent, if not more. Ling's dad straightened, wiped his brow, then almost blinded Sunny with a smile. Ah, sorry I forgot to mention she'll be coming by in a short while. Sunny blinked a couple times. She transcendent, Athena? She'll be coming by? The nameless guy nodded happily. Yes. She had a meeting to attend in the castle, so I just told her to meet us here. Sunny froze. Sunny froze for a moment, then smiled politely. Ah, in that case, it seems I'll be busy in the kitchen soon. His face did not betray any emotions, but he was a bit rattled on the inside. What is up with today? He had wandered the dream realm alone for about 3 years after becoming a saint, only returning to the embrace of civilization a year ago. So the Brilliant Emporium had not been open for too long. In that time, Sunny had brushed sides with some members of the cohort, but it did not happen often, and definitely not in any kind of meaningful way, which was how he preferred it. He was being contradictory in that desire. Perhaps, after all, the very reason Sunny had chosen to open his shop in Bastion was because many of his old friends were here. Well, there was another reason as well, but that was the deciding factor. Still, while he could maintain a level of nonchalance while meeting people like Teacher Julius or the irregulars, it was different with his former companions. Being close to them was both sweet and painful, but mostly painful, which was why he both yearned to see them and preferred to avoid them at all costs. Sunny knew that getting closer to the cohort members would only bring him anguish and torment. Nevertheless, he was sometimes tempted to abandon reason and ingratiate himself into their company once again. Luckily, in the end, reason always won in any case. Calm down. You brought this on yourself anyway. Not only was the Brilliant Emporium bound to attract the attention of local powerhouses eventually, but there was also Aiko. There were less than 100 survivors of the Forgotten Shore alive now, and she was one of them. Many of the firekeepers were on friendly terms with her, so they visited her place of work often. Sadly, that did not translate into memory sales as the elite battle force led by Nameless. They not only had access to the best weapons and equipment the great clan Valor could supply them with, but also spent most of their time on calamitous battlefields, earning plenty of powerful memories of their own. Kai and Efu were among Aiko's friends, too. That was how Sunny had established the partnership with the beast farm in the first place. He sighed and beckoned little Ling's dad. Please, come in. I'll pour you something cold and refreshing while you wait. The two of them carried the ingredients into the kitchen, witnessing a peculiar scene. Little Ling was giggling as he jumped around like a rabbit, reaching his small hands toward Aiko. The petite girl, meanwhile, had sought refuge at high altitude and was floating near the ceiling with a distressed expression on her face. Auntie, Auntie, come down. She threw a resentful glance at Sunny, sighed, and glided to the floor. Catching the little boy, Aiko nimbly spun him around and then patted him on the head. Here, I'm down. How about we get you some ice cream, Wolfie? Just be a good boy. The rascal immediately put on a subdued expression and looked at her with his huge eyes. His entire being expressed nothing but well-behaved obedience. Little Ling is a good boy. At the sound of his solemn voice, Aiko couldn't help but smile. All right then, let's go. Soon the little boy was sitting at one of the tables and happily swinging his legs in the air. In front of him was a bowl of ice cream adorned with freshly cut strawberries. The ice cream was disappearing with a frightening speed. His dad, meanwhile, was drinking a glass of cold lemonade as he watched the street through the window. Sunny was looking at the contents of his icebox, wondering if there would be anything left for other customers after Effie was done plundering his cafe. Soon he heard the sound of the silver bell ringing and an excited yelp, "Mom-I." Then there was a sound akin to a torpedo hitting the hull of a warship, and the entire marvelous mimic shook. Dust spilled from the ceiling. Letting out a sigh, Sunny turned around and left the kitchen. Effie was perhaps the only person who could withstand the full force of little Ling's excited pounce without being pushed back or reeling. She had easily caught the brat and raised him into a tight hug, laughing. The boy was hanging from his mom's tall body like a monkey. Hey there, dumpling. Missed me. I'm not a dumpling, I'm a boy. All right, All right, but why are you so tasty? Moo me, as Effie pretended to bite little Ling. He giggled happily and squirmed in her embrace. Sunny observed the scene while suppressing a smile. Despite the flow of time, Effie had not changed at all. She was still the same tall, beautiful, and vibrant woman Sunny had met in the dark city. Her athletic body was still brimming with boundless vigor and vitality, her perfect lean muscles rolling under the dewy olive skin. Of course, there were changes, too. Effie had grown even more appealing, her transcendent allure capable of bringing countless men to their knees. There was a subtle but palpable presence about her, too. Perhaps it had always been there, but now there was no mistaking it. Wherever Effie went, the air brimmed with liveliness and energy. Everyone around her felt a certain primal intensity permeate their bodies, infusing them with stimulating, spirited force. Such was the effect that Saint Raised by Wolves, one of the most famous and beloved warriors of humanity, had on people. Carrying little Ling, she walked over to where the Nameless guy was sitting, hugged him with one hand, and kissed him on the cheek. Then she looked at Aiko and grinned. "Hey there, Shorty. Gods, have you grown even tinier?" "I really can't." "Aiko, you're so cute. Every time I see you, I just want to squeeze you and dress you up." The petite girl frowned. "There will be no more squeezing happening today. Thank you very much." Effie laughed. "That stupidly gorgeous boss of yours as well." "Ah, he's just like a porcelain doll. If I wasn't a married woman, I would have definitely tried dressing him up, or, undressing him would be fine, too." Aiko's eyes widened, while little Ling's dad spat out his lemonade. Effie's smile turned a little strange. She fluttered her lashes sheepishly, then coughed. "Oh, he's standing right behind me, isn't he?" 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Chapter 1602, short, dark, and handsome. Effie slowly turned around, just in time to notice the unreasonably gorgeous proprietor of the Brilliant Emporium falling. 3 cups of coffee that he had been carrying on a tray were flying into the air in slow motion. It seemed that he had tripped without missing a bit. The enigmatic shopkeeper regained his balance with a graceful half-step, extended his hand unhurriedly, and caught all 3 cups on the tray without spilling a single drop. A moment later, he smoothly approached the table and placed the cups down, acting as if nothing had happened. Then the nonchalant young man smiled pleasantly and gave her a respectful bow. "Saint Athena, welcome." Effie found herself unable to speak for a moment. Damn, so cool. At the same time, Sunny was nothing short of panicking on the inside. What the hell? No, what the actual hell? I mean, what the hell? How could she go and say something like that? And right in front of her husband, too. Did that woman have no tact? Glancing at Ling's dad covertly, Sunny noticed that the young man was looking at him apologetically. He seemed more embarrassed than anything, with no signs of anger or insecurity written on his handsome face. It seemed that the Nameless guy was used to his wife's antics. Well, it made sense. Why wouldn't he be? Sunny had been teased relentlessly by Effie. What made him think that the poor bastard would have had it any easier? If anything, as her husband, he probably had it way worse. Effie, meanwhile, smiled and said in a reserved tone, "Oh, Master Sunless, you were here?" It stung a little. The fact Effie used his name instead of a nickname, like she did with her close friends, stung. The fact that she made an effort to act with decorum around him stung, too. Even not being openly teased by her caused a dull ache in his heart. But at the same time, seeing her healthy and well made him happy. Being around her felt familiar and nice, too, even though he was nothing but a dull, unassuming merchant in her eyes. A passing acquaintance not deserving of a second thought, unremarkable and easily forgotten. Someone not worthy of her time, let alone attention. In fact, it was strange for her to even remember his name. But that was the best Sunny could hope for now. He nodded politely. Indeed. I took the liberty of making some coffee for you to enjoy while the food is being prepared. Aiko, you take a break and keep our esteemed guest company. Effie was being uncharacteristically taciturn, probably because she felt uncomfortable around a stranger. She was also looking at him strangely. If Sunny did not know better, he could have even imagined that she was feeling shy, but surely that was impossible. Bowing again, Sunny turned around and fled into the kitchen. Of course, he made sure to make his retreat seem calm and dignified. As he was walking away, though, he couldn't help but hear little Ling giggling. "Hee, clothes are itchy. Can Mommy undress Ling too?" Feeling his ears burning, Sunny dove behind a door. Damnation, right. He had to concentrate on cooking, knowing Effie's appetite. Nothing less than a veritable feast would do. Sunny did just that, manifesting an avatar and several pairs of shadow hands. Slicing, dicing, washing, roasting, boiling, simmering, stirring. He had to do a lot of things at the same time just to distract himself from thinking too much. Thankfully, his other two avatars were busy at the moment as well, increasing the load on his consciousness. An idle mind was a restless mind, so Sunny preferred being busy, nevertheless. He couldn't help but hear bits and pieces of the conversation happening in the dining hall. "Shorty, is your boss single? I have someone in mind to set him up with." "Single? Actually, he's double. I mean, there's two of him, huh? In any case, leave my boss alone. Every time you people show up, my career takes a nosedive. First in the Bright Castle, then in NQSC. I swear to the dead gods, Effie, if another of my employers decides to enlist and become a war hero after spending time with you lot, I'll take it personally." "Ah, are you still angry at Kai?" "Actually, he asked me to pass a message to you. Tell that pretty bastard to keep his messages to himself. Unless he wants to help me sue himself for unlawful termination, I don't want to hear a word from him." He. Bastard. Bastard. Ling, don't say that word. Sunny shook his head and let out a sigh, thinking that Eiko was being too harsh on Kai. Actually, Effie and her were not that close. The two of them were on friendly terms and shared a deep bond as the survivors of the Forgotten Shore. Sure, but back there, Eiko had lived in the Bright Castle, while Effie had been a huntress of the outer settlement. Their paths had not intersected often. Another point of connection between them was Kai, who knew the petite girl much better from their days of paying tribute to Gunlog. Eiko had even worked as his manager after returning to the waking world. So when he chose to end his idle career and enlist in the military, she lost her job. As a result, Eiko seemed to be holding a grudge, which was a bit sad, considering that she was one of the main reasons why Kai had ended up as a saint in service of the government to begin with. Kai's life could have been safe and comfortable as an awakened, but he had chosen to follow Sunny and the rest of the cohort into the Second Nightmare, and later joined the Southern Campaign. One of the main reasons he had done that was the shame he felt about not having done anything to help Eiko when she was being harassed by one of Gunlag's pathfinders, the bastard whom Naphis had eventually killed. So Kai never wanted to be powerless to help people like Eiko and Eiko herself ever again. That was his motivation to seek strength and continuously put himself at risk as one of the government's champions. What a messed up situation. The web of human relationships was like that, and sometimes it seemed that people were helplessly stuck in its complicated embrace. Sunny, on the other hand, had been forcefully freed from that web. And yet, his situation was just as messed up, he chuckled. There was no salvation from the human mess anywhere. Chapter 1603, He's a Rumor. It was not every day that a famous saint visited the Brilliant Emporium, so Sunny went all out with cooking up a feast. And Effie was without a doubt very famous. The world had changed a lot from the day he awakened. Back then, there had been barely a few dozen transcendents in existence, each representing the absolute pinnacle of human tenacity and achievement. They were distant and dazzling like living legends today, though there were more than 100 saints out there. They were still revered and venerated, and each of them was still an absolute elite, an exalted warrior and champion, the best of the best humanity had to offer. But still, not all saints were made equal. All of them were remarkable, but some were more remarkable than the rest. In general, the 100 transcendents were often divided into 3 loose tiers. The lowest tier, if such a description could even be applied to these legendary figures, was the largest, and mostly consisted of those saints who had reached transcendence after the Southern Campaign. They were younger and less experienced, and their path to sainthood had been a little easier than that of their predecessors. So, these undoubtedly outstanding warriors were still considered a bit weaker than the rest of the saints. The middle tier consisted of the few most talented representatives of the new generation, as well as of the old guard of those seasoned veterans that had reached transcendence before the chain of nightmares. Saints like Skytide, Summer Night, Silent Stalker, Bloodwave, and Wake of Ruin were among them. These powerhouses wielded fierce powers and possessed a frightening amount of experience, each towering above the rest of humanity like mythical giants. However, there was still someone above them. Each of these unique individuals was a singular existence, a presence that broke all the rules. Their terrifying power could hardly be measured, and they stood apart from even the saints, inferior only to the sovereigns themselves. There was no word for what these people were, but everyone knew their names. The government possessed 3 of these exceptional champions, raised by Wolves, Nightingale, and Soul Reaper. Clan Song possessed 3 as well. They were Mordred, Seishan, and Beastmaster. And lastly, Clan Valor possessed 2. They were Nephis and Morgan, the Sword Sisters. Of course, there were saints of equally terrible power who were completely unknown. One of them was Cassie, the other one was Sunny, and that was pretty much it. So it wasn't an exaggeration to say that a very famous saint was currently visiting the Brilliant Emporium, saying that she finally understood what the female firekeepers had been talking about when they mentioned the Eye Candy Cafe. Sunny frowned subtly. Eye Candy Cafe. I haven't heard of it. Do I have a new competitor? New shops and restaurants were popping up in Bastion almost every day, so he was not very diligent about keeping up with the competition, whatever. All the more reason to make sure that Effie is satisfied with her experience in the Brilliant Emporium. Then she can tell the firekeepers to stay loyal to it. Her own soldiers as well, although the government awakened have fewer coins to spend. There are a lot of them. Eventually, he used one of his bodies to start serving the dishes. Various side dishes, a mountain of dumplings, tender barbecued meat, black bean noodles, steamed buns, spring rolls, red rice cakes, and perfectly cooked rice. He had really outdone himself this time. Panting, Sunny wiped his hands on the apron and smiled pridefully. Back in the dining hall, Effie had already demolished half of what he had cooked and let out a satisfied sigh. Ah, this is great. Then she gave his avatar thumbs up and added, "Can I get another one of everything?" Sunny's smile wavered. After Effie was done with her meal, she stayed for a while, catching up with Aiko. They had invited Sunny to join them, but he politely refused and returned to the reception desk, pretending to read the Monster Almanac. Therefore, he accidentally heard Effie sharing some information about the meeting she had attended in the castle. It's about the winter solstice, of course, which is today. By tomorrow, many sleepers from the waking world would be sent into the dream realm, scattered all across its territory. With how many humans are here now, most will find their way to the nearest settlement without much problem. The rest will be picked up by the patrols we've jointly established, well, apart from those who are unlucky. She grew quiet for a moment, and then added in a somber tone, "Of course, there very well may be poor bastards like us too, since not all regions of the dream realm have human presence. They can be lost. No one wants the Forgotten Shore to be repeated, so this time there is an initiative to widen the search area. Valor is even sending a team into a death zone." Aiko frowned. "Let me guess, who is going to draw the short straw?" "They're going to send Changing Star, aren't they?" Effie sighed. "Yeah. My poor princess can't catch a break. Well, of course, it's all a ruse. The real reason they are sending her there," she lowered her voice, "is the Lord of Shadows." Sunny turned the page of the Monster Almanac, his face remaining perfectly neutral. Aiko, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow. "Lord of Shadows? Who is that?" Effie gently caressed little Ling's head. The boy was resting his head on her lap, fast asleep. His dad, meanwhile, simply listened to their conversation while sipping coffee with a smile on his face. The huntress shrugged. "He's just a rumor. Ah, but since Valor is taking action, I guess he's not, after all." In any case, there has been a lot of talk about a mysterious saint appearing in the death zone between the sword domain and the song domain not too long ago. If he really exists, and has been able to survive there alone for so long, then he is immensely powerful. Of course, both domains would want to obtain his allegiance. She hesitated for a moment, then added darkly, or if that is not possible, to make sure that no one else gets him. I guess they are sending Nephis to test the waters. Shaking his head, Effie remained silent for a few moments and then laughed. Can you imagine? I mean, has Anvil lost it or what? Don't get me wrong, I love Princess, but really, she is probably the worst person in the world to use as a negotiator. Sunny couldn't help but agree. Of course, what Effie did not know was that the person Nephis was supposed to negotiate with was sitting just a few meters away, having just served her a delicious dinner. Chapter 1604, Brave New World. 1604, Brave New World. So, they are finally starting to move. Sunny let out a quiet sigh. Things were progressing according to his calculations, but at the same time, he felt that it was sometimes unpleasant to be right. Many things had changed since Antarctica, but many things were also the same. The balance of power was entirely different, for example. Sunny had been born at the time when the three great clans were in charge of humanity. So for the longest time, he simply assumed that that was the natural order of things. But actually, although some legacy clans had always been more prominent than the others, the three great families, Valor, Song, and Night, only rose to their exalted status shortly before he was born, and now the status quo had changed again. Even though there were still nominally three great clans in practice, only two remained. The House of Night had lost its competitive edge for a multitude of reasons, the main being that it lacked a sovereign. Without a sovereign, the masters of the Stormsea could not bring millions of mundane humans into their area of influence and develop their citadels into prosperous cities. They could not keep up with the exploding number of awakened masters and saints the other two great clans now commanded. Either, in short, the House of Night had been relegated to the role of a supporting player in the great game between Valor and Song. The role of the government was not the same either. Now that the sovereigns had revealed themselves and the exodus of humanity from the waking world had quietly begun, the writing was on the wall. As the force mainly responsible for maintaining the cradle of humanity, the government had no choice but to become obsolete. Perhaps it was not going to happen in a decade or even several decades, but their days were numbered, unless the government changed, that was. And so it was changing, slowly developing its presence in the dream realm, strangely enough. Despite the bleak future, the government's power had actually grown in recent years. Although there were not a lot of saints in its employ, 3 of those saints belonged to the highest tier of transcendence. There were countless awakened and a large number of masters remaining loyal to the army as well. So, the government had actually shortened the gap, and was now almost as powerful as the House of Night. It was nowhere near the 2 nascent kingdoms of the Dream Realm, though, and those kingdoms, Sword Domain and Song Domain, had changed the least. The war between the 2 great clans was not being fought in the open, but it had never ended. The only thing preventing it from progressing to direct conflict was that the 2 domains did not share a physical border, yet. But, in fact, the territories of Song and Valor were dangerously close to each other. It was just that they were separated by a perilously dangerous death zone. That death zone was doomed to become the first battlefield of the inevitable open war between the 2 dream kingdoms. It was also where Sunny had established his citadel, right in the middle of this exceedingly important strategic region, and where his 3rd avatar was currently hunting down anything stupid enough to challenge his rule. His thinking was simple. He had to put himself in an advantageous position for when the war inevitably started. Because after 3 years of wandering the dream realm alone and slowly losing his mind, he realized that he didn't want to observe the end of the world and the birth of a new one from the sidelines. He wanted to be right in the middle of everything, shaping the outcome to fit his will, and achieving his goals in the process. Well, anyway, that was the 3rd avatar's problem. The 2nd avatar was keeping an eye on Rain and cautiously exploring the hidden side of Ravenhart. This Sunny, meanwhile, was simply running a shop. and occasionally feeding gluttonous saints. "Hey there, Master Sunless. Can I ask you a question?" Sunny looked away from his book and turned to Effie. "You certainly can, Saint Athena." Effie hesitated for a moment, then smiled mischievously. "Is Sunless really your name?" "You know, I'm not saying that it sounds like something an 8th grader would call himself, but I'm also not saying that—" He stared at her with a polite expression. "Didn't you name your son Dumpling?" Effie flinched. "What?" "No, Ling. His name is Ling. It's the name that belonged to a dear friend of mine." Sunny smiled and turned back to his book. "My mom, you see, had a poetic soul." He hesitated for a moment and then added nonchalantly, "Also, I never attended school, so I wouldn't even know what an 8th grader would call himself." Effie, little Ling, and little Ling's dad eventually went on their way, leaving a mountain of dirty dishes behind. Sunny used his avatar to wash them while resting on the porch and listening to the lively sounds of Bastion. Although his shadow sense could reach far and wide, he didn't dare use it right under Anvil's nose. The King of Swords possessed unrivaled authority within his domain, after all, and few things escaped his gaze. Chances were he would sense someone exploring his capital through unseen means. So Sunny kept to himself. Soon the midday crowd arrived, and he spent a couple of hours in the kitchen cooking various lunches. That crowd disappeared as well, leaving the Brilliant Emporium empty. Sunny was drowning in a strange melancholy after meeting Effie. The time she had spent in his restaurant had felt very uplifting, but now that she was gone, only wistfulness remained. It was his birthday as well, but she didn't remember. No one did. Honestly, even he had almost forgotten about it himself. What was the big deal anyway? Suppressing a sigh, Sunny closed his eyes and concentrated on his other avatars. That was another advantage of existing in several places simultaneously. He was almost never bored. So Nephis is coming. It was not unexpected, but happened sooner than he had thought. How long would it take her to find the Nameless temple, knowing Neph 2 weeks at most? So he had 2 weeks to mentally prepare himself. That was probably enough time. Rain needs better arrows, too. Time passed swiftly while he contemplated various matters. Then a new customer arrived. This one, however, was not here for a meal, but rather for a memory. Chapter 1605, Memory Boutique. The silver bell rang once more, and a new customer walked in. Sunny was idly wondering what they would order when he noticed who it was. A moment later, his eyes glistened with professional interest. It was a young woman wearing light armor and a white cape, an awakened. Her elegant beauty and golden hair were lovely, but her expression was cold and composed, creating an uninviting impression. Sunny did not really care about what she looked like, though. The aloof awakened was important, because she was one of his clients and had come to retrieve a memory. More than that, she was a legacy, which meant a hefty commission and a great boost to the Brilliant Emporium's reputation. Plus, she was a passing acquaintance from Sunny's former life. Even though they had only met a few times, hers was still a familiar face. He smiled and bowed politely. "Awakened Tella, welcome." The young woman glanced at him sternly and nodded. "Master Sunless, I'll be leaving Bastion soon, so I wanted to check on your progress. It would be convenient if you procure a suitable memory before I depart." He couldn't help but widen his smile a little. "It is good that you decided to pay the Brilliant Emporium a visit, my lady. In fact, I have just recently acquired something that might be of interest to you." Sunny did not make a big secret of the fact that he could craft memories, but he was hiding the extent of his abilities. So, for the more demanding commissions, he pretended to be a mere merchant. Very few people knew what he was really capable of. For most, it seemed like he simply possessed a network of connections that allowed him to find and purchase suitable memories in a timely fashion. Sunny signaled Aiko to hold down the fort and invited awakened Tele to follow him downstairs. Passing through an ornate wooden door, they descended a set of stairs and entered the spacious basement of the marvelous mimic. There, a large chamber was illuminated by the soft light of enchanted lanterns. The furnishing was luxurious, but tasteful, exuding elegance and class. Various memories were displayed in glass cases that were attached to the walls, sharp steel glinting on dark velvet. No sound from the upper floor reached this silent place, creating a solemn atmosphere. In short, Sunny had nothing to do with designing how the memory boutique looked. It was all Aiko's work. The petite girl possessed much more knowledge on how to actually sell memories, both because she had been close to Steve, the caretaker of the Bright Castle's arsenal, and because she had run the actual operation of Sunny's Brilliant Emporium in the past. Plus, she was generally savvy when it came to business. Aiko had explained her rationale well to make Sunny sign off on all these expensive furnishings. There were much more awakened now, but good memories were still quite expensive. In that sense, they were much closer to luxury goods than to common tools. Therefore, a memory shop had to cater to a luxurious clientele in order to seem reputable. The classier it looked, the more inclined affluent clients would feel about spending their coins here. Although Aiko had complained that the Brilliant Emporium had only sold one memory in the last 2 months, it was actually not that bad of a result. In fact, Sunny only had to sell a memory once in a while to keep the business afloat. Selling one every month, meanwhile, would be more than enough to turn a large profit. Right now, the main problem he faced was not weaving memories, but actually crafting them. Since Sunny did not want to reveal his secrets, he was reluctant to partner up with external specialists. Therefore, he did everything alone, playing the role of a blacksmith, jeweler, tanner, tailor, carpenter, and so on himself. He was surprisingly good at it. Well, actually, it was not very surprising. Sunny had learned the basics of craftsmanship a long time ago. Every awakened knew how to survive in the wilderness, which included maintaining their equipment, constructing shelter, sewing up wounds, and many other things. Additionally, he deepened his knowledge of all kinds of crafting while learning to weave memories. That knowledge was then put to the test when he lost access to the nightmare spell and had to survive in the remote regions of the dream realm alone for 3 years. Most importantly, though, Sunny was a weaver. His ability to craft weaves of essence strings made all other forms of craftsmanship seem accessible. He also had a golden touch due to consuming weaver's phalanx. Lastly, he was a transcendent. His dexterity, physical coordination, and precision were unrivaled. His senses were vastly superior to those of mundane humans, and his mental acumen was far beyond the norm. In short, Sunny had put a lot of effort into mastering his trade, and was confident that he would not lose to the famed Forbmasters of Clan Valor when it came to the quality of his craftsmanship, although he was somewhat envious of all the tools and resources they had access to. Awakened Tele could not see it, but there was more than one chamber in the basement of the marvelous mimic. Sunny also had an expansive workshop hidden behind the boutique, containing everything he used to do work, from a forge and a kiln to a pottery wheel and a sewing machine. There was also a large storage room where various materials mostly sourced from the carcasses of nightmare creatures were kept. It had not been easy to arrange a proper workshop in the basement of the marvelous mimic, let alone an opulent boutique. The interior of the shadow was somewhat of a separate dimension after all, and although Sunny had managed to alter the weave of the original covetous coffer to make it capable of containing living things, it wasn't really suited for it. Above ground, the problem was easily solved by having the marvelous mimic manifest windows, which could let in air and light. Below ground, though, things were a bit tricky. In the end, Sunny had to create enchanted lanterns for illumination and heat plates for warmth. The air, meanwhile, was supplied by inferior copies of the quintessence pearl placed strategically here and there. The marvelous mimic supplied the essence needed to keep these enchanted items working itself. That arrangement had the side effect of turning the interior of the marvelous mimic into an isolated environment that could sustain human life. Any kind of life, really. Even if the shadow was buried deep underground or fell to the bottom of the ocean, even drowning in a volcano was not going to present much of a problem. But that was beside the point. Sunny had no intentions of drowning in volcanoes anytime soon, or better yet ever, Walking to a rich mahogany display table, Sunny put on black woolen gloves and retrieved an elegant lacquered box, placing it down carefully. Then he opened the lid and smiled at awakened Telly. Politely, "Please, take a look." Inside the box was a memory that he had recently finished crafting. Chapter 1606, Belated Apology. Inside the lacquered box, an intricately engraved vambrace was laying on black silk. It was forged from a light silvery metal and decorated with a pattern resembling interlaid feathers. The vambrace emanated a feeling of restrained power, and just from a passing glance one could tell that it was an extraordinary item. Awakened Tella, however, seemed unimpressed. Well, from what Sunny could remember, she always seemed that way. The young woman raised an eyebrow. "Master Sunless, from what I remember, I commissioned you to procure a suit of armor." He smiled. "Your memory is stellar, my lady. But don't be concerned, this vambrace possesses a rare enchantment that allows it to unfold into a full plate of impregnable armor, just like what you wish to purchase. The process only takes a second, and consumes very little essence. While such a trait might bring a slight inconvenience in case of a sudden attack, it also makes this memory uniquely adaptable." Tell's eyes gleamed. "I assume that it can be used by a saint." Sunny nodded. "Indeed. It can accommodate any type of transformed creature up to about 50 times the size of an average human. The speed with which the vambrace unfolds remains the same. Of course, the essence expenditure grows in proportion." He continued to smile, but really, Sunny wanted to cry on the inside. That was because it took him an incredible quantity of magical alloy to create the damned vambrace. The thing looked small, but he would have had to bankrupt the Brilliant Emporium in order to purchase the materials needed to forge it, if anyone would even sell them to him. In the end, he had been forced to track down and kill a dozen corrupted beasts with metallic carapaces to complete the commission, which meant that Sunny had not suffered a loss, but he could have sold all that transcendent steel instead. His heart was bleeding. In fact, he was even lamenting the cost of the expensive lacquered box with silk furbishing that Aiko had made him buy for the vambrace. But it is for a good cause. Sunny had to remind himself why he had put in extra effort to make sure that this memory was particularly potent and durable. Awakened Telle finally showed a hint of satisfaction. She studied the memory for a few moments, then asked in a slightly warmer tone, "You have conducted a thorough study of its other enchantments, of course. What are they? Oh, and what is its name?" Sunny carefully picked up the vambrace and began the description. "My lady, this transcendent memory of the 4th tier is called the Belated Apology. Apart from the unfolding enchantment, it also possesses 3 others. One vastly enhances its physical durability. The other grants the person wearing it greatly increased protection from elemental attacks. Finally, the 3rd enchantment might interest you the most. It allows the master of the memory to make it as light as a feather." Unbelievably, a smile appeared on the young woman's stern face. Well, of course it did. That set of enchantments was almost perfect for an armor-type memory. "That's perfect. That is exactly what my father needs." Sunny hid a smile and put the vambrace back in the box. Then he asked, pretending to do it only out of politeness, "Oh, and how is St. Roan doing?" Indeed, the young woman in front of him was Lady Tell of the White Feather clan. She was the daughter of St. Tyrus and Master Roan, although the latter was also a transcendent now. Sunny had bumped into her a few times in the sanctuary of Noctis, and later in Falcon Scott. To his shame, though, he had never known that the standoffish girl was actually the daughter of his benefactors, mostly because of how young her parents looked. Determining the age of Awakened was a messy affair. It was only after coming to Bastion that Sunny realized his mistake. Tell smiled a little. "He's doing well, apart from lacking a good transcendent armor and still being in the doghouse because of having challenged the 3rd nightmare against Mother's wishes." She fell silent abruptly. Why am I telling you this?" The young woman looked at Sunny with wide eyes. Then, strangely enough, she blushed a little and looked away. "Well, in any case, both of my parents are fine. They are awfully busy, of course." Sunny was a bit perplexed by her reactions, but just shrugged mentally. Unsurprising. There were very few legacy clans being led by two saints. The White Feather's prominence had risen greatly since their exile to Antarctica, and therefore so had their duties. No one could discard them anymore. Sunny smiled and lowered his head with respect. That is good to hear. I wish them all the best. Young Lady Telly of White Feather ended up purchasing the belated apology and leaving the Brilliant Emporium in good spirits. Ayako was happily counting the money as well, and since Sunny knew that the memory he had painstakingly created would serve St. Roan well, he was in a good mood too. Not long after that evening came, more customers visited the Brilliant Emporium to enjoy tea and snacks after a long day of work. The evening crowd receded and the sun disappeared beyond the horizon. Moonlight and darkness enveloped the streets of Bastion, and the city slowly grew quieter. Ayako left, leaving Sunny in the empty cottage. He cleaned up the dining hall and then went to the porch to breathe some fresh air, looking at the thriving city surrounding him, full of countless people. Sunny felt painfully alone. Especially today, he couldn't help but feel it sharply. Sunny remained on the porch for a while, watching the pale moon slowly move across the starlit sky. Then he sighed and went inside. I'll clean up the kitchen, then go to bed. Everything else can wait until tomorrow. This day had been strangely eventful. He was busy washing the kitchen utensils when the silver bell suddenly rang again. Surprised at the appearance of a late customer, Sunny raised an eyebrow and walked into the dining hall. I'm sorry, but we are about to close. The words died on his lips. Out there in front of him stood a delicate young woman in a sea-wave cloak. Her hair was like a cascade of pale gold, and her eyes were hidden behind a strip of blue cloth. Despite the blindfold hiding her eyes, the young woman's ethereal, otherworldly beauty was simply breathtaking. She lingered for a moment, then turned her head in the direction of Sunny's voice. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm a bit late then. Sunny remained silent, trying to overcome his shock. What is she doing here? He suppressed his emotions and put on the polite smile of a humble shopkeeper. No, it's no trouble. What did you want? I'll prepare it quickly. The young woman tilted her head a little, then said hesitantly, My name is, he interrupted her, trying to put an appropriate amount of respect and reverence into his voice. I know who you are, Lady Song of the Fallen. Who in Bastion doesn't? I'm Master Sunless, the owner of the Brilliant Emporium. It's an honor to meet you. Cassie sighed, then nodded curtly. Eventually, she said, I heard that you can procure rare memories or make them. Sunny froze for a moment. One of the firekeepers must have recommended him to her, and knowing Cassie, it must not have taken her long to discover that the owner of the Brilliant Emporium did not just sell memories, but also crafted them. But why would she come to him? All the enchanters of Clan Valor were at her disposal. Sunny took a deep breath. Are you interested in commissioning a memory, my lady? She nodded again. In a way, he smiled now. He was in familiar territory. Great. I'm sure that you won't be disappointed in my services. Just today, a member of the renowned White Feather clan purchased a memory from our stock. They were extremely satisfied with its quality. Cassie smiled, then shifted slightly as if looking around. That is good to hear. The memory I want you to make must be of the highest quality. She lingered for a few moments, then turned to him and added in a neutral tone. Oh, and by the way. Her smile wavered a little. Happy birthday. Chapter 1607. Godgrave, 1607 Godgrave, a vast white plain, was shining under blinding sunlight. It seemed deceptively endless, devoid of any features. No living thing was moving across its surface, and none would dare to. Changing star of the immortal flame clan, the sword of valor was kneeling on that plain. She had been kneeling there for 3 days without moving a muscle, and even her right hand was frozen in the air, holding the hilt of a silvery sword. Its blade was like a radiant mirror reflecting a boundless white void. Her impassive face was showing signs of fatigue, but her beautiful gray eyes were cold and sharp, full of indomitable resolve that bordered on obsession. Her silver hair was moving slightly in the wind. Lady N, Ephus, the wind, staying still like a statue, she spoke without looking back. I know. Stay strong. There were a few moments of silence, and then another voice spoke. I don't know how much longer I can endure. Nephis answered evenly, white sparks igniting in the depths of her calm eyes. Stop talking unless you want to die. She wasn't threatening the man, simply stating a fact. In response to her words. There was silence. The wind blew across the white plain, crashing into her with furious force. There were a few gasps from behind Nephis, and yet no member of her retinue allowed themselves to be shaken by the squall. The only thing that moved was the torn veil of ominous gray clouds. It swirled and flowed, slowly obscuring the merciless sky, not that Nephis could see it, frozen as she was. All she could see was the shadow slowly spreading across the flawless white plain. Where the shadow of the clouds was cast, the white surface lost its blinding radiance, becoming easy to look at. As Nephis watched the radiance dim, her face remained motionless. Her heart, however, started beating faster. Finally, the stormy veil repaired itself, and the sky became completely hidden behind it. The blade of Neph's sword was extinguished, reflecting nothing but a swirling expanse of gray clouds now. The clouds were glowing brightly with diffused and scattered light. She let out a quiet sigh behind her. Bodies hit the ground in a clatter of metal, and pained groans tore apart the silence. Nephis remained motionless for a few moments, then lowered her sword and slowly stood up. This one was long, turning around. She looked at the 6 masters that were sprawled on the ground, panting as they tried to recover from 3 days of torturous stillness. Shim, Kaur, Shakti, Sid, Gorn, Gantry, and Erlis. They were the firekeepers that had followed her into the death zone on this mission. The rest were in less dangerous regions of the dream realm, searching for young sleepers, far away. There had been a time when Bastion, located in the heartland of the dream realm, was separated from Ravenhart by an immeasurable distance. Ravenhart was situated far northwest, after all, on the outskirts of the Hollow Mountains. But Awakened had conquered a lot of territory in the last few decades. Led by the great clans, humans had greatly expanded their area of influence in the dream realm. The 2 enclaves had swallowed many regions, and yet they still did not share a border. In the south, both the Sword Domain and the Song Domain bordered the Storm Sea, which was ruled by the House of Night. In the north, the Hollow Mountains stood like an impregnable wall in the path of human expansion. The 2 domains were separated by a death zone, or rather several of them, stretching from the Hollow Mountains all the way to the Storm Sea. This deadly territory widened in the south, but was comparatively narrow in the north, which meant that if the 2 enclaves were to be connected by land, the narrowest and northernmost region separating them had to be conquered, and that was where Nephis and the firekeepers had been sent to the death zone far in the north. This place, which had taken the lives of many powerful Awakened, had no official name. However, people often called it the Godgrave. The reason for it was rather simple. Turning her head slightly, Nephis looked north. Out there, far in the distance, a titanic skull was laying on the misty slopes of the Hollow Mountains, staring back at her with one colossal empty eye socket. Deep darkness, nestled in its gaping chasm, still and foreboding. The other eye socket, as well as the forehead and the entire left side of the titanic skull, had been entirely shattered by some unimaginable blow. The bone splinters, which had rained down thousands of years ago, created mountain peaks of their own. The skull was connected to a white spine which stretched south from the Hollow Mountains. In fact, it was connected to an entire skeleton of inconceivable proportions. From the top of the skull to the right knee joint, which was the southernmost intact point of the skeleton, it was at least 5,000 kilometers in length. The skeleton and the ground below it was the death zone. It was called Godgrave because Awakened, shocked and frightened by the terrifying size of the ancient remains, had speculated that it was the corpse of a god. Of course, Nephis did not think the same way. In any case, the right hand of the skeleton lay in the Song Domain, while the left hand lay in the sword domain by climbing the skeletal arms. One could travel along the bones of the titanic corpse, if they could survive the journey, of course, which very few could. The seemingly endless white plain where Nephis stood was actually the skeleton's breastbone. She had led the fire keepers here, climbing up the shattered left arm of the ancient corpse, fighting her way across its vast collarbone, and making progress south over the past 2 weeks. The progress was slow because they could not fly the chain breaker here. It was too dangerous. There were 3 ways of traversing Godgrave, ranging from deadly to absolutely lethal. The most suicidal one was to move across the ground, which was shrouded in twilight and covered by a carpet of ash. The death zones were regions of the dream realm where great, cursed, and unholy nightmare creatures dwelled, and in this death zone, the deadliest things were hiding beneath the ash. Anyone who stepped on it was doomed to be consumed. The second way was not much better. It was to travel in the great hollows of the titanic bones, hidden from the sky. The hollows were the safest place in Godgrave, and for that reason they were home to an entire ecosystem of harrowing nightmare creatures and tainted flora, all hungering for the taste of human souls. Fighting through that monstrous jungle that thrived within the inconceivable skeleton was just as suicidal. The last way was to traverse the surface of the ancient bones here. There were fewer dreadful abominations, and those who did prowl the surface were a bit less powerful. But that was for a reason as well. The reason was that Godgrave had a peculiar nature. There were no nights here, and the sky was constantly shrouded by a veil of clouds. If the veil was broken, though, revealing the radiant white sky, anything that moved under the open sky was immediately erased from existence, turning into scattering ash. There was no exception to the rule, and no salvation from the gaze of heaven. So that was why Nephis and the firekeepers had spent 3 days without daring to move a muscle. They had been waiting for the torn clouds to hide the sky once again, and now that the gray veil was mended by the wind, they could continue on their mission, to find the mysterious saint, who was rumored to have made his home at the very edge of the titanic breastbone, right before the abyssal chasm leading to the skeleton's spine. Chapter 1608, Death Zone. Nephis studied the immaculately white bone plain in front of her for a few moments, then turned around and looked at the fire keepers. They were gracelessly sprawled on the ground with pained expressions on their faces. Even with their powerful ascended bodies, it had not been easy to remain completely still for 3 long days. If there was one consolation, it was that nightmare creatures they had been fighting when the merciless skies revealed themselves were nothing but ash now. The firekeepers, meanwhile, had all survived. There was a reason why she had chosen this particular cohort to follow her into the Godgrave. The firekeepers were a fearsome force even now, when the number of awakened masters and saints had vastly increased. That was because each of them was an ascended, and a cohesive battle unit consisting of close to 50 seasoned masters could not be ignored by anyone. Not to mention that the firekeepers were the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, and as such could be easily called the most talented awakened warriors of their generation, all generations perhaps. These warriors were her personal army, and under her leadership their brilliant glory and fame had grown explosively in the past 4 years. The ivory tower, the chainbreaker, the crest of the firekeepers, and her own name-changing star had all become symbols of unrivaled virtue, valor, and excellence. Their names were known far and wide, all according to her conscious will and intent. The firekeepers were her heralds and emissaries, but each was also a heroic figure in their own right. Still, some of them had more renown than others. The 7 masters in front of her had once been Cassie's own cohort, and therefore they were a cut above the rest. That was not the reason why Nephis had chosen them for this mission, though. The real reason was that one of the members of the cohort, Erlas, possessed an aspect that could augment the endurance and stamina of his allies. Knowing what waited for them in Godgrave, she wanted to have his powers at hand for when the white void of the sky above the ancient corpse was revealed. As it turned out, her consideration had not been in vain. If not for his support, the last 3 days would have been much more torturous, and potentially fatal for the members of her retinue. Even Naphis had felt the strain. Nevertheless, there was no time to waste. Looking at the firekeepers, she said evenly, "We have 5 minutes to recover, 5 more to drink water and eat. Then we continue south." Such a short span of time was not enough for them to rest their weary bodies, but it was better to relieve the fatigue on the move. The sky was not the only danger in this desolate bone expanse, after all. "Yes, Lady Nephis." The firekeepers groaned as they started to move. Storage memories were summoned. Water and field rations were hastily consumed. Shim, the leader of the cohort, used his healing powers to help the less resilient members recover faster. They were seasoned veterans and did not need her to tell them what to do. Nephis used the short rest to quench her thirst as well by the time the 10 minutes she had given her subordinates ran out. The bone plane was already starting to move. "Ready your weapons forward?" As she started to walk, the firekeepers followed her. Although the sun-bleached bones of the dead god, or whatever the ancient skeleton had been, once seemed like a continuous surface of solid white, in truth they were littered with cracks and fissures. The deepest of those cracks led to the great hollows within the titanic bones, and the inner hell hidden in their horrid expanse. Merely 10 minutes after the veil of clouds had been mended, those cracks exploded with life. Tendrils of vibrant red moss and vermilion grass spread from them, devouring the flawlessly white surface of the ancient bones. Swarms of tiny nightmare creatures were instantly born, hunting each other as they moved between the stalks of grass. That was only the beginning. Since everything that moved under the merciless gaze of the white sky was instantly incinerated, the abominable life thriving in Godgrave had adapted to its whims. There was no way to predict when the veil of clouds would be torn and how long it would take for the stormy barrier to repair itself. Therefore, everything here lived at incredible speed. The red moss, the vermilion grass, the tiny nightmare creatures, and the larger abominations that were yet to be born. All of them were in a hurry to be born, grow, consume, and propagate before turning to ash. The white plain was bare and featureless a few minutes ago, but in an hour or two it would be teeming with horrid life. If the veil of clouds was not broken for the next several days, Godgrave would come to look as if the infernal subterranean jungle had escaped the great hollows. By then the most harrowing of the surface hunters would have been born and reached maturity, making the surface of the bones almost as dangerous as their inner expanse. But even now, Nephis and the firekeepers were already in danger. The predatory vegetation and the swarms of tiny critters were enough to envelop and devour a legion of masters. This was the death zone, watching a sea of red slowly surround them, crawling closer with each moment. Nephis silently raised her sword. "Prepare," as she brandished the silver sword, a wave of sparks exploded from where its tip scraped against the surface of the white bone. A moment later, each of the sparks exploded with a thundering roar, and a flood of white flame was unleashed into the world. The wave of fire rolled forward and enveloped a wide swath of the red grass, incinerating countless vermin in an instant. It did not stop there, though. Following Nef's will, the flames moved, turning into a wide ring around the firekeepers. Then it spread in all directions like a flash fire, flooding the air with heat and ash. Soon, the vast bone plain had turned into a terrible white inferno. Chapter 1609, Reclusive Saint. 1609, Reclusive Saint, white flames danced across the bone plain, incinerating the vermilion grass and the swarms of tiny abominations that had just been born moments ago. Unbearable heat assaulted the cohort of the firekeepers, and the air was suddenly full of swirling ash. The eyes of their lady burned in the haze like 2 cold stars. Mounts. A whirlwind of ethereal sparks surrounded the cohort, soon forming into 8 bestial echoes. Each of them was unique, but shared a common trait. Most of these echoes were not powerful enough to be of aid in a fierce battle. However, they were fast and could be ridden, serving the firekeepers as mounts. Many masters spent considerable time hunting down suitable types of dormant nightmare creatures to procure such echoes. The braver ones hunted awakened abominations, while some lucky ones even had ascended beasts as their steeds. Nephis was the exception to the rule, since the steel stallion she had summoned was an artificial echo created by the enchanters of the great clan Valor. Being the adopted daughter of a sovereign had its advantages, even if the royal gifts came with an insurmountable cost. Forward, the 8 echoes formed into a wedge and rushed across the burning plain, swiftly moving south. The sea of flames parted in front of them, and then rolled forward, protecting the flanks of the formation. Nephis rode at the head of the wedge, looking ahead with a focused expression. Her sword had changed form, turning into a silver lance. The fire keepers were ready for battle, too. Despite the wall of fire that surrounded them, no one dared to lower their guard, and for a good reason. Sum, Shakti, and Urlus, the archers of the cohort, drew their bows and let enchanted arrows loose. There were larger shadows moving behind the wall of flame, surrounded by ash, since the inhabitants of Godgrave had had more time to be born and grow here. From that moment, their advance turned into a tense and perilous affair. Nephis sustained the rolling curtain of flame, preventing the cohort from being consumed by the red grass, and led the charge. The firekeepers met whatever nightmare creature the death zone threw at them with calm coordination. There were no great abominations on the surface of the ancient skeleton, at least not that soon after the white sky had wiped the slate clean, so it was well within their ability to handle the onslaught of newborn monstrosities. Granted, the firekeepers were far more able than most masters. It was to the point that Nephis had time to think without having to concentrate entirely on the battle. After a while, she thought silently. Cassie. A few moments later, Cassie's voice resounded in her head as if the blind seer was there by her side, whispering into her ear. Yes. Cassie's powers had changed and grown after transcendence as well. Her dormant ability now allowed the blind girl to learn more about the people and creatures she perceived. Her awakened ability allowed her to sense longer into the future. Her ascended ability not only allowed her to perceive the world through other people's senses, but also to communicate with those she had marked, so Cassie was like a spider waiting at the heart of a vast web. Even Nephis did not know how many people throughout the 2 worlds were serving as her eyes and ears, just that there were many, scattered around both the waking world and the dream realm. Some of the spies in the blind seer's network were willing agents, while others did not even know that they had been marked. The latter consumed more of Cassie's soul essence, sadly. Regardless, her ability to gather information was an incredible boon to them. It was just that. Nephis frowned slightly. The nature of her friend's power had changed subtly after the 3rd nightmare. From what Cassie had shared, it seemed like her ability to receive visions of the future was compromised, somehow making them strange and chaotic. Cassie herself had begun to act strangely sometimes as well. Nephis was concerned. Turning her steel steed slightly to avoid a large crack in the white bone, she thought, "Tell me about this Lord of Shadows again." The man she had been sent to negotiate with was more than a little mysterious. There were many more saints in the world now. True, however, it was still strange for an independent transcendent to exist out there, especially one whose origin and background were entirely unknown. Not to mention one powerful enough to not only survive in the Godgrave, but also make it his home. Cassie remained silent for a few moments. Then her voice resounded once again, whispering into Neff's ear. Not much is known about him, really. What we know now comes from a dozen sleepers who were unfortunate enough to be sent to Godgrave last year. They were all rescued by a mysterious saint and brought to a citadel under his control. The saint did not speak with them much and was rather aloof. In fact, some of them even describe him as sinister and frightening. Nephis had already heard all of this, of course. However, there was no harm in going over what they knew once more, just in case there was some hint she had missed. After a momentary pause, Cassie continued, "He has to be strong, considering where his citadel is located." The sleepers also confirmed that his aspect has to do with shadows, and that he commands several powerful echoes. Apart from that, there's very little information about him. Instead of allowing the sleepers to place their anchors in his citadel, the Lord of Shadows escorted them out of Godgrave and sent them on the path to one of Song's strongholds. Nephis frowned. So he might be friendly with Clan Song. Cassie lingered for a bit. Both Valor and Song have their eyes on Godgrave. Considering that it is most likely to become the main battlefield of their war, how can they not? So, understandably, both domains are very interested in a powerful saint dwelling in the depths of this deadly region. Actually, Valor is not the first clan to try recruiting the Lord of Shadows. Neff's gaze darkened. Is it true that they sent? Cassie's answer came swiftly. Indeed, they sent Mordred, well, one of his bodies at least, however. He failed to persuade the Lord of Shadows to swear allegiance to the Queen of Worms. If the Prince of Nothing had succeeded, Nephis would not have been sent to find the reclusive saint. But how had he failed? It is strange, though, isn't it? I doubt that Mordred would have simply accepted a refusal. He would have definitely tried to consume that saint if persuading him was impossible. Cassie's voice changed slightly. That is the most interesting part. It is not confirmed, of course, but from what we managed to learn, Mordred was actually defeated. His vessel was destroyed. Nephis took a deep breath. Is there really someone else capable of defeating that monster? She had once fought against Soul Stealer, after all. So Nephis knew better than anyone what Saint Mordred was really capable of. In fact, that man was no less of a plague than Skinwalker, whom most of humanity lived in constant terror of. If Lord of Shadows was really capable of fighting against the Prince of Nothing, Neff's calm gray eyes gleamed coldly as she contemplated the future. Chapter 1610, Land of Shadows, 1610, Land of Shadows. They crossed most of the remaining distance to the edge of the breastbone plain that day. Night never graced Godgrave with its presence, but anywhere else, the sun would have already been rolling toward the horizon. It was never dark in this strange and terrible place. The gray sky shone with diffused light, and white bone was colored here and there by fields of vibrant vermilion grass. Or rather, it was never supposed to be dark. Nephis slowed her steed as she peered into the distance, a complicated expression appearing on her face. What is that? Out there, far away, it was as though someone had dropped a can of black paint on the world. The darkness, which was not supposed to exist in Godgrave, swallowed the plain, and the scattered light of the stormy sky was powerless against it. The deep shadows persisted, unperturbed by the bright daylight around them. How is this possible? Soon they drew closer to the wall of darkness. Strangely enough, there were much fewer abominations in this area of the titanic skeleton, and even the scarlet flora seemed scarcer. It was as though even the nightmare creatures were wary of the Land of Shadows. Nephis frowned slightly, not showing her hesitation to the firekeepers, advance slowly. As they proceeded further, the light slowly dimmed, and the growths of red grass became smaller and smaller until they disappeared entirely. Soon they were surrounded by nothing but impenetrable darkness, with only Neff's eyes shining in it like small stars. Stop. She remained silent for a moment, listening to the silence, then said evenly, "Dismount." The firekeepers jumped down from their echoes, dismissing them into a rain of sparks. Their surroundings were illuminated for a few moments, and by the time the sparks dissipated into nothingness, they had already summoned enchanted lanterns. A flood of stark white light flooded the dark land. However, it seemed weak and faltering, barely able to force the deep, dark shadows to recede a little. Nevertheless, Nephis did see something now that the luminous memories pushed the darkness back, a few meters away from them. A massive carcass was laying on the ground, its grotesque bones towering above the plain. The creature must have been enormous once, but now it was broken and dead. What killed it? Nephis walked over to the carcass and studied it for a few moments, spending a bit more time looking at the clean cut where the monster's head had been severed. "Lady Nephis, what do you think?" She lingered for a while, then shook her head. The head was severed by a sword, but something had gnawed on the bones. There are teeth marks everywhere, and by the look of it, the creature's flesh was devoured by something large. Most importantly, her expression grew a little somber. Considering where we are, this carcass must belong to a great nightmare creature. Had it been killed by the Lord of Shadows? If so, the rumors of his power might not be exaggerated. Many saints were capable of slaying great beasts, but very few could finish such a powerful abomination with one strike. Nephis was about to say something else, but at that moment a terrifying roar tore apart the silence. Something was rushing toward them from the darkness. The firekeepers instantly assumed a battle formation. Shim and Sid moved forward, raising their shields. Gantry and Gorn took positions a step behind and to the side of them, while Shakti and Erlis hid behind the melee fighters while summoning their arrows. Lastly, Kawar moved to the rear of the cohort, ready to defend his comrades in case of an unexpected attack. Nephis remained where she stood, calmly looking into the darkness. Her lance had changed form once again, turning back into a long sword. Be ready. They heard the sound of massive claws scraping against bone as the nightmare creature approached at high speed. Judging by that speed, the abomination was powerful. It was going to reach the firekeepers in a matter of seconds. Before it did, however, something rustled in the air, and they heard the familiar gruesome sound of flesh being severed by sharp steel. Something crashed heavily onto the ground, and a moment later, a monstrous head rolled into the light, a river of blood spilling from its cut neck. One strike, Nephis looked at the abomination's severed head for a split second, then turned to face the darkness. There, two crimson flames ignited, staring down at her. Then something walked out of the darkness and stopped at the edge of light, making the firekeepers tremble. What in the world? The graceful creature looked like a beautiful onyx statue that had come to life. Her fearsome black armor seemed to be carved from polished stone and forged according to an intricate, elegant design. The dark sword she was holding was smeared in blood, radiating a sense of chilling, inescapable lethality. The demonic statue towered above Nephis and the firekeepers, much higher than even Effie was, observing them with cold indifference. There was no hostility in her gaze, but also no benevolence. She was clearly not human. However, the living statue did not seem like a nightmare creature either. She was more like a transcendent echo, a saint, however. Nephis had never met an echo, or a saint, really, who exerted so much pressure on her. The graceful knight's onyx body radiated a sense of vast, dreadful power, and the menacing crimson flames dancing in her ruby eyes were full of strange, inhuman will. She was strong. In fact, if Nephis was not here and the strange creature decided to attack the firekeepers, they would most likely all perish under her blade. The question was, would the living statue attack them or not? As Nephis looked at the demonic knight calmly, ready for both outcomes, the beautiful onyx statue lowered her sword and turned away, then beckoned for them to follow her with indifferent grace. Chapter 16:11. Nameless Temple, Nephis and the firekeepers followed the onyx devil across the land of shadows. Their taciturn guide walked without looking back, her beautiful armor gleaming as it reflected the white light of their lanterns. The living statue's steps were neither slow nor hurried, her measured pace full of indifferent confidence. It was as though she was not afraid of the creatures hiding in the dark at all. Nephis would have expected the steps of such a heavy creature to resound like thunderclaps in the dead silence, but they were entirely noiseless. She stared at the back of the mysterious stone knight, white flames dancing in her eyes. The firekeepers were tense and quiet, looking into the eerie darkness with wary expressions. What is going on? Nephis was not troubled, but she did feel somewhat curious. A vast expanse of inexplicable darkness, the fearsome creature that had been sent to meet them. It was all hard to explain, and she rarely encountered things that escaped explanation. Cassie? There were a few moments of silence, and then the familiar voice resounded in the darkness, answering the question she had not asked. It is strange. Nephis glanced at the beautiful stone demon and waited. Cassie continued after a short pause. She is a transcendent devil. Her soul is an impossible fusion of shadow, darkness, and divine flame. Her powers are those of a sword saint. However, she is not a simple echo. I don't know what she is. Nephis nodded calmly. "That is all right. I do." Indeed, it would have been strange if she had not recognized that fearsome stone-like armor, that cold presence, and those jewel eyes. The onyx devil was one of Nether's children, after all. They were what she looked up to in the depths of the second nightmare, drowning in despair as the darkness of the underworld crushed and suffocated her. The prideful beings who ruled the great caverns of the hollow mountains while she struggled to survive far below at the edge of the abyss. In fact, the body she had inhabited was one of the countless flawed vessels that Nether had callously discarded before successfully creating the first of the stone saints. So in a sense, the onyx devil was a more perfect version of what Nephis used to be. But what was she doing here? Had some of Nether's children succumbed to corruption and survived until this day? Had the Lord of Shadows killed one of them? Nephis tilted her head slightly. The stone saints had been known to command true darkness, each inheriting a spark of divinity from their creator as well. But why did this one possess an affinity to shadows that was not in their nature? Did it have something to do with the aspect of the Lord of Shadows? And this lightless expanse around them, had he somehow conjured it as well? Was it something that a mere transcendent could do? Her curiosity grew a little. Meanwhile, the beautiful onyx devil led them deeper and deeper into the darkness, considering how difficult it must have been to chase away the deadly sunlight of Godgrave. Nephis had not expected for this shadowy region to be expansive. But to her surprise, the land of shadows stretched for many kilometers in all directions without a hint of ending. Odd, the further they went, the more eerie their surroundings became. Because sunlight never reached here, there was nothing to incinerate the bones of slain nightmare creatures. Therefore, remains of powerful abominations appeared in sight from time to time, all devoid of flesh. At first there were few of them, but the deeper into the land of shadows the firekeepers ventured, the more and more skeletal remains they saw. Some of the abominations had been slain by sharp steel, some shattered and broken by brute force, some killed by strange means that she couldn't even guess. In the end, it had taken almost half a day for the onyx devil to lead them to their destination. The signs of fierce battles that had transpired under the cover of darkness only grew more apparent. Eventually, it was as if they were walking across a terrible battlefield. The magnitude of slaughter that had transpired in this ominous place was nothing short of chilling. Even if all these powerful nightmare creatures had not been slain at the same time, what kind of person was capable of eviscerating this many dreadful abominations in the depths of a death zone? It seemed that there was a seed of truth in the ominous rumors about the dire power of the Lord of Shadows. In the end, it had taken almost half a day for the onyx devil to lead them to their destination. The signs of fierce battles that had transpired under the cover of darkness only grew more apparent. Almost 50 kilometers to reach the heart of his territory. Out there, in front of Nephis, the breastbone plain abruptly ended, turning into a vast chasm. If she could pierce the darkness with her gaze, she would have seen the spine of the titanic skeleton far below. To her left and to her right. In the distance, its ribs must be rising like mountains. Right ahead, though illuminated by the light of their lanterns, a magnificent temple stood at the very edge of the abyss. Its colossal columns and walls were cut from black marble, with exquisite reliefs decorating the Stygian pediment and broad frieze, beautiful and awesome. It looked like the palace of a dark god. In front of the palace, the ground was littered with countless bones. Most of the ancient edifice was hidden by darkness, but Nephis felt oppressed by its solemn majesty, nevertheless. She frowned slightly, feeling a shapeless presence gaze at her from behind the marble columns, and instinctively gripped the hilt of her sword. "Is this a citadel?" One of the firekeepers voiced her question in a tired and bewildered tone. Another answered warily, "It must be. Who could have built a temple in this place?" Nephis remained silent, observing the dark temple somberly. She was not afraid of the Lord of Shadows, his onyx devil, and other secrets the mysterious saint could have been hiding. However, should the negotiations go badly, fighting a powerful enemy within the walls of their citadel was bound to be troublesome. It would be a shame for the citadel to be destroyed in the process, at least, glancing at their beautiful demonic guide. Nephis smiled slightly and nodded.
Lead the way.
The living statue lingered for a moment, then started climbing the steps of the temple. Nephis and the firekeepers followed. Soon they passed between the towering black columns and reached a grandiose hall. Its dark expanse was drowning in impenetrable shadows. Chapter 1612. An audience with the Lord. The interior of the dark temple was drowning in deep shadows, and the enchanted lanterns of the firekeepers seemed even weaker in their cold embrace. The light emanating from the luminous memories flickered, barely able to illuminate a narrow circle around them. In fact, it was not even the shadows themselves. Neph's eyes narrowed when she felt the subtle presence of the being who was hiding in the depths of the hall wash over her like a tidal wave. Suddenly, the darkness around them seemed infinitely more dark, in turn making the light starker, strong. While Nephis was peering into the darkness, their silent guide walked to the side and turned around, resting the tip of her sword on the stone floor of the temple. It was as though the onyx devil assumed the position of an entrance guard. There was another strange sculpture on the other side of them. This one was at least 5 meters tall and resembled a 4-armed fiend that had escaped from the depths of a fiery hell, his mighty body forged from polished black silver. The infernal troll had long, sharp spikes protruding from his steel carapace, as if he was made from countless shattered swords. No, not a sculpture. As the towering fiend moved slightly, the infernal flames burning in his eyes ignited with hungry malice. The firekeepers grew tense under the gaze of the menacing giant. Nephis remained unperturbed. A moment later, Cassie whispered into her ear, It is a supreme devil. His body is incredibly durable and almost immune to fire. Bothersome killing a supreme devil was not impossible, but this one seemed especially tough. Melting him down would be a chore, of course. There were ways to deal with such turtle-like enemies. It was just that fighting the towering fiend and the onyx devil at the same time would not be convenient. In fact, Nether's daughter felt more dangerous despite being of a lower rank. In any case, neither of them showed signs of wanting to attack the guests. They just stood motionlessly as if inviting them to walk deeper into the temple. Nephis passed between the two powerful monsters and did just that. The firekeepers followed, looking oppressed by the inhospitable darkness. When they reached the middle of the great hall, she stopped. In front of them, the shadows grew even deeper, and the light of the lanterns simply drowned in them, disappearing without any effect. It seemed that the Lord of Shadows did not wish to be seen. Nephis sighed and looked up. She could feel something enormous moving in the darkness beyond, staring at her from incredible height. At the same time, a chilling sound resounded in the silence of the ancient temple, surrounding her and her warriors from all sides, like the rustle of countless scales as they scratched against the ancient marble. It was as though a colossal serpent was slithering in the darkness, uncoiling its gargantuan body to raise its long neck and gaze upon them from the darkness. Not being able to see the giant creature was a little uncomfortable. Luckily, Cassie was there to help Nephis know what she faced. A transcendent terror. Nephis frowned. How many powerful servants does the master of this temple have? She was amused. Was the Lord of Shadows really independent? How come he had more powerful summons than she had? Then, wasn't it a bit ridiculous? Granted, the great clan Valor did not treat its adopted daughter with nearly as much sincerity as it did Morgan. But still, it was not the quantity of these monsters that mattered. It was just that Nephis could sense that each of them was far more ferocious and dangerous than any echo she had seen. Suddenly she felt something very unexpected, a hint of sympathy for the Prince of Nothing. What about the Lord of Shadows himself? Cassie remained silent for a few moments. I don't sense anyone else. There's nobody there. But just as she said that, a cold voice suddenly resounded from the darkness, enveloping the firekeepers like a death knell. Nephis of Valor, welcome. I did not expect to be visited by someone as exalted as the last daughter of the immortal flame, sitting on a tall throne cut from black marble. Sunny looked down on Nephis and her warriors. His face, hidden behind the polished black wood of Weaver's mask, was impassive. However, a storm of emotions was raging in his heart. Here, in his territory, where the Nameless temple now stood, he was almost omniscient. That was because the Shadow Realm fragment enveloped a vast area around the citadel, allowing Sunny to perceive everything, everywhere, all at once. So he had been watching Saint guide Nephis and the firekeepers to the doors of the temple all along. Sunny had thought that he would be ready to face her, but he had been wrong. Seeing her face, her lustrous silver hair, her beautiful gray eyes, the familiar, stubborn resolve shining in their calm depths, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His heart was beating faster than when he had been facing that great demon. Looking at Nephis from the darkness, Sunny remembered all the reasons he had come up with to spare himself the pain of being close to the members of his former cohort. At that moment, he understood one simple thing. I'm doomed. Because the moment he saw Nephis, all reason was obliterated. What was good about being reasonable anyway? Hadn't he personally preached the benefits of being unreasonable before? Sunny took a deep breath, and then leaned back, glancing at the huge head of the soul serpent hovering high above his throne. Then he lingered for a moment and said, keeping his voice calm and devoid of emotions, "Nephis of valor, welcome? I did not expect to be visited by someone as exalted as the last daughter of the immortal flame." She stared into the darkness, then bowed slowly. "Greetings, Lord of Shadows. I hope you don't mind being addressed this way, or would you prefer I call you something else?" Sunny remained silent for a few moments. Eventually he answered evenly, "I would not, but you can call me Shadow." "I would not, but you can call me Shadow." The voice of the man who called himself Shadow resounded in the lightless temple, making it seem as though the darkness itself had answered her question. That strangely elusive voice was cold and aloof, devoid of any emotion, and yet there was a hint of arrogance to it. Nephis frowned subtly. Now that the introductions were out of the way, it was time to announce the purpose of her visit. However, she was at a disadvantage. The master of the Dark Temple seemed to know everything about her, and yet she knew close to nothing about him. Even Cassie, whose gaze could pierce countless mysteries, seemed to be entirely blind to the existence of the Lord of Shadows. Granted, Nephis had some idea about his true identity. The darkness spoke again, its voice remaining emotionless. "To what do I owe the honor of being in the presence of Lady Changing Star? What do you want with me?" Nephis hesitated for a moment, thinking. She had been sent to persuade a powerful saint to join the banner of the King of Swords. However, having reached his citadel, Nephis had to reevaluate her opinion of the Lord of Shadows. He was not merely powerful. No, he was one of those few like herself who were beyond the ordinary definitions of power. Now that Nephis had seen the vast expanse of inexplicable darkness, the bones of dreadful abominations hidden in its tenebrous embrace, the solemn edifice of the Dark Temple, and the creatures that guarded it, she knew that the Lord of Shadows had not survived in Godgrave by luck, or by having an aspect that was uniquely suited for living in this harrowing environment. Rather, he had survived here through strength, which only made him more desirable. Of course, there were still many unknowns about the enigmatic saint. Nephis could not be sure of what his powers truly were. The fierce creatures that served him were neither echoes nor nightmare creatures. So they could have been manifested by his aspect, like the hideous reflections of the Prince of Nothing were, or subjugated like those abominations that Beastmaster ruled. It was unclear how strong the man himself was, or if his aspect had any application in direct combat. It was also unknown where he had come from, and how he managed to become a saint without leaving any traces of himself in either of the two worlds. And yet, Nephis had a strong suspicion. Awakened who possessed affinity to shadows were exceedingly rare, let alone those who were truly powerful. Meanwhile, 5 of the 6 divine lineages had already been reclaimed by humans. Immortal Flame were the inheritors of Sun God, Valor were the inheritors of War God, Song were the inheritors of Beast God, Night were the inheritors of Storm God, and finally Asterion was the sole inheritor of Heart God. One last lineage remained unclaimed. No one had been able to find and inherit the blood of Shadow God. So this man, a saint of immense power that had come out of nowhere wielding authority over shadows, was he the proof that the last divine lineage had finally revealed itself? If so, why now? What did it mean? One thing was certain. Nephis had to change her approach since her preconceived notions had been proven wrong. In this dark temple, her power and exalted status didn't mean much, because the man she wanted to persuade possessed the same power and could claim the same status, should he wish to do so. She had to treat the Lord of Shadows as an equal. Nephis smiled slightly. Then, Lord Shadow, I won't be coy. You ask me what I want. It's simple. She paused for a moment, then added in her usual impassive tone, I want you. She could hear the firekeepers shift behind her. One of them even seemed to choke, coughing loudly in the dead silence of the dark temple. His coughing somewhat spoiled the solemn atmosphere of her serious proposal. The Lord of Shadow did not respond immediately either. Well, of course, he must be carefully considering the benefits and disadvantages of pledging his allegiance to the sword domain. I wouldn't expect anything else. However, the silence stretched for longer than she had expected. I see. He must be contemplating very deeply. Nephis was nothing if not patient, so she waited patiently, giving the enigmatic saint time to seriously consider his decision. After a while, the Lord of Shadows spoke again, his elusive voice sounding a little flat.
What exactly?
Do you mean Nephis was slightly taken aback, but masterfully hid her confusion? Had she not been clear? Allow me to clarify then. I, Changing Star, invite you to join the Alliance of Transcendent Warriors and serve under the banner of the King of Swords, protecting and expanding the domain of humanity in the Dream Realm as one of his champions. She lingered for a moment and then added, I trust I do not need to list the benefits of pledging allegiance to one of those who have achieved supremacy. These details can be discussed later anyway. Resources, assistance, powerful memories and echoes, soul shards. Nothing is out of the question. You won't be undervalued, Lord Shadow. No one survives in the dream realm alone, after all. There were a few moments of silence, and then the cold voice resounded from the darkness once again. Ah, thank you for the clarification. Nephis tilted her head a little. What else did he think I meant? Had she said something odd again? No, it shouldn't be. Nephis frowned slightly. She thought she had done rather well. The problem was most likely that the emissary of song must have offered all the same things to the Lord of Shadows, if not more, and yet they had been refused. While she was contemplating, a cold laughter resounded in the dark temple, traveling across the great hall like wind. The firekeepers shivered, gripping their weapons tighter. A few moments later, Shadow's voice came from the darkness, finally showing a hint of emotion. Oh, so you want me to join forces with the great clan Valor for the benefit of humanity? I see you must be sincere then. Surely it has nothing to do with the impending war between the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms. Surely it is not because your side wants to use me as a weapon in that war. And surely you have no ambition to subjugate Godgrave with my help to gain control over the future battlefield. The master of the Dark Temple chuckled again, and that said, his sinister voice growing even colder. You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you, Lady Changing Star? At the same time, the enormous creature hiding in the darkness shifted slightly, filling the great hall with the chilling sound of rustling scales. Sunny felt glad that his face was hidden behind Weaver's mask and shrouded in impenetrable darkness. That was because he might not have controlled his expression very well in the last few minutes. One of his other two avatars might have even stumbled out of nowhere, somewhere far away. Those lazy guys. Luckily, he regained his composure swiftly. Damn it, Neph? The echo of his last words was still traveling across the Nameless temple when Nephis frowned slightly. Sunny had just accused her of trying to deceive him in a rather threatening tone. He even commanded Serpent to make a bit of noise to add some weight to his perceived displeasure. What would her reaction be? Unexpectedly, a subtle smile bloomed on Neff's face, and her eyes gleamed with satisfaction. I see that you are better informed than I presumed, Lord Shadow. Good. That saves me a lot of trouble. Sunny was stunned for a moment. That was not the reaction he had expected. Shameless. She's completely shameless. Nephis, meanwhile, put her hand on the hilt of her sword and looked up a little. Since you already know that the war is inevitable and that it will happen here in Godgrave, you must also realize that you can't escape it. One way or the other, you will be implicated in the clash between the two domains. So, unless you want to abandon your citadel and flee into the waking world, you might as well choose a side. In fact, I think that you already have, Sunny scowled, staring at her with displeasure. How the hell does she know? Of course, he had intended to insinuate his way into a high position of the Sword Domain's army from the very start. That was why he had established the Nameless temple in Godgrave and waited for the emissaries of valor to take the bait. But Nephis had no way of guessing that. Sunny shook his head in the darkness and asked, keeping his voice devoid of emotions. Have I? Nephis nodded. You must have, after all. You have already refused the emissary of Clan Song. Since you have shown no desire to join the other side, only one choice remains. It's us. Sunny remained silent for a while. Then, grabbing the armrests of his throne, he leaned forward and asked, his voice suffused with an insidious undertone. Says who? She stared into the darkness with a hint of confusion on her beautiful alabaster face. What? Sunny smiled. Who said that I refused the emissary of Clan Song? I did not, which was, of course, a lie. He could not say a word of truth while wearing Weaver's mask, and this avatar of his almost never took it off. The Lord of Shadows was meant to attract the attention of those with great power, after all the while keeping Sunny's secrets safe. This time, however, it had worked to his advantage. Neff's expression remained the same, but he could feel the pressure she exerted growing sharper. Right now, she was probably considering whether the Nameless temple was a death trap, with saint and fiend behind her. The path to escape was cut off. In front of her were Sunny and the Soul Serpent. Nightmare and the shapeless guardian of the temple were close as well. Nevertheless, Nephis maintained her composure. Facing the wall of impenetrable darkness in front of her, she asked calmly, You didn't. Sunny sighed quietly and leaned back. From here onward, he had to sell himself to Nephis while making her think that she was the one insisting on making the purchase. People did not value that which came into their possession too easily, after all. If Sunny wanted to be treated as a precious ally instead of a cheap tool, he had to make Clan Valor think that they had been extremely lucky to gain his support. He remained silent for a moment. I did not refuse the generous offer of the illustrious Clan Song, however. Perhaps I didn't accept it either. Instead, I gave the emissary Key Song Scent a chance to win my allegiance. I despise the idea of fighting side by side with those weaker than me, you see. Sunny smiled. So I'll give you the same chance, Lady Changing Star. If any of you emissaries of valor manage to leave a scratch on my armor, I'll accept your proposal. What do you say? Nephis did not answer immediately, contemplating his offer. Eventually, she asked, A duel? Which one of us do you want to fight? He chuckled. Any of you, all of you, it doesn't matter. I won't even use my aspect. Instead, I'll crush you with pure skill. A corner of Neff's mouth twisted upward, arrogant. Sunny laughed, noticing the firekeepers tremble at the cold sound of his sinister laughter. Arrogant? Oh, on the contrary. I am being modest. He was in a strangely good mood. The truth of the matter was that Sunny missed the feeling of fighting against humans. He had very few opportunities to fight a proper duel in recent years. The deadly reaches of the dream realm he had explored were full of all kinds of harrowing nightmare creatures. He had faced and killed countless abominations, coming very close to being killed by them instead on numerous occasions. Those battles had been fierce, terrible, painful, and sometimes exhilarating, but the exhilaration of facing a dreadful monster was different from the joy and delight of facing a skilled human opponent in battle. The artistry of combat was lost on most nightmare creatures. The firekeepers, though, Sunny knew these people well. Each of them was a brilliant fighter, even though they were mere masters. If he held back a little, clashing with them promised to be very satisfying. And then, of course, there was Nephis herself, a genius swordsman who had taken the legacy left behind by her legendary father, Broken Sword, and elevated it to new heights, his former teacher, rival, and partner. How could Sunny not feel excited at the thought of crossing swords with her again? As he was thinking about that, Nephis stared into the darkness for a few moments, and then nodded decisively. "All right, I accept." There was movement in the darkness. Nephis could not see it, but she felt the shadows that drowned the great hall of the ancient temple shift and surge, as if celebrating the arrival of their master. The firekeepers behind her tensed, looking up with somber expressions. Thud, a heavy sound resounded, followed by another. It seemed that someone was descending from an unseen dais, the weight of their unhurried footsteps echoing in the lightless hall like an ill omen. Suddenly, the enchanted lanterns ignited with bright radiance, chasing away the darkness, as if they were finally allowed to shine. As soon as they did, a dark figure stepped into the light, the shadows shrouding it like a mantle. Even Nephis, who rarely felt fear, sensed a slight chill at the sight of the Lord of Shadows. She didn't quite know why. The man in front of her was as elusive as his voice. His figure was encased in a fearsome onyx armor, its polished surface glistening like black glass. His features were hidden behind a mask of a fierce demon, nothing but darkness dwelling in the narrow slits of its eyes, as if there was no human face behind the mask, and no human flesh beneath the intricate black armor. Just a formless shadow. Strangely enough, Nephis could not say how tall the man was, exactly. But it felt as if he dwarfed everyone in the ancient temple, looking down at them with cold, malevolent arrogance. He was unarmed. Nephis studied the Lord of Shadows calmly. "Cassie?" The blind seer answered after a moment of silence. "I can see him through your eyes, but I still can't sense him. It's like there's nothing but emptiness where a man should be." Nephis felt a bit dejected. It seemed that she had grown too used to enjoying the amazing boon of having Cassie serve as her eyes and ears. The great advantage of information superiority had spoiled her. This time, though, she would not be able to know what her opponent's attributes, abilities, and hidden cards were in advance. Well, it was for the best, then, that Shadow had offered to duel her and the firekeepers. She would learn what he was capable of firsthand. Showing no emotion, she looked at the fearsome saint and took several unhurried steps back. At the same time, the firekeepers moved forward facing him. The Lord of Shadows tilted his head a little. "What? You're not going to fight, Changing Star?" His cold voice sounded almost disappointed. Nephis shook her head. "You've challenged all of us, haven't you? But I don't draw my sword for just anyone. Prove yourself first, Lord Shadow." The unnerving black mask stared at her for a few moments, and then the elusive voice resounded once again, full of cold indifference. "No matter. You, there, come all at once." As he said these words, the Lord of Shadows raised a hand. The darkness flowed from the floor, assuming a long and sinister shape. A few moments later, a great odachi formed from the shadows, its curving blade so black that it seemed to devour light. Disturbed, the firekeepers moved forward. 7 firekeepers. Sunny remained calm, but he also felt a little tense, of course. There was no question that he could crush a cohort of masters without breaking a sweat, no matter how seasoned and talented they were. But how could he put it? He might have allowed himself to be carried away a little, while acting out the role of the cold and mysterious Lord of Shadows. Not only had he promised to avoid using his aspect, but he also set a ridiculous condition for his loss. Defeating the enemy was easy, but doing so while not receiving a single scratch on his armor was not. Of course, Sunny had no intention of winning, to begin with. He just wanted to put on a good show and lose gracefully, thus laying the necessary groundwork for infiltrating the war machine of the sword domain. However, the person he needed to impress was Nephis. and now he had to deal with the firekeeper's first to cross swords with her. Should I cheat? He considered the idea for a moment, then discarded it. That would not be any fun. Sunny studied the 7 masters that were surrounding him. Shim, Shakti, Kar, Sid, Gorn, Gantry, and Erlis. He knew them well. Shim, a young man wielding a shield and a spear, was the healer who led the cohort. Strangely enough, he was also the most skilled and lethal warrior among them. That was because, back on the Forgotten Shore, he had been one of Gemma's pathfinders, an elite who had survived countless hunts in the Dark City. Gorn, Gantry, and Erlis had been among the hunters of the Bright Castle. Gorn was tall, immensely strong, and possessed an aspect that allowed him to manifest an additional pair of hands, preferring to use 2 greatswords in battle. Gantry usually fought with a heavy battle axe, and was able to sharpen his weapons with his aspect ability. Erlis was a skilled archer capable of enhancing the resilience and stamina of his allies. Sid, a young woman with dirty blonde hair, had been a hunter in the outer settlement. The fact that she had survived there was a testament to her skill and tenacity, and her aspect greatly augmented her physical strength in short but devastating bursts. She was armed with a sword and a shield. Finally, there were Shakti and Kaur. Both had been artisans in the Bright Castle, possessing potent utility aspects. Shakti's had to do with plants, while Kaur's had to do with carpentry. The former was a deadly archer as well, while the latter was a jack-of-all-trades who usually guarded the rear of the cohort. All 7 were elites even among masters, and their ability to work together was second to none. Placing the odachi that he had manifested from the shadows on his shoulder, Sunny smiled behind his mask. This is going to be fun. Sunny had never stopped fighting, sharpening his mastery of combat to a sublime level. He had already been one of the most seasoned warriors of humanity 4 years ago, mostly because very few had it as rough as he had it on the Forgotten Shore and in the Antarctic Center. But the last 4 years had not been easy on him either. Crossing the Hollow Mountains alone had given him more battle experience than most awakened would receive in their lifetime. So now he had a solid reason to be supremely confident in his ability. That said, there was a difference between fighting nightmare creatures and fighting humans. Sunny had mostly been doing the former recently, so the latter he was a bit rusty. As the firekeepers surrounded him, Sunny observed them silently. Now that they were masters, each possessed one additional aspect ability. Gorn not only had 4 arms but also expanded in size, towering above the floor at almost 3 meters in height. Gantry seemed to have augmented his body somehow, making it more durable, more nimble, or simply more powerful. He was going to find out shortly. Erlis, meanwhile, was enhancing the physical state of each member of the cohort. His powers had been mainly focused on endurance and stamina before. What about now? Sid was bound to do something unpredictable as well. Shim, Shakti, and Kaur all possessed non-combat aspect, so guessing their powers was of less importance. Still, they could be full of surprises. There were the memories the firekeepers wielded to consider as well. Sunny felt a pang of regret for setting such strict restrictions for himself, but still, he was looking forward to it. A real clash of skill, cunning, and competence. He had missed it a lot. What are you waiting for? Before the echo of his cold voice had time to disappear. The firekeepers attacked. The 2 archers opened the battle, instantly letting 2 arrows loose. They were showing decorum, too, since it was a friendly duel. His opponents refrained from using truly destructive memories inside the citadel. Sunny did not augment himself with any of his 3 shadows. Being a transcendent already gave him a great advantage as far as physical prowess and the intricacy of essence control went, so it was unnecessary. Shifting slightly, he dodged both arrows with the minimum effort. One seemed to possess a homing enchantment, turning sharply to strike him in the back, but was tossed aside by the flat of the black odachi's blade. At that moment, the melee fighters of the ascended cohort were already upon him. They coordinate their attacks seamlessly, using the arrow salvo to cover their advance. Perfect teamwork, Shim and Sid were the spearheads aimed at his chest and back. Gorn and Gantry, who wielded longer weapons and had a wider reach, attacked from behind them at the same time. There was a ceiling to a numerical advantage since space was limited and only a few people could target a single opponent simultaneously. But by using this simple formation, the Firekeepers effortlessly increased that limit. There was no way for Sunny to block and deflect 4 attacks that came from different directions with a single sword, so he didn't. Instead, he removed himself from the path of the enemy weapons, deflecting Shim's spear and Gantry's heavy axe in the process. Using explosive footwork, Sunny escaped the encirclement and used the bodies of the Firekeepers to block their comrades from chasing after him. Then he lashed out with a probing attack. Sharp steel sang in the dark expanse of the Nameless temple. Interesting. Sunny's smile widened under Weaver's mask. The Firekeepers had not wasted these 4 years either. He had known that Valor had used Nephis and her personal battle force like a sledgehammer, endlessly sending them to put out one fire after another. It was almost as if they were being repeatedly sent to death, but stubbornly refused to die. As a result, their lethality reached chilling levels. Of course, he could have crushed them easily if he wished to. The gap between saints and masters was already vast, and Sunny was a singular existence even among saints to boot. But with the limitations he had put on himself, the Firekeepers were a challenging adversary, especially because he could not allow himself to be hit even once. Plus, he had chosen to only use a single battle style against them. Morgan's own battle style, to be precise, the sharp, deadly, and ruthless technique she used, was representative of how warriors of valor fought, not even becoming one with their weapons, but instead treating themselves as weapons, so it wasn't easy. It was exhilarating, though. Damnation, more. There were a few tense moments when the unexpected facets of the ascended abilities of his enemies revealed themselves. There were several interesting enchantments their memories possessed as well. But Sunny still managed to evade, block, or deflect all their attacks in the most efficient and economical manner. He didn't make any big moves, using the least amount of motion possible in every situation. And all the while he was studying how the Firekeepers fought, solving their battle styles and their teamwork like a puzzle. And when that puzzle was solved, the dynamic of the battle changed abruptly. The Lord of Shadows was indeed like a shadow. Swift, elusive, and insidious, he moved across the black marble of the great hall with stunning speed and flawless precision, effortlessly deflecting the rain of blows that the Firekeepers unleashed upon him. His black odachi seemed to have a life of its own, flowing like a stream of darkness. A weapon of that length was supposed to be, if not unwieldy, then at least less maneuverable than a shorter blade. And yet the odachi was always exactly where it needed to be, effectively creating an impenetrable barrier of steel around its cold-hearted master. It was not because of his speed, strength, or mystical power instead. It was pure foresight and pure skill, both sharpened and tempered until they became a lethal weapon. Nephis observed the movements of the Lord of Shadows silently. The Firekeepers, who had gone through countless battles by her side, fought well. They fought bravely. They fought with great skill and cunning, proving that their glorious fame was well earned, and yet she had guessed the result of the duel almost as soon as it started. Soon, the cadence of the battle shifted. The Lord of Shadows, who had been defending against the barrage of attacks, suddenly abandoned all pretenses of defense. Instead, he easily shrugged off a squall of steel and moved through it, attacking the Firekeepers before they could even react. It was almost as if he was dancing. The black odachi hissed like a snake as it cut the air. It struck Shim in the chest, sending him flying back. A split second later, Sid's shield was pushed aside, and her breastplate caved as the young woman toppled with a short yelp. Gantry was struck by the pommel of the odachi almost at the same moment, swaying once before falling down. By the time his back hit the floor, Gorn was already on his knees, both of his greatswords sliding away. The Lord of Shadows was among them. A moment later, he had already reached the 2 archers. Crap. Carr, who was supposed to protect them, was tossed back with one unhurried blow of the demonic swordsman's fist. Shakti and Erlas attempted to retreat, but both were sent to the ground before taking a single step. From start to finish, the duel between the Lord of Shadows and the Firekeepers had taken a couple of minutes. However, they had all been defeated in just 2 seconds. It was as though the master of the ancient temple was telling them, "Look, I could have ended you all any time I wanted." White sparks ignited in Nef's eyes. Beautiful. The Lord of Shadows stopped and calmly put the spine of the black Odachi on his shoulder. His fearsome mask remained the same, eerie and devoid of any emotion. The Firekeepers groaned as they slowly picked themselves up from the floor. Is that all? His voice was still the same, cold and impassive. Nefis smiled slightly and finally unsheathed her swords. "You haven't defeated all of us yet, have you?" He tilted his head a little, staring at her with arrogant indifference. Well, Nefis thought that those were his emotions. In truth, there was no way to know what was hiding behind that fearsome mask, if there was anything behind it at all. The Lord of Shadows slowly lowered his Odachi and gripped its hilt with both hands. "Stop wasting my time, then." Nefis took a step forward. That mask, why did it look so familiar? What was a battle style, depending on the practitioner? The answer varied at the lowest level. A battle style was nothing more than a comprehensive collection of movements and steps aimed at giving the practitioner sufficient competence to engage in battle. A set of practices meant to encompass all possible combat situations and arm the warrior with tools to solve them. There were countless battle styles, some taught to groups of people, others formed from the personal habits and quirks of talented combatants. Some styles emphasized strength and strived to overpower the opponent. Some emphasized speed and precision. Some emphasized solid defense and waiting for a perfect moment to counterattack. There were solid battle styles created with deep insight, and poor battle styles that were concocted without a real understanding of the fundamental laws of combat. But that was only the most shallow layer of a true battle art. A person could practice a battle style without truly understanding its essence, but they would never be able to master it. At a higher level, a battle style was not only a set of movements, but also a formative philosophy. It concerned not only the body, but also the mind. A person who truly mastered a style had to possess a certain level of insight into the governing laws of combat. Knowing why each of the elements had been created and what its purpose was, they were not beholden to a predetermined repertoire of actions. Instead, they could freely improvise an actionable response to each situation. If all movements could be improvised, then what was the difference between the various battle styles? It was their philosophy, the school of thought, and the dominant intent, a unifying principle that guided the shape and direction of these improvised moves. Therefore, even among those practitioners who had mastered both the body and the mind, there were still those who fought with domineering strength, swift precision, patient caution, or any other type of guiding intent. These were the true masters of combat. Sunny had become one of them, and one of the absolute best among them, a long time ago. But now that he was a saint, a whole new horizon had opened up before him. Because there was a third layer above the body and the mind available only to a few chosen existences. It was soul. She has changed. While clashing with Nefis in a ferocious dance of steel, Sunny couldn't help but feel amazed. She had always been a true genius of the sword, and since he knew her better than anyone, he had expected this fight to be a tough one, after all, just like him. Nefis had 4 long years to perfect her technique. As the vanguard champion of valor, she had gone through countless battles. She had also come into her transcendent power, learning to wield it as naturally as she breathed. A saint was a different kind of beast, and the difference between them and their lessers was not only a question of raw power. Sunny had already glimpsed that chasm when he and Nefis fought Dire Fang, but only now that he was a transcendent himself did he truly understand the reason it existed. The further a human walked on the path of ascension, the more intricate their control of soul essence became. Masters were already very proficient in using it to deliberately and efficiently augment their bodies in combat, but saints were capable of elevating these rudimentary essence techniques to a completely new level. Therefore, a comprehensive essence technique was an integral part of a truly transcendent battle art. And since each transcendent warrior possessed a unique aspect, each essence technique had to be tailor-made for a single user. The difference that mastering such a technique could make was truly striking, and therefore, that alone made saints vastly more deadly on the battlefield. But that was not the end of it. Since each transcendent battle art was unique and tailored to a single user, there was an additional step to be taken. And that was to seamlessly incorporate each aspect ability into the combat technique, making it truly complete. A transcendent battle art demanded the complete integration of body, mind, and soul into a combat technique. Losing his true name made it much harder for Sunny to advance in mastering shadow dance, so he had been concentrating on developing such a personal transcendent battle art for himself in the past 4 years. He had already formulated its principles, and was now tempering these principles in battles against powerful opponents. And, in the process of it, he thought that he might have glimpsed what the next level of mastery was. Saints did not exist in and of themselves as sovereign beings. Their souls were vaster than their bodies, coming into contact with the world and the underlying laws governing it. Some parts of the world welcomed them, while others repelled them. That was why transcendent beings were able to absorb the spirit essence of the world as long as they were in their element. For Sunny, that element was shadow. For someone like Saint Tyrus, it was the sky or perhaps storm clouds. For someone like Nephis, he couldn't guess. It might have been light or flame or something more esoteric, like inspiring longing in the souls of other beings. Therefore he guessed that what came after the body, the mind, and the souls was the world. Incorporating the world itself into one's battle art would probably make it a supreme battle art. That said, Sunny was not sure if it could even be called a battle art at that point, let alone how to actually achieve something like that. In any case, he was voraciously curious to witness and experience the battle styles of other transcendent warriors, to learn from them, and maybe even gain more understanding about the path to supremacy, which was why fighting Nephis was a boon to him. So he definitely wasn't prolonging their clash simply because he missed her. Why would he cut this duel short if humanity's premier sword savant was graciously allowing him to steal her achievements? I see. No, I don't see. Deflecting a barrage of almost instantaneous attacks, and at the same time desperately preventing these attacks from dictating his next moves to avoid the countless traps Nephis constructed for him on the fly, Sunny carefully observed her movements, the flow of her essence, and the form of her shadow. Pretty soon he had to admit something to himself. What the hell has she been doing for the last 4 years? It's damn incomprehensible. Sliding across the marble floor as he was being pushed back by a merciless onslaught of unhurried but lethal attacks, Sunny was carefully observing Neff's movements. Why can't I make sense of it? He shifted his weight, deflected the silver blade to the side, and used the long hilt of the odachi as a lever to spin its blade at an inconceivable speed. Nephis easily partied it with the crossguard of her sword, but Sunny was already transitioning from a downward slash into a rising stab. Every movement flowed into another, forming a torrent of deadly steel. How strange, Nephis was the first person Sunny had ever shadowed after years of training together and fighting side by side. He knew her better than anyone else. Therefore, it should have been easy to glimpse the true essence of her transcendent battle art, or at least start to unravel it, and indeed Sunny sensed the heart of her intent. Just like how Nephis could read his intentions through her sublime mastery of combat, he could predict her actions through shadow dance. But his perception was oddly shallow. He could guess what would happen, but not why it would happen. Almost like those initiates who had only mastered the body but not the mind. Nephis evaded his stab by turning and leaning sideways, took a graceful step to shift her balance, and pulled her blade out of the bind. A split second later, it lashed out, almost striking his thigh. If Sunny was a beat too late, he would have had to receive her blow. The onyx mantle was akin to a transcendent armor, while the mirror sword was a strange hybrid between a transcendent and a supreme weapon that he himself had created. Considering that offense usually trampled defense in the ruthless world of the nightmare spell, a single strike was all it would take for him to lose the duel. The silver blade might not break his armor immediately, but leaving a scratch on its onyx surface would be easy. He disengaged and stared at Nephis impassively for a moment. Apart from manifesting this avatar, Sunny was not using his aspect. She had not promised to do the same, technically, but was still following suit. Whether it was out of respect for the Lord of Shadows, or simply because Neph was just as starved for a good opponent as he was, Sunny did not know. That was a part of the problem. A transcendent battle art was tailored to a single user, seamlessly incorporating their unique traits and abilities. So, since Nephis was not using any of her aspect abilities, what Sunny was witnessing was not the true extent of her battle style, but rather a partial version of it. Of course, he had hoped to extrapolate the missing pieces by experiencing the foundational technique, but it was not going well. Shall I try to deduce what's missing? Sunny had plenty of experience constructing his own battle art, so it was not impossible for him to guess what Nephis would have created. Let's see. The basic principle of elevating a battle style to a transcendent battle art was universal, at least it was supposed to be. Sunny had not consulted any saints on how they built their personal techniques, so he did not know if everyone followed what he perceived to be common sense. The first step was to create a comprehensive essence technique. By infusing one's body with essence, one was capable of greatly enhancing their physical prowess. Awakened could not control essence with finesse, so their way of going about things was crude and rudimentary, mostly consisting of flooding the entirety of their bodies with essence. Masters were much more skilled in that regard. Their control of essence was rather intricate, as was their understanding of the human body. By selectively infusing various areas, muscle groups, and organs with essence at just the right time, they were able to not only increase its efficacy, but also drastically reduce its consumption, thus raising efficiency. But saints could control soul essence as naturally as they were breathing, and with truly incredible finesse. They could more or less selectively enhance each muscle fiber, nerve cluster, or tendon in their body. Not only that, but due to better control, the range and manner of these enhancements were broader than those of a master and could be consciously altered. In short, saints could explosively increase their already stunningly formidable strength, speed, agility, and resilience if they were smart about using their essence and had trained themselves to do it instinctively, like Sunny had in the past 4 years. Each time he took a step or delivered a strike, the complex machine of his body performed numerous actions. His heart pumped blood through his veins, electrical impulses traveled along his nerves, various muscles relaxed or contracted, and so on. To perform a proper strike, a warrior had to possess great control of his body and know how to use it well. Of course, no one consciously willed all these minute processes to happen. If trained properly, the body itself would remember how to act to the best of its ability. An essence technique, therefore, was like an additional layer on top of physical training, designed to augment every motion in the most effective and efficient way, as well as tailored to the unique personal battle style of the individual. Designing such a technique demanded immense insight into the functions of the body, the laws of combat, and one's own self. At first, including his soul in the movements of his body was a conscious process, and one that demanded an inconceivable amount of concentration at that. But by now it was like an instinct to Sunny. Luckily, he had possessed a rich foundation of going through countless battles as an awakened and a master to build upon. So mastering his essence technique had not been too hard. There had been the soul serpent and soul weave to assist him as well. Similarly, Nephis had designed an essence technique of her own. Sunny could perceive her radiant, pure soul essence flowing through her body with a strange and almost hypnotic elegance, moving in perfect harmony with the fluid grace of her sword dance. Her technique seemed even more intricate and precise than his own. Was it simply because Neph's sword Sunny was forced to take a step back, which would have landed him in an awkward position and made it impossible to mount a stable defense? If he did not increase the weight of his armored boots while at the same time decreasing the weight of his breastplate, With his center of gravity lowered, he had enough stability to block Neff's calm and vicious attack without staggering back. But even though he blocked it, she unerringly struck the exact same spot where his odachi had already been weakened. Finally, the shadow blade shattered, exploding into a rain of shards. Those shards almost instantly turned ethereal, dissolving back into an intangible shadow. The force behind Neff's strike was so terrible that her sword continued to fall down like an executioner's axe. Sunny, who had expected something like that to happen, was prepared and dodged the mirror blade just in time. It struck the black marble plate of the temple's floor, sending a net of cracks running through it. Dust and pieces of stone flew into the air. Without wasting a heartbeat, Nephis shifted into a low stance and delivered a rising diagonal slash. However, Sunny was already moving by then. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and found himself almost face to face with her. Silver clashed against stone-like metal with a thunderous clangor. Both of them grew still. As the dust settled, the firekeepers saw a bewildering scene. Sunny and Nephis were standing motionlessly, with almost no space between them. His right hand was gripping the hilt of her sword, which had been stopped a mere centimeter away from the onyx surface of his fearsome armor. Her right hand, meanwhile, was gripping his left wrist. Held in his left hand was the hilt of the broken odachi. The jagged steel of its broken blade stopped several centimeters away from her neck. Sunny remained still for a few moments, then looked down at the cracked floor beneath them. A somber sight escaped from his lips. "Let us stop here. Otherwise, my citadel will sustain irreparable damage." He allowed the broken odachi to dissolve into shadows, let go of Neff's hand, and took a step back, turning away with cold inference. As Sunny was walking back to his unseen throne, Nephis called out to him, "What about the duel? We have not determined the winner yet." He stopped, facing away from her. After a few moments of silence, Sunny spoke. "I'm willing to admit defeat." He lingered for a bit, then turned around and stared at her. His voice turned even colder. "However, I have no interest in joining forces with the great clan Valor, Nephis of the immortal flame." He tilted his head a little. "I'm only joining forces with you. You personally, not your clan and not your kingdom." These statements were technically both a truth and a lie. Sunny might have preferred to deal with Nephis, and Nephis alone, but doing so was tantamount to joining Anvil's side. Still, it at its black pillars were decorated with intricate engravings, and the scale of the construct defied reason. These days, the members of the Song clan inhabited the frozen obsidian palace, while the Titanic Bridge had become a town for the awakened warriors who could withstand the cold. The city itself had been built on the slopes of the volcano, where its warmth protected the mundane citizens of Ravenhart from the inhumanly harsh climate of the snowy region. They did not have to be wary of sudden eruptions either, because Queen Song and her transcendent daughters could protect them from any disaster. Ravenhart was a harsh place, but it was also an incredibly beautiful place, and therefore life here was harsh, but also thriving. The surrounding lands had long been cleared of the truly dangerous nightmare creatures, but they were more dangerous than the heartland of the dream realm, where Bastion stood. Many abominations still dwelled in the snowy mountains, and the environment itself was deadly for those unprepared to face its cruelty. At the same time, there was a lot of fertile soil in the lowlands, which had been generously fertilized by volcanic ash. There was also geothermal heat, countless hot springs, and precious minerals of all kinds everywhere around. The people who had been evacuated here from Antarctica found their lives turning stark and intense, but also intensely enjoyable. If one grew accustomed to the solemn and eerie power of Queen Song, of course, which they quickly had. In any case, there was endless work to be done, from plowing the ashen fields to mining mystical ores, to building a semblance of a modern infrastructure by using endless geothermal energy. And since there were many nightmare creatures dwelling in the mountains, there was also a dire need for someone to protect all these workers. Which was why Rain was buried in the ash, sweating as she waited motionlessly. She had been laying there for a few hours already, keeping absolutely still around 100 meters away from her. Where the slope of the gorge rose sharply, a hideous creature was slowly dragging its body from between the cliffs. It resembled a scaled worm with 6 long, thin limbs, each ending with dagger-like claws. Its maw was a horrid circular mess of sharp, needle-like fangs. Damnation, she had expected a beast, but was faced with a monster instead. Granted, the stoneworms were merely dormant abominations, but since Rain wasn't even a sleeper, but a powerless mundane human instead, that thing could rip her apart in a matter of seconds. No, not even seconds. A second. No wonder everyone calls me the crazy girl. I am indeed crazy. I'm crazy to have listened to you, mad bastard. If not for the nagging of her teacher, she would have long ago applied to return to the waking world, thus challenging the first nightmare and becoming an awakened. But no, he just had to insist that his student could only awaken naturally, without becoming infected by the nightmare spell. And young and naive as she had been, she actually believed in his nonsense. Years had already passed, and yet she was still a mundane human. Granted, she could somewhat feel her essence now, which supposedly was the hardest step. Still, her teacher was without a doubt a brazen scam artist. "Damn you, you damned ghost or vampire, or whatever the hell you are." As she was thinking that, a quiet voice suddenly resounded from behind her. Rain was startled, but remembering her training remained absolutely motionless despite that. She didn't have to turn around to know that it was her shadow talking. It said, "You wouldn't be thinking something strange about me again, would you?" Stoneworms had very bad hearing, but could feel the smallest vibration spreading through the ground. She coughed quietly, then answered in a whisper, "What? Of course not, respected teacher. Your pupil would never dare do something that disloyal." The quiet voice responded dubiously. "Really? Well, good. You should hurry up, though. The wind is changing." Rain uttered a stifled curse and slowly rose to one knee. It was time to kill another dormant monster. How many have I killed already? It was time to kill another dormant monster. How many have I killed already? More than any sleeper she knew, certainly, and more than many young awakened in Ravenhart as well, despite being mundane. But she still had to be extremely cautious. She couldn't allow a single mistake. It was just like how her teacher always said. One mistake was all it took to turn into a corpse, and becoming a corpse in Ravenhart was just too creepy. Granted, teacher would probably save her if something happened. Probably. Right? Chapter 1625, Underjeered. Rain rose to one knee in one smooth motion and raised her bow. Flakes of ash rained from it like black snow, dancing gracefully in the wind. In one heartbeat, she took out an arrow from her quiver and knocked it on the string. Another heartbeat, and she strained her muscles to draw the bow. The composite alloy resisted her pull, but swiftly surrendered to her strength and perfect form, both of which were the result of arduous training and countless hours of practice. Her bow was not a fancy memory weapon. It was quite mundane, made from alloy and filament, more powerful than such weapons used to be, but nowhere near its enchanted counterparts. It was not a compound bow either. More than that, even as far as recurve bows went, hers was on the weaker side, but there was nothing Rain could do about it. There were alloy bows of monstrous power out there, but they were meant to be used by the awakened. With her pitiful mundane strength, she wouldn't even be able to draw one, let alone do so swiftly and reliably. As for compound bows, while they offered increased draw weight and other advantages, that was only good on paper. In reality, there was more to a weapon than its power. How reliable was it? Was it easy to carry? Would it endure the wilds? Could it be cared for and maintained in harsh conditions, and so on? Awakened did not have to think about such things, but Rain did, and thanks to her teacher, she had learned all about these matters. Each piece of her equipment was picked out thoughtfully. Yeah, not at all, because I simply can't use anything better. The inner layer of Rain's kit consisted of a military bodysuit, the kind the soldiers of the evacuation army had used in Antarctica. It could repair itself and regulate the temperature of her body which was a necessity here in Ravenhart, where lethal cold and blistering heat somehow coexisted in appalling harmony. Granted, the self-repair function of the bodysuit was practically exhausted after years of extensive use, and she had had to patch it up by hand on several occasions. Her teacher was weirdly good with thread and needle for some reason, imparting that knowledge on his reluctant student. She wore leather pants on top of the bodysuit, made from the hide of an awakened beast, as well as knee-high boots of the same material. The rest of her clothes consisted of a perfectly mundane Henley wool vest and a military jacket with a manually reinforced lining. There were a few pieces of armor supplementing her modest ensemble as well: alloy bracers and shin guards, a leather chest guard, and a jointed shoulder guard. The mundane armor was not nearly enough to protect her from the claws of nightmare creatures, but it was better than nothing. It could protect her from a glancing blow or two at least. Wearing anything heavier would have just slowed her down without providing much additional protection. Rain was also wearing leather gloves, while her long winter coat was currently folded and hidden inside her pack. Needless to say, she felt bitter envy every time she saw young awakened gallivanting in suits of shiny enchanted armor. They didn't even need to wash their memories, let alone repair them by hand. Not to mention the fact that their armor was much more durable focus. The stoneworm was almost 100 meters away. The ash was raining from the sky, making its figure vague and blurry. At least it was easy to tell the direction and strength of the wind. Hitting a target from such a distance was not an easy feat, but well within Rain's capability. However, she wasn't sure that she would be able to kill the abomination with one arrow. Her arrows were more potent than her bow. True, the arrowheads had been made from the fangs of an awakened beast, and were quite deadly as a result. But the stoneworms did not have an easily exploited vulnerability. There was no spot she could hit to bring the monster down immediately. The vile things were also terribly fast, despite spending most of their lives underground. It would take the stoneworm a couple of seconds, 3 at most, to cover the 100 meters separating them, and another moment to rip her to shreds. It had already noticed her, too. Be calm. It was like her teacher always said, "And don't you dare die, or I will kill you myself." As a respectful and dutiful pupil, Rain had no choice but to obey her teacher. She held her breath and took aim. Time slowed down to a crawl. Rain moved her bow slightly, accounting for the wind, and then relaxed her fingers, allowing them to slide off the string. Relieved from terrible tension, her alloy bow propelled the arrow forward with dire force. The string struck against her chest guard like a whip. The falling ash swirled, disturbed by the violent turbulence. 100 meters away, the stoneworm toppled to the ground in a mess of long libs. The arrow had dove into its circular maw, piercing the creature's brain, sadly. Stoneworms had several independent brains. Before Rain had time to blink, the abomination rolled on the ground and shot toward her like a revolting flesh torpedo. It covered half of the distance between them in what felt like a split second. A cloud of ash rose into the air in its wake, spreading outward like a wave of boiling darkness. Before it could cover the remaining distance, though, a second arrow struck it. It had only taken Rain that long to draw her bow again, adjust her aim, and let the arrow fly. Even though hitting a moving target was endlessly more difficult, let alone such a fast one, the second arrow unerringly penetrated the creature's maw again. This time it went in at a shallow angle, hitting the stoneworm's spine. The abomination stumbled but continued barreling toward Rain. She blinked. Crap, Chapter 1626, The Incredible Adventures and Astonishing Deeds of Heroic Dreamer. Wait, who? What was his name? Abridged Volume VI, dropping the bow. She hurriedly picked up a long javelin that had been laying under the Ash Rain's weapon of choice was a bow. However, that did not mean that she was only versed in using a bow. Her teacher insisted that a ranged weapon was only good if one could keep the enemy at range, and in the dream realm, not even saints could guarantee something like that. Therefore, she was proficient not only with ranged weapons, but also with a wide range of weapons. Rain was nothing if not resourceful. By the time she grabbed the javelin and jumped to her feet, the stoneworm was almost upon her, with fetid blood spilling from its torn maw, The horrid creature raised its front limbs to slice her into pieces and suddenly disappeared from view. The pit Rain had dug up and covered with branches might not have been deep, but it was perfectly placed to stop the charge of a mindless monster. There was a great benefit in being able to handle a multitude of weapons, but there was an even greater benefit in always being prepared. Her teacher had hammered that simple principle into her head a long time ago. Before the stone worm could recover from suddenly dropping through the ash, the heavy javelin struck it with all the force she could muster. Its white scales were broken by the wide spearhead, and the abominable monster let out a piercing screech. Rain paled a little and finally drew her sword. The enemy was severely wounded, but it was not dead yet. A mess of hideous flesh and thin limbs staggered out of the pit, only to be met by the blade of the tachi. Rain severed the front limbs of the sluggish monster, then delivered a ruthless slash across its scaly neck, putting a gash into it. A few more precise strikes and well-timed dodges, and the abomination finally grew motionless. Only half of its vile body managed to crawl out of the shallow pit, and was now laying on the ash. Rain slumped and grabbed her knees, panting heavily. She could feel a trickle of foreign essence seeping into her soul, and a river of adrenaline coursing through her blood. Damn it! Then a voice resounded from behind her. "You have slain a dormant monster, stone worm. Your shadow grows stronger." Turning around, she threw a dark look at her teacher, who had finally deigned to crawl out of her shadow in all his shameless splendor. "What the hell are you on about?" The young man who was standing behind her, wearing light armor woven out of dark silk, looked away in embarrassment. Don't mind me. Just something I used to hear often." Rain took a deep breath and turned away with a stoic expression on her pale but beautiful face. "I'm definitely going to kill him one day." Was it possible to kill a ghost? Rain's teacher was a strange existence. Usually he resided in her shadow, only showing up when no one else was around. At first, she thought that she had gone insane and was hallucinating. But after spending some time with the mysterious apparition, Rain slowly realized that it was real. And not only that, but also immensely powerful. Luckily, the apparition was mostly benevolent and did not seem to harbor any ill will toward her. On the contrary, he treated Rain with something that resembled familial affection. It was almost as if he was the spirit of her distant ancestor. She did not think that her family had such an ancestor, though. But then again, Rain was adopted and didn't know much about her biological parents. So it might have been possible that there was an eccentric dark deity in her family tree. Her teacher did, indeed, look a little bit like her. A much more glamorous, handsome, and male version of her, to be precise, even if he was on the shorter side. In any case, her teacher, who called himself Shadow, was a strange being. When he emerged from her shadow, he looked like a young man with flawless alabaster skin, raven black hair, and beautiful eyes that resembled two pieces of glistening onyx. His exquisite appearance was perfectly human, if a bit too sublime. That said, her teacher did not have a shadow of his own. He also avoided mirrors like a plague, to the point that she was prohibited from having any in her vicinity. So, although Rain couldn't confirm it, she suspected that he did not have a reflection either, which led her to believe that her teacher was a vampire. He wasn't afraid of sunlight, though, and did not seem interested in drinking her blood, or any blood for that matter. In short, even after spending 4 years in the company of her teacher, Rain still had no idea what he was. Any attempt to ask him questions about his identity resulted in nonsensical answers that simply couldn't be taken seriously. Like, "Teacher, please tell me, who are you, really? Haven't I told you already? Gods, how many times do I have to repeat it? I am you long-lost brother. I'm pretty sure I would remember having an older brother. You would assume so, wouldn't you?" But, you see, after I killed the evil version of myself and reached the estuary of the River of Time, which flows inside the great pyramid that a dreadful demon had built from the blood and flesh of an unholy titan, I was attacked by a vile, odious, very nasty, no-good bird and had my fate stolen, so no one in the world remembers me. Oh, but before that I was very famous. Not only was I famous, but even my secret alter ego was famous. World-renowned, even I was a war hero too. And extremely wealthy. In fact, do you know Princess Nephis, changing star of the Immortal Flame clan? I was practically her boyfriend. Uh-huh. Or teacher, can I ask you a question? How old are you? Exactly? You certainly can. Huh, that's a complicated question. One might say that I am a few years older than you, but at the same time, this incarnation of me has only been born about 4 years ago. Oh, but actually, I guess I'm thousands of years old. I've just forgotten most of it after my cursed magical sword rebelled against me, and I had to destroy it as well as my memories. A cursed magical sword? How did you destroy it? Well, I just told it to be gone, and it was gone. Your teacher is that awesome, or... Teacher, tell me the truth. You're not an evil god, are you? Of course not, really. Sure. I mean, the blood of an ancient demon does flow in my veins, and I did devour the alabaster phalanx of a nebulous deity after being cast down into the darkness of a bottomless abyss. And technically, I am indeed the master of a lightless fragment that was torn from a divine realm, but an evil god. Preposterous. I see. I mean, I am a demigod at best, in short. After a while, Rain had stopped asking questions. She felt that even if she had not gone mad yet, she definitely would if she continued. So she just lived her life, and endured the harsh training as well as the odd and eerie quirks of her mysterious teacher. Despite blaming him for not getting a chance to challenge the first nightmare, Rain knew that his guidance had saved her life on numerous occasions. She had grown much stronger and more capable under his mentorship, too. After a while, she had grown accustomed to his company and even found comfort in it. Not right now, though. Right now, she was seriously considering exorcising him. Hey, Rain, why are you spacing out? She flinched and looked at her teacher, feeling slightly embarrassed. He shook his head. Go on. Harvest that stone worm before the queen takes it. Rain stared at the revolting corpse of the dead abomination, sighed, and jumped down into the pit. Pulling a sharp hunting knife from the sheath attached to the small of her back, she grimaced and got to work, mumbling. Before the queen takes it? Ha! Why would she take a measly stoneworm as if she has need of such a weak and ugly servant? Chapter 1627, Hunting Spoils. Despite the fact that Rain's clash with the stoneworm had only lasted a dozen seconds, she was tired. Not only because she had tracked the creature down for a long time first, spending hours to prepare the ambush, but also because those few seconds of absolute mental concentration and daunting physical exertion took a lot out of her. That was how it went every time. If a mundane human wanted to face a nightmare creature, anything less than giving it your all and then some meant death. Not that there were a lot of mundanes going out of their way to fight abominations. Not a lot of those who lived to tell the tale, at least in that sense. Rain was an anomaly. Sadly, the harsh physical demands of the hunt were not over after her prey was dead. Grimacing, Rain gripped her sharp hunting knife and went about dressing the stone worm. Its flesh was wiry and tough. Its scales were even tougher. Even with her knife having been forged from mystical steel, it took all of Rain's strength to rend the dead abomination, especially because she didn't want to become drenched in its blood, not only because that would have been icky, but also because the stench of blood could attract other nightmare creatures. Curse it all. She worked up a sweat, eventually taking off her jacket and vest and rolling up the sleeves of her Henley. The ash continued to rain from the sky, smearing her ivory skin like black ink. Her teacher, meanwhile, sat comfortably on a rock and observed her with a content expression, not even trying to help Bastard. Cursing again? Rain, a proper young lady, should act with modesty, poise, and decorum. Ah, you were such a well-mannered girl when we met. Where did you even pick up these bad habits? Who taught you such foul language? Tell me, and I'll beat the crap out of the damned bastard. She paused for a moment, glared at him, and then returned to her work without saying a word. Stop pouting. I'm not pouting. Rain collected the abomination's sharp fangs. Those could be used to fashion arrowheads, then moved to its limbs and separated the stone-like blades from the joints. The blades could be sold in Ravenhart for a good price or bartered for other materials. However, the true treasure was the hide of the stone worm. Although it was merely a dormant monster, the scales of these creatures were lightweight and tough. The awakened who had not earned a good armor-type memory yet often used them to fashion scale mail. Those with plenty of coins could afford something better, of course, but there were many of those who couldn't. And when the latter got in trouble, their armor needed to be mended with even more scales. Therefore, there was always demand for stone worms' hides. Rain herself had worn such a scale mail armor at one point, but after hunting an awakened beast, she switched to equipment made from its leather, so she could earn a pretty penny by selling this hide. It was just that harvesting it was a tough and dirty process. She arduously separated the hide from the flesh of the monster, cleaned it the best she could, and rolled it into a hefty sack. Tying the sack with rope, she grimaced and rubbed it with ash to get rid of the smell. Then she retrieved her 2 arrows after studying them for a few moments. Rain sighed. One could be repaired, but the other was unsalvageable. Her arsenal of arrows was growing dangerously poor. There were plenty of them in the quiver, but only a few of those made from the fangs of the awakened beast remained. She cleaned the intact arrow and put it aside. Finally, for the most important part, fishing out 2 gleaming crystals from the remains of the stone worm, Rain looked at her teacher and smiled. "Shall I?" He raised his white hands and applauded her quietly. "Go ahead. Good kill." Rain pushed what remained of the hideous carcass into the pit with her foot, then knelt and placed the crystals on a flat rock. She often saw awakened crush soul shards in their fists, but her mundane hands bruised terribly if she tried. So instead, she simply brought the butt of her knife down on them. The crystals shattered, and she felt an almost imperceptible amount of foreign essence trickle into her soul. It was a strange sensation, and one she had only become able to perceive recently. Her teacher seemed satisfied, and she was too. "Teacher, how long do you think it will be before I can attempt forming a soul core?" He studied her for a few moments, then smiled. "Soon. You can already sense and control your essence, so it won't be long before it awakens." However, a soft sigh escaped from his lips. "Something tells me that it is not soon enough. So, we'll need to hurry up. You have to hunt another awakened abomination, a strong one as well." Rain shivered, remembering the last time she faced an awakened nightmare creature. That clash had almost cost her life, had that been strong in her teacher's eyes. She gave him a long look. "You know that we can simply buy an awakened soul shard or a few? It will be expensive, sure, but my parents can help. Wait, actually, why do we need to buy them? Teacher, you're so great and awesome. Just do your thing. Tell a bunch of powerful abominations to be gone and let me collect the shards." He stared at her dubiously and coughed. "Well, sure, you're right. Your teacher is awesome. I can kill the abominations for you." Rain's eyes gleamed. "Really?" But he was not done talking, and while I'm at it, why don't I awaken for you as well? Should I also feed you from a spoon, like a little baby? He scoffed. "Let me tell you, a baby I knew transcended before learning how to walk. And he didn't even have me as a teacher. Come to think of it, what's your excuse, huh? What do you have to say for yourself?" Rain glared at him hatefully, then looked away. "Forget I said anything?" She cleaned her weapons, sheathed her knife, and fastened the rolled hide of the stone worm to her pack. Finally ready to depart, Rain hoisted the pack on her shoulders and started to walk. It was time to head back to Ravenhart. Chapter 1628, Weary Pilgrim. Rain made a point of using light equipment, and yet she carried considerable weight. There were her clothes and armor, her bow, a quiver of arrows, the javelin she used, her sword, the hunting knife attached to her belt, and another knife hidden in her boot. There was also plenty of stuff in her pack and attached to her pack, everything she needed to hunt and survive in the wilderness. It would have been nice to simply summon and dismiss all these things when she needed them. But alas, Rain couldn't use memories. She couldn't even really use the memories that someone else had summoned and handed to her. because her soul did not have a core, and she was not a carrier of the nightmare spell. Weighed down by the additional burden of the stoneworm's hide and fangs, Rain felt miserable. It didn't help at all that Ravenhart was situated in the mountains. She was currently at the bottom of a deep gorge, not too far from the relatively flat area at the foot of the mountain chain where the farms feeding the city were located. There was a long, tough climb ahead of her. Using the javelin as a staff, Rain slowly made her way out of the gorge. Luckily, she was in good shape, amazing shape, really. Her lithe and resilient body had been tempered by years of relentless training and was pretty much at the very limit of what mundane humans could achieve. In the past, Rain had trained extensively with private tutors. She had thought that her physical condition was stellar back then. She had known nothing. Under her teacher's harsh and prudent guidance, her physical state entered an entirely new territory. Her youthful body was strong, tenacious, and as nimble as that of a cat. Even the most elite athletes would have been rattled and green with envy if they witnessed what she was capable of. Not that it mattered. Any awakened could still blow her away with one half-hearted slap. Ah, whatever. Sometimes Rain was angry at her teacher for prohibiting her from challenging the first nightmare, but at the same time, she was thankful to him. Not for her own sake, but on behalf of her parents. They had already lost one child to the nightmare spell. If she was alone, Rain would have gladly risked her life for the chance of becoming an awakened, but she could not bear the thought of putting her mom and dad through that suffering again. So her teacher's promise to help her awaken without having to challenge a nightmare was like a glimmer of light in a sea of darkness. In any case, even though climbing mountains in terrible weather while carrying a heavy load was hard and miserable, she had long grown accustomed to it. As Rain ascended higher and higher, her teacher walked side by side with her, going over the events of the hunt. She had performed well and managed to kill the stone worm without sustaining any injuries, but there were still things that could have been done better, and things that could have been done differently. Maybe I shouldn't sell the blades we harvested from the stone worm. Next time, I can place them at the bottom of the pit like spikes. That's a good idea, but don't rely on traps too much. This time the bastard ran straight, but next time you might not get so lucky. What were you going to do if the worm bypassed your pit? Retreat to lure him into the second pit, of course, and anyway, was it really luck? I investigated the slope and found the wormholes, chose an ambush spot, and dug pits between the former and the latter. Beasts are stupid, so the enemy would have gone after me using the shortest path. Sure, it turned out to be a monster, a bit smarter, but still pretty dumb. What do you think luck is, brat? Luck is not something that just happens to you. It's something that you make happen. Believe me, I would know. I used to be the luckiest person in the world, unluckiest too. Soon Rain climbed high enough to escape the raining ash. The scorching heat was replaced by merciless cold, and the black soot was replaced by pristine snow. A strong wind rose, chilling her to the bone and almost tossing her off the slope. Cursing, Rain shivered and hurriedly took her coat out of the pack, wrapping herself in its warmth and pulling the fur hood down. The coat, too, was fashioned from the hide of the awakened beast she had hunted, so it was enough to protect her from the fatal cold of the mountains. Buttoning up the tall collar to shield her face, she lifted the pack and turned to look at her teacher. He was standing a few meters away, wearing nothing but his light armor. Nevertheless, he was not showing any sign of being bothered by the cold, which only went further to solidify Rain's conviction that her teacher was some kind of unholy wraith. His gaze was strangely solemn. Turning to look in the same direction, she suddenly noticed a dark silhouette slowly moving through the snowstorm. Rain tensed for a moment, but then relaxed, noticing that it was a human. A moment later, the strong wind died down and the blizzard ended just as suddenly as it had begun. She waved a hand and headed toward the stranger. "Hey, are you lost?" However, her hand froze in the air. Something was wrong. Why hadn't her teacher disappeared into the shadows? He never showed himself when other people were around. Her javelin was already rising when she finally got a good look at the approaching stranger. It was a young woman 3 or 4 years younger than herself. A teenager, really. Just like her teacher, she was only wearing a suit of light armor, which was torn and turned dark with frozen blood. Her skin was so pale that it looked blue, like that of a corpse, and her steps were slow and clumsy. Her eyes were like frosty glass devoid of any light, and her face was like a mask carved out of ice. She was dead. Don't disturb her. Her teacher's voice was glum. Rain grew quiet, lowering her javelin, and then took a step back to let the dead girl pass. A tiny sigh escaped from her lips. The closer the walking corpse drew, the better she could see the terrible wounds covering her frigid body. Eventually, unable to look, Rain turned away and furtively rubbed her eyes. The dead girl walked past them without showing any reaction, her bruised, pale face motionless, and slowly disappeared into the swirling snow. A few moments later, the wind erased her footprints, as if she had never existed. Rain and her teacher were left alone on the snowy slope. She sighed. The winter solstice had just passed recently. Is she one of this year's sleepers? He nodded. She must have died on the way to a citadel, so the queen took her. Rain remained silent for a while, then sighed again. Queen Song held authority over death, so anything that died in her domain was taken by her. It wasn't rare to see the dead pilgrims walking through the snow. For some, the journey was long. For some, the journey was short. After reaching Ravenhart, they entered the ice caves under the palace and became the queen's servants. Queen Song was the queen of the living, but she was also the queen of the dead. That was why people in the sword domain derisively called her the Queen of Worms. That nickname was preposterous, of course. There were no worms in the ice halls, where the cold was so terrible that only the dead could survive. Rain stared in the direction where the taken girl had disappeared, considering if she should follow her. Following a pilgrim was safer, because nightmare creatures tended to avoid them. But in the end, she decided to continue on her way. Seeing the dead girl was just too unnerving, because the perished sleeper reminded Rain of her own insolent aspirations to become a carrier of the nightmare spell against her teacher's wishes. If she had, would she have ended up walking frozen through the snow too? Chapter 1629, Roads to the Future. Eventually, Rain reached one of the roads leading from the lowlands to the city. These mountain roads had been in use from before the Chain of Nightmares. It was hard to remember now after the population of Ravenhart exploded to many millions, but it had been a great citadel, even prior to that. The roads leading to the Great Bridge and the beautiful palace beyond it were actually thousands of years old. Granted, they had been in a state of desolation and disrepair when the Song clan made the ancient citadel their home. The awakened of the Great Legacy clan had restored them to their former glory, and the whole network was further expanded to account for the increased traffic in the past 4 years. Now, heavily protected road crews were far away from the citadel, building safe highways to other cities within the Song domain. Many awakened with utility aspects were participating in the construction, and many warriors were employed to defend the moving builder camps from the roving nightmare creatures. Rain had even tried to get hired for one of the crews, but no one wanted to employ a mundane fighter. The best they could do was remain polite and not laugh in her face. She couldn't really blame them in any case. Now that she had reached the wide and well-maintained road, the rest of the ascent would become much easier. There was probably a metaphor about the unnecessary hardships of walking the untrodden path somewhere in there, but Rain wasn't going to start complaining to her teacher again. He had retreated into her shadow anyway, unwilling to be seen by other people. Rain rested for a bit, quenched her thirst from a military canteen, and continued on her way. There were many people on the road, workers descending into the lowlands or returning from their shifts, Song warriors on patrols, caravans loaded with heavy cargo. Life was thriving, and the young city was boiling with activity. Rain had grown up in the vast human jungle of NQSC, so Ravenhart did not seem that large in comparison. However, it somehow felt much more vibrant. Its atmosphere was entirely different, as though everyone here was looking forward to the future. instead of trying not to think about it while being afraid of the past. 4 years ago, she did not understand the decision her parents had made to relocate the whole family, including her younger siblings, into the dream realm. Sure, her father had been offered a new position as one of the government liaisons in the Song domain, which was technically a big promotion. But was it worth it to uproot the family, abandon the safety and modern convenience of NQSC, and tie the lives of their children to the dream realm? Returning to the waking world or leaving the domain meant being sent into the first nightmare after all. No matter how well prepared you were, it was a deadly gamble. When Rain asked her parents why they wanted to move to Ravenhart, her father had answered simply, "Because that is where the future is." Now she thought she understood what he had meant. The future of humanity was, indeed, here currently. The waking world was incomparably more populous and developed than the dream realm. But in a generation or two, their positions would be reversed. Eventually, the dying birthplace of humanity might even be entirely abandoned, making this harsh and dreadful world their only home, and those who had left the cradle early would have an advantage in that future. So the decision her parents had made was ultimately for the sake of Rain and her siblings. It was all to give them a head start. If humanity can even survive in the dream realm, which was not a given despite the power of the two sovereigns, she sighed and stepped aside to let a heavy wagon roll past her. Some of these wagons were being pulled by awakened, who were much stronger and more resilient than any beast of burden could be, while some were not. The one rolling past Rain was being pulled by a nightmare creature, a hideous beast that resembled a nightmarish fusion of a carnivorous bull and a horned reptile was attached to a harness, dragging the wagon behind it. There were no draft animals in the dream realm, or any other kind of cattle. However, here in Ravenhart, nightmare creatures were often used to pull wagons, plow the fields, and perform all kinds of labor-intensive or dangerous jobs. It was all thanks to Saint Song Unbin, better known as Beastmaster. Funnily enough, the most terrifying of Kisong's daughters had also done the most to ease the lives of the citizens of Ravenhart. If not for her, the development of the city, and the Song domain as a whole, would have never been as fast or as explosive. Of course, it was still a bit creepy to be around the subjugated nightmare creatures, and one had to be cautious around them. Even enchanted by Beastmaster, they were dangerous beasts, so each had to be watched over by a trained handler. Looking at the wagon roll away, Rain sighed. Saint Unbin is amazing. Her teacher's voice resounded from the shadows, sounding a bit wistful. "Oh, Beastmaster? Well, she's not bad. You know, she once asked me to run away with her. Of course, I refused. Your teacher is not someone who can be swayed by a pretty face." Rain gave her shadow a dubious glance, but kept her remarks to herself. Grimacing, she carried her heavy pack and continued forward. The closer to the city she got, the more crowded the road became. There were more awakened patrolling it, too, some even accompanied by echoes. The temperature slowly rose until it was warm enough for her to take off her coat. She even unbuttoned her jacket. By the time the distant cold sun was ready to disappear behind the horizon, Rain finally reached her destination. In front of her, built on the slope of the tall volcano, stood the gates of Ravenhart. Chapter 1630, Ravenhart. From where Rain stood on the slope, she could see most of the city. Ravenhart was separated into 3 distinct districts. The largest by far was sprawled on the dark slope of the fuming volcano, protected from the merciless cold by its heat. This was where millions of mundane humans lived. Their homes were mostly built from black stone, so it seemed as though the entire city was a part of the mountain, intricately carved from its slope by some divine being. The second district was built on the grandiose stone bridge that stretched over a bottomless chasm toward a distant snowy mountain. It was much smaller than the first one, but still rather large. That bridge was home to most of the awakened citizens of Ravenhart, since only they could survive the bitter cold and the strong winds blowing across it. And finally, a sublime palace that seemed to be cut from obsidian glass stood at the opposite end of the great bridge. The palace was visible from anywhere in Ravenhart. When the weather was good, its dark and ethereal beauty never failing to take one's breath away. That was where Queen Song and her clan lived, and where the gateway to the waking world was located. The Dream Gate, meanwhile, was located directly opposite the palace, on the slope of the volcano behind the mundane district supply shipments, and new settlers arrived from it almost every day, lured by the promise of a better life. Rain spent a few moments enjoying the view of the city, then hurried to the gate. She couldn't wait to reach her den and climb under a warm blanket. There were a few familiar faces preparing to leave the city just as she was returning. A group of young awakened were gathered in front of the gate, all clad in enchanted armor and wielding memory weapons. A few of the young men seemed to be paying rapt attention to her. Rain sighed. These guys again. Her teacher didn't say anything, but she could feel an almost palpable scorn radiating from her shadow. One of the young awakened waved at her and smiled. Rain, coming back from a hunt. She lingered, trying to come up with a polite way to avoid a conversation. Sadly, her mind was blank. Eventually, Rain forced out a pale smile. "Oh yeah, I tracked down the nightmare creature that has been harassing one of Theorm's recently. A stone worm. Yeah, it's dead." The young man stared at her somewhat intensely, wearing an expression that she struggled to discern. Why does he always stare at me? I'm crazy, I know. No need to make your distaste so obvious. To add insult to injury, the guy was very handsome, like all awakened were. He used to be one of the mundane humans that had relocated to Ravenhart like her, but challenged the first nightmare last year. Being more or less the same age, they had known each other before a little. But now there was a great divide between their status and social standing. Is there something on my face? The young awakened coughed and awkwardly looked away. No. We are just leaving to patrol. Anyway, good to see you. Oh, is that a stone worm hide? I was actually hoping to purchase some scales. Do you want to meet tomorrow, maybe? I have some spare coin to spend. Rain gave him a strange look. The guy was clearly wearing a full suit of enchanted armor. From the look of it, it was an awakened memory, and of a high tier at that. Why the hell would he need stone worm scales? He noticed her expression and coughed again. Ah, it's for a friend of mine, a friend, weirdo. Rain shrugged. Aren't you going on a patrol? You won't be back for at least a week. Sorry, I don't want my house to reek like a slaughterhouse, so I'll sell the hide tomorrow on the market. The young men blinked. Oh, right. She shook her head, nodded at him, and walked away. As Rain was leaving, though, she heard the awakened whispering among each other. Huh? Who was that? Why is she wearing trash? Does she have no memories? You don't know. That's Crazy Rain. She's a mundane girl who goes around hunting nightmare creatures. What? No way. It's true, you only awakened this year, so you don't know. She's infamous here in Ravenhart, actually. Some say that she has killed more abominations than all of us combined. No one knows why she's still alive. But she is. Damn, too bad she's a lunatic. Both of you, shut up. Yeah, shut up. And don't her a lunatic. She might hear. Rain walked away, leaving the annoying whispers behind. Passing through the city gates, she pursed her lips and complained to her teacher, "Why do those guys always stare at me and try to stir up trouble? Can't they just leave me alone?" Her teacher answered in an incredulous tone, "You don't know?" Rain raised an eyebrow. "No what?" There was a long pause, and then her teacher chuckled. "They stare at you because you're pretty. There's no one prettier than my little sister." She couldn't help but burst into laughter, making a few people give her strange looks, right. Perhaps talking to myself in the middle of the street is not the best idea, especially considering that they already think I'm crazy. Rain shook her head derisively. Who, me? There are thousands of female awakened in Ravenhart, and each of them is prettier than me. I doubt an awakened guy would ever give me a second look. Of course, she knew that she was not too bad, really, appearance-wise, by mundane standards. but the effect of the awakening on one's body was simply too great. Ah, they all have such smooth and silky skin and no calluses. A weathered brute like me cannot compete. Her teacher scoffed quietly in the shadows. Gods, how dense are you, girl? He remained silent for a few moments and then suddenly gasped, Wait, eye candy cafe. There was another long pause, and then a dejected sigh. We are definitely siblings. The outer wall of the mundane district was thick and tall. Rain passed through the gateway, still thinking about what her teacher had said. Pretty? I'm pretty? He was teasing me, right? That scoundrel, maybe if he allowed me to have a mirror at home, I wouldn't have had to ask. Her thoughts were interrupted by an awakened warrior who suddenly appeared in her way. His equipment was visibly more potent than that of the young men and women whom she had met outside, and his face was much more mature. Unlike those inexperienced greenhorns, he was a true warrior of song. This way, please. Rain obediently followed the awakened to the side where a cohort of veterans like him was keeping a watchful eye on everyone entering the city. They were led by a stunningly beautiful woman wearing an enchanted robe of fine wine-colored silk, a master. There was no sign of Rain's teacher, as if he had dove deeper into the shadows. She approached the beautiful woman and bowed respectfully. The Ascended smiled. Oh, it's you, little sister Rain, was it? Please don't move. A torrent of ethereal sparks swirled around her hand, and a red flower appeared on her palm. Its dark petals seemed to be glistening with dew, and it emanated a pleasant fragrance. The woman raised her hand as if offering the flower to Rain. Of course, Rain did not take it. Instead, she froze and looked at the crimson blossom solemnly. A few moments passed in tense silence, then a few more. She glanced at the beautiful master. The woman was still smiling, but her eyes were cold and full of dark something. Murder math. That's what her teacher called it. Rain remembered the strange term well, because he often lamented the fact that she seemed to lack that cold quality, whatever it was. In any case, the powerful Ascended was calmly calculating how to kill her should the need arise. It was more than a little bit unnerving. Luckily, nothing of the sort ended up happening. A dozen seconds later, the Ascended's smile finally reached her eyes. Moving her hand, she dismissed the red flower and gestured for Rain to leave. Welcome back. Have a nice evening. Rain bowed one more time and walked away. Internally, she sighed. This strange meeting was actually not strange at all. It was something that everyone entering Ravenhart or any other citadel in the Song domain, she would imagine, had to go through. The Sword domain had their own version of the ritual, and there were versions of it in the waking world as well. Its purpose was to prevent the dreadful Bane, Skinwalker, from infiltrating more human settlements. Although all other abominable things that had invaded the waking world during the Chain of Nightmare were either slain or remained in Antarctica, Skinwalker was different. It had entered the siege capitals by pretending to be human before the dream gates were even opened. Once there, Skinwalker spread like a curse. There were little details about how it had been stopped, but Rain heard that the government forces led by Wake of Ruin and the great clans had joined forces to eradicate the creature. The sovereigns emerged, and Lady Nephis returned from the third nightmare with 5 other saints just in time. Eventually, they managed to prevent Skinwalker from spreading to the rest of the quadrants, but they had not managed to destroy it completely. Today, Skinwalker was like a nightmare that haunted all of humanity. Its vessels were somewhere out there, in the shadows, hiding in the vast reaches of the dream realm or in the poisonous wilds of the waking world. Worst of all, the creature had learned and adapted, its act becoming almost indistinguishable from normal humans. Several citadels had already fallen after being infiltrated by Skinwalker, and if rumors were true, several cities in the eastern quadrant had as well. That was why there were new security measures everywhere humans lived, aimed at preventing similar tragedies from happening again. Apart from the appearance of the Dream Gates and the great wave of colonization that followed, the existence of Skinwalker had caused the single most significant change, perhaps, in how humans lived after the Chain of Nightmares. so Rain didn't mind being checked while entering Ravenhart. If she had indeed been taken by the harrowing fiend, the flower the beautiful master summoned would have wilted, alerting her to the presence of a pretender. There was one thing she did not quite understand, though. Once Rain walked far enough from the gate, she whispered, "Teacher, can I ask you a question?" The answer came almost immediately. "You sure can?" She lingered for a moment. "What would they have done if I was truly a vessel of Skinwalker? A cohort of awakened and a single master. No matter how powerful she is, a great nightmare creature can wipe them out in seconds. They would have stood no chance." This time, there was a longer pause before her teacher answered, "Have you noticed a bronze mirror installed on the wall behind them?" Rain nodded. "Sure. There are mirrors like that everywhere in Ravenhart." He sighed. "They would have asked the mirror to help. That is already more than you should know, so don't ask anything else." Rain couldn't help but throw a startled glance at her shadow. They would have asked the mirror to help. Don't tell me, did her teacher's irrational fear of mirrors have an actual reason behind it? Unsure what to think, Rain dove into the bustling labyrinth of Ravenhart's streets. Since the mundane district was sprawled on the slope of the volcano, it was divided into many vertical levels, not unlike the terrace neighborhood in NQSC where she had grown up. Granted, the terraces that had been carved on the black slope were of a much greater scale, supporting numerous buildings and housing millions of people. The lower levels were where most of the work took place, while the higher levels were mostly residential. Additionally, the more affluent neighborhoods were situated closer to the Great Bridge, while the poorer ones were situated further from it. Rain's parents lived in one of the former, while her own den was in one of the latter. Actually, it was not too far from the city gate, which felt like a blessing today. Dead tired, Rain found her way home, unlocked the door, and finally dropped the heavy pack. A few minutes later, she crawled under her warm fur blanket and closed her eyes. The moment her head hit the pillow, all thoughts disappeared from it. Rain yawned, curled into a ball, and said drowsily, "Good night, teacher," he responded a moment later. "You too, sleep tight." Her teacher's familiar voice was like a lullaby, knowing that he would protect her if anything happened at night. Rain allowed herself to relax and comfortably fell into the embrace of sleep. Rain was woken up by the delicious smell of breakfast. She spent a few minutes in sweet drowsiness, enjoying the warmth of her bed and the softness of her pillow, then yawned and sat up. Immediately after, she winced. Ouch. Her whole body was sore, which was not at all unfamiliar but still unpleasant. The rigors of hunting nightmare creatures were not something a mundane body could handle easily, so she needed a few days of rest to recover from the fatigue. Unlike the awakened, who could bounce back from straining themselves to the extreme in a matter of hours, whimpering pitifully, Rain climbed from under the furs and performed a few simple stretching exercises. When her stiff muscles relaxed a little, she sighed and finally went to the makeshift kitchen situated at the opposite side of her den, where the tantalizing aroma of freshly cooked food was coming from. Rain's lair consisted of one rather spacious room and a modest bathroom. It was mostly below ground and did not get a lot of light, since the only window was situated near the ceiling. As a result, most of the space was drowning in deep shadows. It was also one of the reasons why the rent was so cheap. Her bed took one of the corners, while the kitchen took another. The largest portion of the room was used for training, and lastly, the whole part near the entrance was meant for storing hunting spoils. The workbench where she mended her belongings and crafted new equipment was also there, littered with various tools, materials, and feathers for fletching arrows. It was a bit messy and a bit too Spartan. Few people would have wanted to live in a place like that, and Rain wasn't really living here either. Her time was usually divided equally between the den and her much more comfortable family home. Staying with her parents was nicer, but having a place of her own also felt good, not to mention provided endless convenience. She wouldn't want her mom and dad to faint every time she came back to Ravenhart caked in blood and covered in bruises. They were already very disapproving of every decision she had made in the past few years. But what could she do? She couldn't really say that her shadow talked to her, teaching her how to kill nightmare creatures and telling her to do strange things. Rain was already an adult and could make her own decisions now. Anyway, she was 20. Eat your breakfast before it gets cold, young lady. And don't forget your vegetables. Her teacher's voice made Rain flinch. Pouting slightly, she sat down at the counter and moved the plate closer. Her sour expression did not last, though, swiftly replaced by delight. Rain was very hungry after the hunt. In just a few minutes, all the delicious things her teacher had prepared were gone. Putting the utensils down, Rain said sedately, "Thank you, teacher." He was surprisingly good at cooking for an evil deity. Rain never saw her teacher eat, but she suspected that he was secretly a gourmet. Was that the reason he had chosen to haunt her? Because she stupidly recommended him a good brand of instant ramen once. A cold voice scoffed from the shadows, sounding a little bashful nevertheless. "What are you thanking me for? Proper nutrition is also a part of good training." "This is actually nothing, let me tell you. When I was about your age, I was dining on great monsters." After hearing that last part, Rain almost choked on water and glanced at her shadow fearfully. He's joking. He must be joking. Is he joking?" She stared at the shadow for a few moments, then hurriedly turned away. Some time later, Rain left her den carrying the hide of the stone worm. She had left most of her weapons behind, but kept the tachi in a scabbard at her belt. No matter how safe the streets of Ravenhart were, she never parted with her sword. There were a few errands Rain had to run. First, she went to the town hall of the mundane district to report the completion of the mission. The stone worm had been harassing the farmers in the lowlands for a few weeks, so there was a reward set by the authorities for its extermination, which Rain now received with a wide smile. There were a lot of tasks and missions issued by the town hall every day. Most issues were handled by the retainers of the royal clan or the servants of one of the vassal clans, but there were always things they didn't have time or numbers to handle promptly. Therefore, anyone could take on a task or two and receive a corresponding reward. The town hall also handled many private missions, so there was never a lack of opportunities for unaffiliated talents. Of course, only awakened took the combat missions. Unsurprisingly, Rain turned heads every time she came here, and every clerk knew her by name. She had long learned to ignore the stares. After receiving the reward, Rain studied the mission board for a while. She was not in a hurry to take on a new task, but it was a good way to stay informed about what was happening in and around the city. A new road crew? Strange. It seemed that the royal clan was assembling a new road construction crew, but its scale seemed much greater than all the previous ones. The pay was also much higher, which made the offer extremely alluring. However, it seemed like hazard pay. The description implied a higher than usual danger level of the new job. Strangely enough, there was no mention of what region of the dream realm the new road was meant to connect to. More than that, from what Rain knew, there were already crews building roads to all neighboring citadels. So, where would this new one lead exactly? In any case, that was none of her business. Rain had no intention of trying to get hired as a worker, and no one would employ her as a guard. Still, a lot of Awakened would probably leave the city once the construction started, so that was something to account for. Deep in thought, she left the town hall and headed to the lower levels of the district, where the largest market was located. Descending a set of steep stairs cut into the dark slope of the volcano, she asked in a confused tone, "Teacher, doesn't that new road crew seem strange? Where are they building a road to?" He remained silent for a while, then laughed quietly. "Strange? No, not at all. As for where they are going, that's simple enough to guess. They are going east." Rain frowned. East? There was nothing much east of Ravenhart, only the death zones. Granted, the sword domain lay beyond them, but that didn't change the fact. What was the point of building a road to a wild and deadly region of the dream realm? Her teacher was not making any sense, which, admittedly, happened quite often. He's just trying to sound smart to cover up his lack of knowledge. How clumsy. Smiling, Rain shook her head and continued descending the stairs. The market was a large and lively place. Numerous stalls were set up in the open with more respectable storefronts visible here and there. Almost anything could be bought here, starting with materials harvested from the carcasses of nightmare creatures, and ending with rare items brought over from the waking world via the Dreamgate weapons, home appliances, fashionable clothes, crafting tools, whatever one needed, it could probably be found here. Of course, items of true quality were sold in other, more exclusive places. Some of the elite shops were not even situated in the mundane district, so potential customers had to brave the chilling cold of the bridge or send awakened retainers to complete the purchase. Still, most citizens of Ravenhart visited the market when they needed something. Rain knew the place well and swiftly made her way to the area where the harvested materials were sold. After haggling with a familiar merchant, she sold off the stoneworm hide and weighed her coin purse in her hand, full of satisfaction. With this payment and the reward she had received in the town hall, Rain was flush with money. Best of all, she had managed to bring the stoneworm down without suffering any wounds, so she didn't even need to hire a healer. Healers were rare and therefore prohibitively expensive. Awakened warriors were the ones habitually sustaining injuries, but they also had a lot of spending power. Rain did not, so most of the money she had made in the past years ended up going toward her medical expenses, but not today. Whistling joyously, she left the market and made her way to one of the many public baths in Ravenhart. Due to the volatile nature of the region, there were numerous hot springs here, and soaking in them had quickly become the favored pastime of the citizens. If there was such a thing as tourism in the dream realm, the capital of song would definitely have been a popular destination due to its hot springs. Maybe in the future, before entering the bathhouse, Rain stopped in a dark alley behind it. A shadow separated from her own and settled in the darkness, then waved casually. Leaving her teacher alone, she proceeded inside to enjoy some privacy. Soon, having taken a shower, Rain submerged her weary body into the hot water and felt the many pains bothering her dissolve in it. There were many mystical minerals in the mountains surrounding Ravenhart, so these springs were supposed to have healing effects. She didn't know how true that statement was exactly, but visiting the baths was definitely both pleasant and reinvigorating. She had mostly come here to clean herself, though. It wouldn't do to come home covered in sweat, grime, and the stench of blood. The cleaner and fresher Rain looked in front of her parents, the less they would worry about her. So, she made a habit of visiting a bathhouse after every hunt. Still, it wouldn't harm anyone if she soaked in the hot water a bit more. And maybe a bit more. Maybe a bit more after all. Was she pressed for time? No. As Rain was relaxing with her eyes closed, she couldn't help to hear bits and pieces of conversations that other people were having around her. A woman's voice was tinged with worry as she said, "Have you heard about Valor?" Another answered with confusion, "Heard what? The King of Swords. They say that he was actually replaced by a vessel of Skinwalker all the way back in Antarctica?" "Shh, lower your voice. Have you gone crazy to talk about a supreme that way? That can't possibly be true. I'm telling you it is. I heard it from my sister, who heard it from her neighbor, who heard it from an actual master. There is no way. But it would explain a lot of things, wouldn't it? The resource shortages we're having, it's all because of those Valor people. It's like they want us to starve, and aren't they a bit strange? Why does everyone in the sword domain treat our queen with such disrespect? That nasty nickname they gave her. That is strange indeed. If their king is a vessel of that thing, then who knows how many people there have already been taken. Gods, it's so scary. We are lucky to have come to the song domain. I hope they stay far away from us. But my cousins are in the sword domain. You must tell them to be careful then?" Rain shook her head and slid deeper into the water to block out the hushed conversation. Aren't they being ridiculous? Strangely enough, that ridiculous rumor was quite persistent. She had heard some version of it many times already, almost as if someone was spreading it on purpose. On the other hand, some hostility between the two domains was inevitable. They were both still dependent on the waking world after all, which meant that there was a competition for resources, and competition bred resentment, especially when one's livelihood was at stake. Resentment, in turn, bred these kinds of rumors. Plus, a vast majority of mundane humans living in the dream realm had come from Antarctica. They were traumatized and anxious sometimes, letting fear get the better of them. In any case, the public opinion of the sword domain was slowly changing for the worse in Ravenhart. There was nothing like that 4 years ago, but now, such sentiments were not uncommon. Why can't they just be happy that someone else is doing well? Rain threw the two scaredy women out of her heads and tried to enjoy herself in peace. Eventually, she emerged from the bathhouse looking as smooth and pink as a newborn baby. The rugged leather outfit was stuffed into her pack, replaced by much more casual, neat and tidy civilian clothes. The frightful monster huntress was gone, replaced by an innocent and lovely young woman. If the group of young awakened she had met at the city gate saw her, they would probably not believe their eyes. Feeling a bit strange in her simple dress, Rain put on an ash coat made from light, beautifully embroidered fabric. Pulling down its hood, she went to the dark alley, retrieved her teacher, and headed toward the upper levels of the city. She was going home. Rain stopped at a popular bakery and spent a good chunk of her coins on a set of delicious pastries. Her younger siblings were moody teenagers now, but she still liked to pamper them when she got the chance, or at least try to. Teenagers, sadly, were not easy to pamper. They're probably off to school already. Letting out a sigh, Rain walked along the steep streets of Ravenhart while enjoying the weather. It was on the colder side today, but the air was crisp and clear, not at all like the stale air of NQSC. There was no ash falling from the sky either. So the breathtaking vista of the sprawling vertical city was not obscured. Across the great stone bridge, a lonely peak pierced the sky, its slopes covered in snow. The beautiful palace of the Queen was hidden by a blizzard, though, so Rain could not enjoy its dark awe and splendor. Her thoughts slowly drifted to the awakened nightmare creature she was meant to find and slay. What class would it be? How long would the preparations take her? What strategies would she employ, and what contingencies should she put in place? Would she even survive that fight? Thinking about that somberly, she ascended rather high. Now she only had to get closer to the bridge, and she would be home. But before Rain reached the neighborhood where her parents lived, she noticed a crowd of people gathered on one of the scenic observation platforms. She stopped to listen to what they were talking about, curious to find out what the matter was. Their voices sounded excited. "Are you sure that he is coming back today?" "I'm sure. He already delivered the last of this year's sleepers to the cities in the south. There's nothing left for him to do but return." "I'm so excited I missed the day he departed, so I didn't see. I saw. I want to see it again, though." Rain tilted her head, confused. Who were they waiting for? Her teacher suddenly mumbled in a subdued tone. Gods, how is it even worse now? Did she imagine it? Or did his voice sound a little grumpy? Before Rain could ask, though, a swift shadow suddenly streaked across the city. She looked up just in time to see a wondrous creature sailing through the sky. The weather was clear, so she could witness it even from a distance. It was a dragon. A beautiful dragon was flying above Ravenhart. Its somber scales were the color of the midnight sky, and with sparks of sunlight reflecting on them, the great beast was like a fleece of starlit night that moved across the bright heavens. Its wings were open, casting a vast shadow, and it was that shadow that Rain had noticed. A chorus of excited vultures washed over her a moment later. It's him? Night Singer? Nightingale? The Dragon Slayer. Indeed, the magnificent creature was St. Kai, the Dragon Slayer. He had arrived a few weeks ago and then left to search for sleepers scattered across the Song Domain during the winter solstice. Now, it seemed, the search was over. Rain watched as the beautiful dragon flew across the great bridge and landed gracefully in front of the obscured palace. Soon its great body disappeared into the blizzard. She let out a quiet sigh, feeling a strange mix of emotions. Funnily enough, she actually knew St. Kai. One of her tutors had some kind of relationship with the famous idol, so St. Kai, although he wasn't even a saint back then, had graciously agreed to give her a few archery lessons. Later, when he transcended and became one of the pillars of the government forces, Their paths crossed a couple of times because of her father. Rain's father had nothing to do with battling nightmare creatures, but he was one of the senior government liaisons in Ravenhart. His work was administrative and mostly had to do with logistics, but still that meant meeting exalted figures quite often. In fact, Rain was familiar with St. Jet that way as well. Come to think of it, wasn't it weird how many famous people she knew? Rain had even spent some time with Lady Changing Star herself. Of course, she was most comfortable with Effie, saint raised by wolves, who for some reason used to live just a couple of houses down the street back in NQSC. Sadly, the government saints spent most of their time in the waking world, and when they came to the dream realm, each was assigned to a specific region. Effie was far away, in Bastion, so they had not seen each other in a while. The same went for Lady Nephis and Lady Cassia, both of whom had been kind to Rain in the past. Of course, all these renowned people might have been transcendent warriors, but which one of them could claim to be a dark deity? In a sense, the weirdness of knowing her teacher toppled all her other strange acquaintances, combined. In any case, Rain was just that, a passing acquaintance in the lives of these exalted figures. She doubted they really remembered her, let alone had thought about her sometimes. Why would they think about an insignificant, mundane girl? Her teacher, on the other hand, thought about her too much. It was hard to escape his nagging. Maybe I'll meet them again after becoming an awakened. Throwing one last glance into the distance, where the graceful figure of the black dragon had disappeared, Rain turned away and continued on her way home. Soon she reached a pretty two-story house, opened the door and walked inside with a bright smile. "Mom, Dad, I'm home." Unknown to Rain, the figure of her teacher lingered outside, staring across the great bridge from the shadows. Just at that moment, the snowstorm subsided, and the beautiful palace of black obsidian revealed itself on the steep mountain slope. Sunny studied its breathtaking beauty for a few moments, and then pursed his lips a little. His gaze was dark. Jade Palace. Being that close to another of Ariel's creations was rather uncomfortable. Of course, it was also one of the reasons he had come to Ravenhart. A few days before, far away from the harsh splendor of Ravenhart, Sunny was looking at Castle while hiding his emotions behind a polite smile. Oh, and by the way, her tone was neutral. Happy birthday. For a split second, his mask cracked. Sunny's face did not move, but his gaze changed. For a short moment, his eyes were much deeper and darker than before. The lightless depth contained within them was much too vast, much too cold, and much too unfathomable to fit the image of a harmless shopkeeper. He froze, a storm of emotions raging in his heart. For a second, Sunny was stunned, not knowing what to say. The shadows stirred, but then he quickly composed himself. "Why, thank you. But how did you know?" An irrational but desperate hope had ignited in his chest, trying to burn away his judgment. A hope that anyone remembered him, that Cassie did. The thought of it was both blindingly sweet and ruthlessly painful, because it was impossible. The fateless attribute, as he had called it, was thorough. So Sunny discarded that futile hope and hid his rattled state. How had she known that today was his birthday, though? Maybe, just maybe. Cassie was facing him, remaining silent. Her smile slowly dimmed, replaced by a strange and solemn expression. Sunny felt uncomfortable because her eyes were hidden by the blue fabric, but he did not show it. Come to think of it. He had not noticed it immediately, but Cassie looked a little strange. How could he describe it? She seemed a little haggard. Of course, a stranger would not have noticed, blinded by the stunning beauty of the blind seer. But to Sunny, she looked out of sorts. Her clothes, which had always been neat and tidy, were a little messy. Her hair was like a waterfall of pale gold, but it did not seem properly combed. There were signs of fatigue on her delicate face. Much more importantly, there was a hint of restless intensity to her which had never been there before, as if Cassie was not quite stable, having lost her innate state of composed balance. Sunny had seen all the other members of the cohort after returning, even if from afar, but it was his first time seeing Cassie. The blind seer seemed to have changed a lot. She finally turned away and walked a few steps, as if studying the dining hall of the Brilliant Emporium. It's strange. I've been delivered a note asking me to find a person named Sunless and wish him a happy birthday on a winter solstice, of all days. It happened a while ago, but the strangest past, the sender of the note, was me, and I don't remember ever writing it. Sunny remained silent, wanting her to say more. Sometimes silence was the best way to make people talk. The faint hope in his heart had been extinguished. Cassie did not remember. However, she seemed to have known that she would not remember, and therefore she had made arrangements for them to meet before the third nightmare. He suddenly felt stifled. Cassie traced her fingers across one of the tables and turned her head slightly. Sunless is a rather peculiar name, so I didn't think that finding him would be difficult. But, to my surprise, that person didn't seem to exist, not in the government databases, academy records, or the archives of the great clans. You might not know it, Master Sunless, but I am a rather knowledgeable person. One might even say that there's no one better at collecting information than me. Sunny tilted his head a little. Oh, he knew. That is indeed strange. His voice was pleasant and even... She smiled. A person named Sunless had not existed in either of the two worlds, until this year when you found your way to Bastion. Naturally, I was curious, so one studied you a little. I hope you don't mind. Sunny hesitated. Even if he did mind, no one in their right mind would rebuke Song of the Fallen, a prominent saint and one of the most valued seneschals of the great clan Valor. Cassie turned her head left and right as if looking around. I must admit, you are a fascinating man. Not only do you seem to have appeared out of nowhere, but your establishment is even built inside of an ascended devil. How inventive, he tensed. Well, it wasn't a surprise. Cassie's dormant ability allowed her a measure of insight into all living things. Marvelous Mimic was not an exception, so she would have realized its nature as soon as she approached the Brilliant Emporium. And yet she had stepped into the maw of an ascended devil without much worry. Was it confidence or indifference? Sunny was not sure. He coughed. Ah. Well, why not? My house might not be able to fly like your citadel, but it can walk. It's convenient. The more important question was, what did she see when looking at him? Weaver's mask was all the way in Godgrave, and while the nebulous mantle could hide his presence, it was nowhere nearly as potent at deflecting divination. Nevertheless, Sunny was not worried. He was mostly certain that Cassie's powers were based on a subconscious ability to perceive the strings of fate and sense when they were trembling. Since there were no strings of fate connected to him anymore, she should be powerless against him. As if to confirm his words, Cassie spoke calmly. Do you know what I sense when I look at you, though? Nothing. You are like a black void, completely empty. Sunny raised an eyebrow. That is not something a man wants to hear on his birthday, St. Cassia. She did not seem to have heard his words, continuing in the same tone. But this is perfect. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Oh, Master Sunless. You seem to be strangely well informed about my abilities, considering that you are not at all surprised to hear these things. Well, just in case, let me tell you. I used to be able to see the future. He hesitated for a while, a little startled by that statement. Used to. Castle nodded. Yes, this ability of mine has been in complete disarray after my third nightmare. Not just mine, actually. All awakened with high affinity to fate are suffering a reduction in their ability to discern the future. Not that there are a lot of us. It is almost as if fate itself has been thrown into chaos. Sunny forced out a smile. How terrible. She remained silent for a while, seemingly distracted. Then she said with a subtle hint of relief, Yes, it has been rather terrible, and I've been trying to find the cause for the past 4 years without any success. So the message that I seem to have sent myself made me think that you might be of help, and won't just think that I am crazy. Castle paused, then faced him and said tensely, Master Sunless, how would you react if I told you that there is a man-shaped hole in the world? Sunny remained motionless for a few moments. The expression on Cassie's face was tense and somber, defiant even, as if she was saying something that she had said many times already, only to be dismissed, or even branded as a lunatic. Sunny knew the feeling. He sighed, then pointed to the nearest table. "Have a seat. I sense that it's going to be a long conversation, so let me make you something to drink." He took a step back and retreated to the kitchen. He could have manifested an avatar instead, but really, Sunny needed a few minutes to collect himself. A man-shaped hole in the world. Indeed, to someone else, his absence would have felt like that. It was just that no one was able to remember witnessing the inexplicable void where a man named Sunless used to be. Cassie, however. Although she didn't seem to know the solution, she had somehow pieced the problem together. She knew that something was wrong with her, with everyone else, and with the world itself. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not prove it. She couldn't even remember trying to solve the problem. That must have been maddening. Not to mention the fact that her ability to perceive the future had suddenly betrayed her, leaving Cassie without another of her senses. The past 4 years must have been rough for her, and yet, selfishly, Sunny was glad. He shamefully felt a warmth in his heart. He wasn't quite remembered, but it felt so good for his absence to be witnessed by someone. At least, a few minutes later, he emerged from the kitchen with a teapot and a couple cups. Cassie was sitting at one of the tables, waiting. Her exquisitely beautiful face was calm, but he could feel a hint of agitation underneath that facade, placing a cup in front of her. Sunny poured the tea and sat down, a man-shaped hole. "You might want to explain, St. Cassia." She took the cup and tilted her head a little. At that moment, Sunny realized that he had made a mistake in an attempt to hide his rattled state. He had been acting much too calm throughout their conversation. No master would have been that calm in front of Song of the Fallen, let alone while hearing her say such outrageous things. He was suddenly unhappy with himself. What a glaring oversight, since deceit was his craft. Sunny felt ashamed. Cassie touched the cup and traced its shape with her finger. When she spoke, her voice sounded even calmer than his. "Actually, it's not that strange. All of us, the members of Changing Stars cohort, have long realized that something had happened to us in the third nightmare. There are things that don't quite make sense, as if there are gaps in our memory. No, not gaps, it's like parts of our memories are corrupted. Not in the everlasting void kind of way, but rather in a very mundane way, like what happens with old communicators." Sunny stared at her silently. His silence prompted her to continue. "However, there were a lot of bizarre things that happened to us in the nightmare, some of them much more so. And because it is almost impossible to remember that there is something that we have forgotten, we simply accepted it as fact and moved on after a while. That is how memory works anyway. People don't remember what they have forgotten, and therefore don't usually realize it." He shifted slightly, noticing something strange about her words. It was indeed impossible to keep any thoughts about his past. People had not only forgotten him, but they couldn't even remember thinking about having forgotten him. That was the insidious part of becoming fateless. And yet Cassie was perfectly capable of pinpointing the problem. How? Sunny took a breath. "But you don't seem to have a problem with being aware of the missing memories." Cassie smiled faintly. "Hardly. It is very problematic, in fact. But my aspect is uniquely suited to remembering. My powers, you see, have to do with memories. I have a great level of control over my own memory, which has become much greater than before. I can also collect the memories of other people, or even replace and manipulate them." Sunny shivered. What an insidious power it was. It had to be a facet of Cassie's transformation ability, then. She had not been capable of these things before. Only torment was. He couldn't help but wonder if this was the first time they were having this conversation even, or if Cassie had simply erased his memory of meeting her, who knew how many times before. But no, that should not have been the case. Even such a subtle power had to have a limit, and his rank and class would place him beyond that limit enough. So, at least, for him to at least be aware of having been manipulated, right? Oblivious to his subtle reaction or pretending not to notice it. Cassie continued. So, you might see how I would be more sensitive to anomalies in my memory. Which was why, unlike the others, I couldn't stop trying to get to the bottom of things, especially because fate itself seemed to be in total chaos. He took a sip of his tea. I'm sorry, but what does fate have to do with any of this? Cassie's smile grew a little wider. Oh, everything. You see, I always wanted to destroy fate, to create a weapon that could cut it. I always wanted to, but strangely enough, I don't recall ever acting on my desire. You must think that I am a really timid person? Sonny wanted to point out that confessing all these intimate things to a stranger was a bit odd, but decided against it and simply shook his head. Cassie's smile suddenly disappeared. Her tone turned colder as well. But I am not a timid person, Master Sunless. Far from it. So I can't help but think that maybe I have actually succeeded in creating that weapon. It's just that I don't remember it. In any case, I spent years trying to place the missing pieces together and restore my memory. It was a bit of a hardship, to say the least. I failed to achieve my goal, but I did learn something. She took a deep breath. It's that the missing pieces form a person. Someone who was there with us in the tomb of Ariel, and maybe even earlier than that. A man who has been cut from the world as if he had never existed. Someone who was precious to us, to me. She leaned forward, almost overturning her tea. So, Master Sunless, before she could continue, he asked neutrally, You say that the missing pieces form a person, but why are you so sure that it is a man? It might very well be a woman, no. Cassie remained silent for a moment, then said tensely, Because I think that you are that man, then. She clenched her fists. Are you? Sonny did not answer for a while. Eventually he sighed and answered, his voice even, Yes. Then he took a sip of tea and smiled bitterly. But it doesn't matter if I confirm it. You won't remember anyway? Cassie continued to lean forward. A stunned expression contorted her delicate face for a moment, then disappeared, replaced by momentary confusion and then tense anticipation. So are you. Sonny turned away, hiding an ugly grimace. There was no point. It was not as if he had not tried to confess his existence to the people he knew before. He had on several occasions, but just like his past, they could not retain the information about his connection to their lost memories of home. His confessions were destined to be forgotten, just like he had been. Funnily enough, he could admit to being Rain's brother because her neighbor Sonny never had, and the concept of an older brother was thus not connected to her memories of him. He sighed and answered again, Yes, I am. Sonny waited for a moment. After Cassie had forgotten his answer, and before she could ask the question again, he interrupted her. Instead of that, do you want to tell me more about that memory you want me to make? Is it a weapon? Sonny tried to evade the question a few more times, but it was too important to Cassie. She stubbornly returned to it no matter what he said, forgetting his answers a few moments later. Watching her lost expression was eerie and a little heartbreaking, like talking to someone suffering from dementia. So tell me, are you Sonny? Reminded himself to be patient. There were many suitable ways to prevent her from voicing the question. He just needed to find the correct one. Yes, I am. But Cassie was stunned, then confused, then tense once more. Maybe I should distract her with a revelation or two about what is going on in Ravenhart. However, in the end, he did not have to. Somehow, Cassie did not repeat herself again. Instead, she shifted slightly, reached for her teacup and traced its shape with her finger. Her face froze, and she fell quiet. After a few moments of silence, Cassie said evenly, My tea is cold. Sonny tilted his head a little. Then his eyes gleamed in the darkness. It seemed that there was no need to guide her away from the question after all. So soon, Castle was smart. She could not remember that which was forgotten, but she noticed the change in the temperature of her tea. Therefore, instead of remembering, she simply deduced that something had been erased from her memory. The gears of her formidable mind were spinning now, connecting the negative space in her memory with the details of the conversation they were having, observing the void and inferring its meaning. Knowing Cassie, there were countless conjectures being formed in her head. Dozens of theories were being built, scrutinized, and discarded. Only those that could not be effectively disproven remained, leading to several parallel branches of assumptions. Those assumptions were then pitted against each other, turning into conclusions. The conclusions were used to extrapolate what exactly she had forgotten. Too smart, maybe. It was a little scary. Sonny did not say anything, carefully exploring his own emotions. If he was right, then Cassie not only knew that a person was missing from the world, but also deduced that he was that person, or at least connected to them. She would not be sure, but suspect it strongly. And he had come closer to being known to someone than he had ever been since leaving the nightmare. Of course, there was a vast difference between a suspicion and a memory, but it was precisely because Castle's inference was based solely on deduction and not remembrance that she could retain it. The taste of his tea was suddenly incredibly fragrant. Sonny drank it silently. None of them spoke for a long time. Cassie's delicate face was full of somber intensity, but she did not rush to ask him any questions. She couldn't, because asking him about all the things she wanted to know would only result in her forgetting the answers. It was an odd situation. Eventually, she sighed and turned away. A few moments later, Cassie asked, her voice a little strange, "Would you like to look into my eyes?" He was startled by the question. Where did that come from? Sonny hesitated, not knowing how to answer. "I'm honestly not sure. Why are you asking?" She touched her blindfold briefly, sighed, and said with a hint of reluctance, "My transformation ability has to do with my eyes. Few people know about it, and you are now one of them. If you look into my eyes, you'll be able to read your memories." Sonny blinked. His first reaction was to reject her vehemently. Who would want their private memories to be exposed to a stranger? Not to mention the fact that Cassie's power was not limited to that. She had already admitted that she could also erase, replace, and manipulate the memories of other people. That sounded utterly terrifying. Sonny had suspected that there were limits to her power, and now she had exposed one of these limits to him. Only those who looked Cassie in the eyes could be enthralled by her ability. So why would he expose himself to that power? She would forget everything she saw, just like she had forgotten his answers as well. Not everything. The memories of his past were forbidden, but the memories of everything that had happened to him after the third nightmare were less so. The question was, what benefit would there be if Cassie saw it all? She would probably be able to fill the empty void left by him with a few more pieces of logical reasoning, at least. But then what? Sonny put his cup down and smiled politely. "You want to peek at my memories, St. Cassia?" She simply nodded, not hiding her desire. "I do, St. Sunless." His smile did not falter. "She has already connected me to the exploration report on the tomb of Ariel and guessed that I was in the nightmare with them. Damn it, I shouldn't have published it." But he did not really regret his actions. That report was both for Teacher Julius and Ananke, so it was worth the trouble. Sonny chuckled, then asked with a hint of amusement in his voice, "What's in it for me?" Cassie leaned back and remained silent for a few moments. She might have guessed that he was the person she had been looking for, but she had no idea who he was. What were his motives, desires, and convictions? What was his past, and what was his vision of the future? What could she offer him to gain his cooperation? She couldn't even be sure if he was a friend or a foe. "Well, what is it that you want?" Sonny contemplated for as long as his flaw allowed him to. "Actually, there is something that you can help me with. I must warn you, though, the favor I'll ask might land you in hot water with your venerable superiors from Clan Valor." He shrugged. "Additionally, you will only access a memory of my choosing. You'll have to wait a bit, too. It can only be done on a full moon." Cassie suddenly tensed. A full moon. "Surely you don't mean," Sonny chuckled. "That's right. I want to sneak into Bastion." He finished his tea and added nonchalantly, "The real Bastion, of course. Not this mirage we all live in." It did not take long to discuss the details of their agreement with Cassie. She was wary of him, somewhat, but Sonny held the overwhelming advantage in the negotiations. After all, he had what she wanted and knew more than her on top of that. It wasn't hard for him to get the blind seer to agree to his conditions. She could not stay for long either, at least not without risking her absence being noticed by someone from Clan Valor. Cassie did not want to attract their attention to Sunny yet, or maybe ever. That suited him fine as well. What a strange birthday Im having this year. When Cassie left, Sunny was once again left alone in the Brilliant Emporium. The city had grown dark, and a peaceful silence settled over the lake. He could see the magnificent castle shine with enchanted lights in the distance, the lanterns reflecting in the calm water like stars. Of course, that castle was just an illusion, or rather, not just an illusion, but a very special one. The kind of illusion that was, for all intents and purposes, real, more real than reality itself, even. Most of the people who lived inside the castle did not know the difference, since it did not affect their lives, but Sunny knew. There was a different kind of place hidden behind the beautiful, towering edifice of Bastion. A much more somber and terrifying place than what everyone was familiar with. That was where he wanted to get to with Cassie's help. There were 6 strongholds depicted on the map Nether had left in the Ebony Tower, each connected to one of the daemons. After visiting the tower once more and reading more of the forbidden runes surrounding the map, Sunny was keenly interested in exploring each of these strongholds. One could even say that the shape of his life depended on it. The Ivory Tower had once belonged to Hope. The Tomb of Ariel was the burial site of Oblivion. Sunny had already visited these 2 places, but the other 4 Nether's own seat of power was hidden in the Hollow Mountains. He had barely survived crossing over them, and was not nearly powerful enough yet to dare delving into the darkness that dwelled below them. True darkness was the natural enemy of shadows after all, which left only 3 demonic strongholds for him to explore. Coincidentally, or maybe not quite so, each of them was now a great citadel ruled by one of the most powerful legacy clans. The Jade Palace, now known as Ravenhart, was connected to the Demon of Dread. Sunny had been searching for a way to infiltrate Queen Song's palace, but without much luck. It was guarded too well. The seafaring citadel of the House of Night, meanwhile, was temporarily out of reach. He did not have a spare avatar to go there. More precisely, quantity was not the problem. It was just that sustaining avatars cost him essence. Nephis was there, and so he had no time for boredom. But that was the 3rd avatar's problem. On the day of the full moon, Sunny let Aiko go home a bit earlier and closed the Brilliant Emporium. Then he walked through the crowded streets of Bastion and bought a ticket to a theater play. A troupe of awakened actors was performing a rendition of A Song of Light and Darkness. Sadly, Sunny only noticed the name of the play after being seated in the parterre. He covered his face with a palm and winced as if suffering from a toothache, but remained in his seat. Soon, excited members of the audience surrounded him from all sides. The lights were dimmed, the curtain was lifted, and the play began. No one noticed that a pale young man sitting in one of the first rows did not seem to have a shadow. At the same time, a different incarnation of Sunny was hiding in the darkness near the shore of the lake. It was already dark, and the pale moon was traveling across the starlit sky. The sight of it, the moon, the velvet sky, the silhouette of the magnificent castle, and the vast lake was beautiful beyond words. In fact, it seemed as if there were 2 moons, one lost in the distant heavens, the other drowning in the silent water. Making sure that no one was nearby, Sunny rose from the shadows and walked toward the shore. The incarnation in the theater was wearing the nebulous mantle, so he was only dressed in a mundane military bodysuit. The quintessence pearl was already summoned, resting in his mouth. He did not waste any time and dove into the water without making a splash. The lake took him into its cold embrace. Sunny allowed his body to become as heavy as a stone, sinking to the bottom. Once there, he extended his senses, turned into a shadow, and glided down a steep slope. The lake surrounding Bastion did not seem special from the shore, but it was immensely deep. By the time the slope lost most of its steepness, Sunny was already several kilometers below the surface. A mundane human would not have been able to withstand the pressure of the mass of water, but it was easy for someone like him, especially because he remained incorporeal. The easy part stopped there, though. because these waters were not safe. There were echoes of powerful nightmare creatures patrolling the lake. As if that was not enough, there were also swords thrust into mud here and there, each of them serving as the eyes and ears of the master of this land. Supreme anvil of valor, the king of swords, reaching the castle unnoticed was nearly impossible. However, Sunny had not wasted the last year in vain. He had thoroughly explored the lake, studying its guardians and mapping out the locations of Anvil's swords. By now he was confident in his ability to reach the castle unnoticed. The castle was not his target anyway. Instead, it was the reflection of the moon traveling across the surface of the lake. He hid in the shadows and waited for a vast creature that looked like a giant silver eel to swim past him, then cautiously advanced forward. Changing direction, Sunny moved like a thief, effortlessly avoiding every security measure placed at the bottom of the lake by clan valor. By the time he reached the midpoint between the shore and the castle, the play his avatar was watching reached intermission. The other Sunny rose from his seat and went to the theater's cafe, making sure to be seen by as many people as possible. Of course, he kept to the dark corners to make the absence of his shadow hidden. The original Sunny hid at the bottom of the lake without moving. Proceeding further would be problematic. So he was letting the reflection of the moon come to him instead. He was sure that someone like Beth would have been infuriated by such a statement, considering that, scientifically speaking, the position of the moon's reflection was supposed to depend on the perspective of the observer. But not of this moon, in this lake, and on this night. When it was time, Sunny made himself as light as a feather, assumed his human form, pushed off the bottom of the lake, and swam up. The timing was calculated to a split second. The echoes patrolling the lake were far away, and no one would be able to notice his swift rise. As the pressure of the water lessened, the darkness surrounding him grew brighter. Soon he was surrounded by ethereal radiance as if swimming through moonlight. The moon itself was like a perfectly round silver disk hanging above Bastion. Its reflection was like a vast radiant circle resting breaking the surface a few meters away from it. Sunny swam forward and entered that circle. He was blinded by the light, and then the world changed. Sunny had left the illusory realm behind and entered the ghost of reality hidden behind its splendor. Suddenly, it was much darker. The reflection of the moon disappeared, replaced by scattered vestiges of bleak light. The water of the lake was much colder, and its surface was restless because of the strong wind. Taking a deep breath, Sunny looked up. Above him was a broken sky. Chapter 1640, Harrowing Reality. The sky was black, with pale stars shining coldly in the distance. They were much paler than the bright constellations of the illusory realm, though, because there was something brighter in the night sky spanning its vast expanse. The fragments of the shattered moon, the moon was up there above him, but it was viciously broken into countless pieces. Some of them were vast, like jagged continents, floating in the forlorn darkness. Some were infinitely small, painting the sky like clouds of starlight vapor. The trail of moon shards formed a heavenly river that stretched beyond the horizon, illuminating the hidden world with ghostly light. The sight of it was both terrifying and humbling. Sunny did not know what kind of blow could have been so harrowing as to fracture even the moon, or if the moon had been broken from within, like the shell of a cosmic egg. All he knew was that seeing the broken sky filled him with a deep sense of terror. He rarely felt true fear after becoming a transcendent, but the true face of Bastion was one of the few things that could still make him shudder. Looking away from the celestial river, Sunny gazed at the distant castle. The castle existed both in the illusory world and in the terrifying reality. However, while it stood tall and proud in the former, it was a desolate ruin in the latter. The mighty walls had collapsed, the tall towers were toppled. Bastion was like a mountain of fractured white stones, the shape of a once magnificent citadel, barely recognizable in its ghastly crookedness here. And there one could still recognize the lines of partially unscathed buildings and courtyards, but they only seemed like an epitaph on a towering gravestone. Across the lake, where the thriving city had been a moment before, A monumental wall of towering dark trees rose to the broken sky. The illusory bastion had been surrounded by a forest once, too. A forest that was one enormous living being. A horrid titan with which the Knights of Valor had waged war for decades. Eventually, it was Anvil, still a saint back then, who had destroyed it. But here, in the hidden reality, the forest was untouched, and there were many creatures inhabiting it that were much more terrifying than that titan had been, because the real Bastion was a death zone. In fact, there were dreadful beings dwelling in the deep, dark lake as well. There was one thing in common between the real Bastion and the beautiful mirage created by the demon of imagination, though. Both in the illusory castle and the real castle, enchanted lanterns were shining softly in the darkness of the night. Granted, there were much fewer of them here. I need to hurry. The real lake was much more dangerous than its copy. Sunny was capable of facing its inhabitants in a battle, but he wasn't capable of doing so unnoticed, and so he dove down once again, falling like a stone into the depths of the cold water. The bottom of the lake was much different in this hidden true world out in the illusory Bastion. It was rather mundane, covered by mud and rare stones. Here, though, a drowned city rested on the bottom of the lake. The graceful buildings were constructed from the same white stone as the castle, and their empty windows were like dark eyes that watched Sunny as he passed by. The city must have been beautiful once, but now it was cold and empty, with signs of horrible devastation visible on every street. The streets themselves were littered with bones. Countless human skulls lay on the cracked cobblestones, looking like pale fungus. Sunny did not know what doom had befallen the people of the drowned city, but he made sure to lighten his body and swim instead of walking on the ancient roads. He did not want to disturb them and knew that it was dangerous to do so on top of that. The city was built at the foot of a tall mountain, which was now submerged in water, with only its peak rising above it. The ruins of the great castle lay on that peak. That was also where Cassel was supposed to be waiting for him, too. Sunny calmly traversed the fallen city, making sure to hide from its current inhabitants. There were plenty of harrowing nightmare creatures dwelling in the drowned ruins. He had studied their habits and hunting grounds before, but abominations of higher ranks were supremely unpredictable. Luckily, Sunny's ability to remain unseen and unsensed in the shadows had become much more potent since his days in the Dark City, so even these horrors could not easily spot him. He moved closer and closer to the mountain. From time to time, grotesque carcasses appeared from the darkness, each impaled by a single straight sword. This was Anvil's work. His domain extended into the real version of Bastion as well, and although the King of Swords did not rule the entire area, he was the master of the ruined castle. Anything that tried to crawl out of the water and challenge him ended up dead. Knights of Valor were often battling nightmare creatures in the forest, too. However, they were doing so without the support of their king. That was because he used the dark forest as a crucible to forge better warriors for his army. The dreadful abominations inhabiting it were the whetstone against which Valor's elites were sharpened. Sunny heard that after Antarctica, Morgan had been sent into the forest and ordered not to return until she redeemed her mistake. She eventually emerged from it 2 years later as a saint. He did not know if this was true and couldn't ask, because this information wasn't supposed to be known to any outsider to begin with. His preparations had not been in vain. Sunny followed a predetermined path and managed to reach the mountain without disturbing any of the nightmare creatures or stumbling on any of Anvil's swords. Finally, he ascended the steep slope and cautiously surfaced near the ruins. There were lanterns burning high above on the remnants of the broken wall and human silhouettes patrolling its length. They were Knights of Valor, the best of the best, each of them at least a master. Another human silhouette was standing on the edge of a toppled tower that lay on the ground, its roof protruding into the lake. This one did not carry a luminous lantern, waiting patiently in the darkness. It was Cassie, illuminated by the pale light of the shattered moon, motionless like a statue. Her delicate figure looked even more arresting. Her beauty had already been breathtaking. Here, in the hidden realm of true Bastion, it seemed simply enthralling. And yet, strangely enough, Sunny felt his gaze wandering away from her. Somewhat surprised, he realized that it was her presence. Unlike most saints, it did not demand attention, but instead dampened it. It was really more akin to absence than presence. Perhaps it had been for a long while, but he simply did not notice it. Forcing himself to concentrate on the slender figure, Sunny silently emerged from the water and walked over to Cassie. He made no noise whatsoever, and yet she turned her head slightly to face him. "You've come." Sunny dismissed the quintessence pearl and smiled in the darkness. "Of course, it's not polite to make a lady wait, and I am nothing if not polite." One could say. Chapter 1641. First Impressions. Sunny studied Castle's face, trying to guess what she was thinking about. Having left her alone for several weeks, he did not feel particularly safe. Who knew what conclusions she had drawn in that time? What plans she had formulated? He was a stranger to her, now, which meant that the blind seer would not afford him the same grace she afforded her friends. Facing Cassie as someone she might perceive as a potential enemy was a nerve-wracking experience. Sunny felt like he finally understood why Mordret was so wary of her. But then again, he was someone worthy of being feared himself. He was powerful and lethal enough to be an existential threat to anyone who would dare stand in his way. Sunny did not have to be afraid of anyone or anything. Instead, everyone had to be scared of him. If they knew who he was, of course, but no one did, which only made him more terrifying. Well, no matter. It was not like he wanted to frighten Cassie. Sunny was pretty sure that she would treat him with sincerity. He had what she wanted after all. Still, a relationship of a transactional nature was not the most stable. It was in his best interest to build a better connection with her, and maybe even reach a point where they shared mutual trust. Sunny looked at Castle, who was wearing a white tunic and a sea-wave cloak, her eyes hidden behind a strip of blue cloth. Then he glanced at his own black bodysalt. The two of them did not exactly look like a natural pair. Currently, they were accomplices at best, not allies. So how do I go about building trust? One small step at a time, most likely. He looked at the shattered moon, then at the restless waters of the dark lake. Finally, he said, "The ambiance here is truly lovely. However, the lake is rather dreadful. Wouldn't it be better if we left before something very terrible came out of the water to spoil the mood?" Cassie remained silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Didn't you come from the water yourself, Saint Sunless? Are you very terrible as well?" He coughed. "Well, yes, I did, and yes, I guess I am." She tilted her head slightly. "I'm surprised that you made it all the way here, actually. How did you traverse the lake without being torn apart, or alerting anyone to your presence?" That was an obviously probing question, but Sunny didn't mind. He shrugged and answered in a nonchalant tone, "By being patient and very good at hiding." She sighed lightly and turned around, walking slowly in the direction of the castle ruins. "Let's go." Sunny hesitated for a moment before following. As he did, he looked up at the figures patrolling the remnants of the toppled walls. This was the problem he had not been able to solve yet. Finding an entrance into the hidden realm had not been too hard. Avoiding the echoes patrolling the lake and finding a path through the graveyard of swords at its bottom had not been much of a problem either. Even traversing the dark depths of the true lake, where great horrors dwelled, was well within his power. But getting inside the ruined castle itself was troublesome. There were many powerful knights of valor inside. There was the King of Swords himself as well. Worse than that, the members of his clan were versed in runic sorcery. Their stronghold was protected by an array of enchantments that Sunny could not hope to unravel, let alone bypass silently. He knew a thing or two about Hope's sorcery, but not nearly enough to compete with real experts. That was why Sunny needed Cassie. Without help from inside the castle, it would take him years to infiltrate its ruins. He wasn't worried about being betrayed by her either. At this moment, as if reading his mind, the blind seer asked him with a hint of curiosity in her voice, "Can I ask you a question, Saint Sunless?" He glanced at her back. "Sure. And please call me Sunny." Here in Bastion, I am known as the master of Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, a humble shopkeeper, and definitely not a saint. She remained silent for a moment. Why are you so sure that I won't surrender you into the hands of my clan, after all? Here in Bastion, I am known as a loyal, obedient servant of the king, a virtuous saint, and definitely not someone who would help an outsider infiltrate the very heart of our stronghold. Sunny answered calmly, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. It's because I know that you're actually disloyal, disobedient, and wicked. Cassie suddenly coughed. Ah, he chuckled and added in a light tone. Just my kind of person. I'm a bit of a treacherous bastard myself, to be honest. She cleared her throat. I see. Cassie remained silent for a while after that, jumping off the toppled tower to land softly on the ground below. Sunny followed, suppressing the desire to slap himself across the face. What? What kind of nonsense am I spouting? Right now, Castle only knew that he was a saint that was somehow connected to her and Nephis and had undergone the third nightmare with them, which would suggest that he had been their friend or at least an ally, if not for the fact that Mordred had also been there in the tomb of Ariel, meaning that not everyone who had entered that nightmare was an ally. Cassie knew that Sunny had played a big role in her life, but she did not know what kind of role he had played. She had to account for the fact that he very well could have been her enemy. At the very least, she wouldn't be sure that he had been a friend. So why the hell was he willingly admitting to being a wretched traitor? Sunny closed his eyes for a moment and then said, trying very hard to keep the embarrassment out of his voice, what I'm trying to say is that everyone has their own interest. It is not in your self-interest to surrender me to clan valor, and I'm pretty sure that you would not sacrifice yourself for their benefit. Otherwise, I would have been visited by a cohort of knights and a few paladins the very next day after your visit. Cassie inhaled slowly. I see that makes sense. She paused for a moment, and then suddenly asked, what is your interest, then? Sunny smiled and looked at the broken sky. That is the question, isn't it? Chapter 1642. Selfish Reasons. Sunny contemplated his answer for a few moments, then sawed neutrally. I guess it's the same as yours. Castle seemed a little surprised. The same as mine? He nodded and glanced at her with hidden worry. They were climbing a slope of stone debris, the surface under their feet treacherous and uneven. Cassie seemed to be doing fine, but her movements were a little stiff. No matter how well she had learned to live with her flaw, she was still blind. Sharing other people's perception or sensing a few seconds into the future could not entirely replace sight. However, Sunny could not think of a way to support her on this treacherous slope. He could offer her his hand, but he doubted that she would accept it. They were not that close. Now, in the end, he did nothing. Indeed, you told me that you had always wanted to destroy fate. But that is not entirely true, is it? You wouldn't want to struggle against fate if it carried you to a wonderful outcome. The outcome you saw must be terrible. So what you really want is to reach a desirable outcome, not destroy fate. The latter is merely a means to an end, while the former is the end. That is your interest. Sunny shrugged. It is the same for me. My interest is to reach a desirable outcome. Cassie hesitated for a moment. So what is the outcome you desire? He grinned. How can I know? It's too soon to talk about an outcome. I don't even know what will happen, let alone how I might want it to end. I merely have a few ideas. In any case, that question is better aimed at you, St. Cassia. You are much better informed about the future than I am. So what outcome do you desire? Now, they were on the right track. Mutual trust was the end goal, but it had to be built on the foundation of mutual benefit. To help each other benefit, they needed to know what each of them wanted. What was it that Cassie desired? Even after knowing her for so many years, Sunny was not sure. She had always kept her secrets close, which was why he did not expect to hear her honest response. I want to save the world. Sunny almost tripped, startled. What? His eyes might have widened a little. Cassou laughed quietly. Why are you so surprised? It's only reasonable. After all, I am a part of the world, and so are those people I care about. If the world is destroyed, everything I cherish will be destroyed with it. All right, maybe I was a little grandiose in my statement. I do want to save the world, but purely for selfish reasons. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that I want to save myself. It's just that one and the other are inseparable. Sunny stared at her silently for a few moments. Should I take it as confirmation, then, that the world is doomed? Ah, it's a bit disconcerting. I did not expect to hear something like that from an oracle as powerful as you. He looked at the shattered moon. The background was also very ominous. Cassie shrugged. I suspect that you know perfectly well what fate awaits our world. It is obvious that the world is doomed. What most people don't realize is how little time we have left. Those who pay careful attention to the nightmare spell, though, do. Sunny frowned. Was she talking about the fact that their world would eventually be devoured by the dream realm? It would be natural to assume that Sunny knew, considering that she suspected that he had been on Alethea's island with them. More than that, it was no secret. The great clans had known as well, which was why they were focused on conquering a new world instead of trying to save the old one. Or was she talking about the forgotten god and his inevitable awakening? The moment that ancient being struggled free of its slumber, the very existence could come undone at the seams, and the everlasting Vold could be unleashed from its prison. Or were these two events inseparable as well? He grimaced. So what are your immediate goals? Cassie smiled faintly. I don't think that we know each other well enough to share such details. Sunny. Maybe I'll tell you another day after learning more about you from your memories. Sunny sighed. Fair enough. As for my immediate goals, I'm not trying to doubt your competence, St. Cassia, but how are you going to get me inside the castle? The guards, the runic array, the other safeguards the king must have put in place. You don't seem to be too concerned about any of these. Cassie was climbing several steps ahead from him, just a few meters from the more intact section of the wall. Once they reached it, there would be ascended warriors patrolling, and if any of them saw Song of the Fallen escorting an intruder into the stronghold of their clan, things would turn ugly. She was not going to just stride into the heart of Anvil's domain, was she? Castle stopped for a moment, then continued climbing. Don't worry about it. I will keep my word at the same time. She raised her hands and carefully pulled her blindfold off, tying it around one of her wrists. A few moments later, they were on top of the wall. There were enchanted lanterns installed on wooden posts, illuminating the ramparts, and there, just a few meters in front of them, 3 heavily armored masters were standing, staring at Cassie and Sunny with vigilant expressions. He could see dangerous flames igniting in their eyes. One of them placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and asked, his voice a mix of confusion and wariness. St. Cassia? Who? Damn it, Sunny did not move. And in the next moment, the 3 knights of valor underwent an eerie change. Their eyes suddenly grew unfocused, drifting away from Cassie's delicate figure. The tense expressions on their faces disappeared. They remained motionless for a few moments, then continued on their patrol without ever looking back. One walked right past the blind seer, brushing against her sea wave cloak. Cassie calmly moved in the opposite direction, leaving the patrol behind. A moment later, she said over her shoulder, "Don't worry, they won't remember seeing us." Sunny hurriedly followed her, quietly impressed, and more than a little bit disturbed. What an insidious power indeed. Sunny had contemplated the ways Cassie could get him inside the castle. From using a secret passage through the ruins to using her intricate knowledge of runic sorcery to interfere with the defensive array, there were many potential methods for someone as resourceful as her to choose from. What he had not expected was that she would indeed simply stride inside without paying the elite forces of valor any heed. Cassie simply walked forward at a mild pace, poised and elegant. Her calm steps were unhurried. She did not try to avoid the light of the enchanted lanterns or hide from the patrolling knights, acting like nothing was the matter. And yet, despite Sunny's presence, no one paid her any attention or barred her path. The powerful ascended guarding the castle shivered slightly when her gaze fell on them, their expressions turning slack for a moment. Then they stepped aside and silently continued on their way, as if both Cassie and Sunny had somehow turned invisible. Not invisible, impossible to focus on or remember. The memory of seeing the strange pair was completely erased from the minds of the elite warriors of valor, replaced by a false recollection of nothing notable happening. It was rather impressive and deeply disturbing. Sunny was walking behind Cassie, so he could not see her eyes. He wasn't sure he wanted to, either. Looking at her delicate back, he could not help but remember the suffocating despair and cold dread of LO-49. The sinister powers of the transcendent terror that had consumed the station were eerily similar to what Cassie was now capable of. There were differences, of course, but the resemblance was there as well. Ah, I hate mental attacks. From the forgotten shore to the desolate expanse of Antarctica, these were the kinds of powers he was wary of the most. There had been creatures who left him broken and bleeding, barely clinging to life, but it were the insidious beings who influenced the mind that had given him the deepest scars. Luckily, Sunny's resistance to mental attacks was now incomparably high. Still, he wondered what Cassie would be capable of if she went all out and fully unleashed her power. Another scene surfaced in his mind, the scene of the battle in the drowned temple of fallen grace, where they had fought against the defiled Sibyl and her enthralled guardians. Back then, he had seen the echo of torment fight against the drowned. Of course, Sunny had not known her true identity. Yet, there had been a moment when the echo raised one of the demons above the shallow water and gazed into its eyes. The abomination's body convulsed, an indescribable sound escaped from its mouth, and its lifeless body was tossed aside like a rag doll. In that short moment had the echo burned all of the demon's memories away, turning the drowned warrior into a mindless shell of a living being. Speaking of, where was that echo now? That was not the most sinister aspect of Cassie's power either. Having your memory wiped clean was frightening. True, but having it changed without your knowledge was much more terrifying. Could she enthrall people into becoming her marionettes? Turn loyal soldiers into zealous traitors? Create witnesses to non-existent crimes who sincerely believed in the truthfulness of their testimonies so that no telepathic aspect could disprove them? The loss of one's identity was somehow more frightening than the loss of one's life. Her aspect was simply too insidious. In hindsight, perhaps the Knights of Valor were lucky to only have their memories manipulated a little. I know that there are limits and conditions to her power, but still she must have hidden it really well to not be included in the highest tier of saints. Sunny looked around, studying the ruins of true Bastion. It was hard to say because of how damaged and dilapidated the castle was, but it seemed somewhat different from the illusory version. Currently, they were still on the remains of the outer wall. Below, it was an ancient scene of devastation, with a few relatively intact sections of the ruin towering above. At that moment, Cassie spoke in a calm tone. The true castle is hidden in the reflection of its illusory counterpart. If one knows how to look, they might glimpse the truth when looking at the lake. The false Bastion is a relatively safe place now that the Knights of Valor have eradicated most abominations around it. The true Bastion, however, is fraught with peril. She paused for a moment. Whatever you do, do not drink the water from the lake. Do not look at reflections, and if a reflection moves strangely, walk away immediately. Above all else, do not answer if a reflection speaks to you. It will perceive it as an invitation. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Good thing I am always wary of mirrors, thanks to Mordred. Does it have something to do with that guy? Cassie understood who he was talking about without having to hear a name. She shook her head lightly. No, it is simply the nature of this place. The creatures in the lake are deadly, and so are those in the forest. However, the things that come from reflections are the most dangerous, because they are too strange, and we know too little about them. We call them the others. She took a few more steps and continued calmly. We must be wary of the others, but we also must be wary of the king. I can shelter you from the gazes of his servants because their swords are sheathed and slumbering. but if you see a sword that is drawn, hide immediately. You must possess some ability to hide yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to traverse the lake. Sunny nodded, prompting Cassie to add, "You did well to come unarmed. Do not summon a sword of your own while you are here, even if it wasn't forged by valor. Oh, and take this." She handed him a smooth pebble without turning around. Sunny took it and noticed a complicated weave of elegant runes carved into its surface. The pebble felt slightly warm to the touch. Cassie explained, "This is a token that will allow you to pass most of the defensive enchantments. A counterfeit one, I made it myself. So, don't lose it." She took a deep breath and then added, a hint of tension finally finding its way into her voice. "If you do, the two of us will end up being invited to an audience with the king. One that we will remember for the rest of our lives, our short and painful lives, that is." Sunny smiled darkly, remembering the sight of Anvil facing that great titan in Antarctica. He knew that the two of them would meet eventually. But it was too soon to meet the King of Swords, for now. "Is he really here?" Before Cassie could answer, a loud sound rolled across the ruins, disturbing the silence of the night. It was deep and melodious, ringing across the dark lake like thunder, the sound of a hammer falling on an anvil. The ringing of steel was still echoing across the desolate ruin when Sunny shifted slightly and looked in the direction where the sound had come from. There was a tall tower rising into the broken sky some distance away. Its walls were covered by a net of deep cracks, but the crumbling tower still stood straight and proud, much higher than any other structure in the vast ruin. Outlined against the pale radiance of the shattered moon, its dark shape was like a battered sword thrust into the ground by the hand of a celestial giant. The tower was dark, but at the very top of it a fiery glow escaped from the arching windows. It was as if a sea or vermilion flame was burning inside. That was where the ringing sound had come from. A moment later, another strike resounded, and then another. They rolled across the restless lake, forceful and methodical, filling the night with the sound of clashing metal. Suddenly, Sunny felt as if he was on a battlefield, and his heart started to beat faster. He froze for a moment, looking at the dark tower with a somber expression. "What is that?" Cassie turned to face the tower as well. She remained silent for a few moments, then said evenly, "It's the king. He is forging." Sunny couldn't help but frown. He had just asked about Anvil's whereabouts, and a moment later, the King of Sword announced his presence. Sunny did not really fear him, but that was not because the Steel Sovereign was not worthy of being feared. It was simply because Sunny had developed an unwise tolerance for fear after a decade of being constantly exposed to all kinds of unimaginable horror. Still, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't apprehensive. "Spooky bastard." He hesitated for a moment, then asked quietly, "What is he forging?" Cassie smiled. "What else? He is forging a sword. The king must have created 1,000,000 of them already, but he never stops for long. The swords that the Knights of Valor wield are merely some that he discarded. The ones paladins wield are as well. Then the storm of swords Anvil had commanded in Antarctica were all forged by him, then probably. Sunny could not really imagine how a human being could have created so many of them. He sighed. And here I was thinking myself an accomplished weaponsmith. Cassie tilted her head a little. "Oh, right. You create memories." A faint smile appeared on her lips. "Sorry. With everything else, I almost forgot." Sunny studied the pebble she had given him. The weave of runes was elegant and intricate. He could not quite decipher it, because the runes did not inscribe a functional enchantment. Instead, they made the pebble a part of a much larger one without comprehending the entire array. He wouldn't be able to comprehend the runes carved into the small stone. It was interesting, though. The pebble must have let the defensive array know that Sunny was allowed into the castle. It was warm to the touch. But where did the essence that nourished the pebble come from? He didn't feel it consuming his own, and there was no nexus inside to store some. "You are a skilled sorceress yourself, it seems." Cassie nodded lightly. "My skill is sufficient, I guess. I've been taught a little by a man named Noctis in my second nightmare. After that, I learned from the enchanters of valor and on my own. What about you?" Sunny lingered for a while, then answered simply, "I am self-taught." His only teachers were the nightmare spell and necessity. Neither could take credit for his accomplishments. She made a turn, heading for a more damaged section of the wall, and said, "I'm curious, though. Creating a memory is not a question of skill. No matter how good I am at rune sorcery, it's not something I can do. The same goes for enchanters of valor. They are only capable of forging memories because of the kind of aspects the members of the main family and its branches tend to awaken, not because of sorcery. So, Sunny, are you, perchance, a bastard son of King Anvil?" Sunny stared at her silently for a while, making sure that she was serious. She was. Well, I guess it might look that way. A mysterious man who can create memories lives in Bastion, and is somehow a saint on top of it all. Sunny barely prevented himself from exploding with laughter. If he hadn't covered his mouth with both hands, sentries all across the wall would have been alerted to their presence. Me? Anvil's son? Gods, no. Although I must admit it would have been very funny if there was yet another estranged son of his wandering around the dream realm. He shook his head. "No, and before you ask, I'm not a son of Medea or any other member of their family either. Do I look like a legacy to you?" Cassie was silent for a moment. "You do not look like anything to me. I'm blind." Sunny coughed awkwardly, prompting her to smile. "And the last time we met, we were alone, so I could only borrow your sight, which meant staring at myself for the entire conversation. Well, I won't lie. I did steal a peek through the eyes of the knights we've met today. I was curious to see what the famous owner of the IC of the Brilliant Emporium Cafe looks like." She shrugged. "Actually, you do look like a legacy. But maybe it's just because of the confidence that comes with being a saint." Sunny shook his head with a crooked smile, not letting her off. "I'm sure that you observed me carefully, and for a while before paying a visit to the Brilliant Emporium, and by observed I mean spied on. Thank you for the compliment, in any case." This time it was Cassie's turn to cough. "I'm right on the money." He enjoyed her slight embarrassment for a few moments, then said neutrally, "I don't know much about how enchanters of valor create memories, but it is probably due to the war god's lineage after all. She is also the goddess of progress, technology, and craft, plus family members are known to awaken aspects of a similar nature, perhaps due to sharing a similar upbringing and fate. I assure you my upbringing was quite different from that of a member of Clan Valor." Sunny hesitated before adding, "The way I create memories is different from theirs." Cassie tilted her head a little and asked curiously, "I've been told that the memories you make are not very potent, but have the benefit of being perfectly suited for their wielder. You must be hiding the true extent of your abilities to avoid attention, though. How good are you exactly?" Sunny briefly glanced at Cassie's delicate neck, noticing a thin string hanging around it. Would she be able to remember if he said that the charm she wore had been made supreme by him? Probably not. He smiled. "I doubt that any person in the world can create a better memory than me." It wasn't an empty boast. Forge masters of valor could create potent memories, but their craft was the result of unique aspect abilities and runic sorcery, which was alien to the concept of memories. Sunny, meanwhile, was a true weaven. The only master of weaver's sorcery in existence, therefore his abilities were broader and infinitely more flexible. So really, there was just one entity better than him at creating memories, the nightmare spell. But he wasn't going to compete with that. He glanced at Cassie and asked, "Why are you going to order a memory, after all?" "Let me tell you, St. Cassia, I'll give you an exclusive discount. Our service is top-notch, and we can handle all kinds of orders. Combat memories, utility memories, even cosmetic memories are not out of the question. Also, I don't usually do this, but just for you, I'll disclose a big secret. We can even make a custom name and description for your memory. There's no better memento or one-of-a-kind gift for a loved one." Cassie touched her hair nervously, then added in a dubious tone, Really? Well, I might indeed commission a custom memory from you then. Chapter 1645. Found nothing. Cassie guided Sunny deeper into the ruins. She showed more caution after descending from the outer wall, to his relief. The young woman remained calm and composed, but he noticed that she chose roundabout paths, keeping to the less populated areas of the ancient castle. From time to time, ghostly runes ignited on the weathered stones as they passed. The pebble Sunny held in his hands grew a little warmer in those moments. After a while, Cassie spoke again. "We are staying in the desolate parts of True Bastion to avoid running into someone powerful. I can handle the nights without too much problem, but if we meet a saint, especially one from the direct bloodline, a complication might arise." Sunny nodded, strangely relieved. It was nice to have confirmation that Cassie's power was not limitless, even if she was on his side. The blind seer lingered for a few moments, then asked, "You only told me that you needed to get inside the castle. Where, exactly, do you want me to lead you?" He shrugged. "As close to the main keep as possible. I'll know where I need to go once I get there." In fact, Sunny did not know the precise location of what he was looking for. He just knew that there was something hidden here in Bastion, and that the members of Clan Valor must not have found it yet. Well, maybe they had, but he was willing to bet that they hadn't. That was because the timeline did not make sense. The citadel that the founder of Valor had conquered was the illusory Bastion, not the real one. Otherwise, it would not have been conquered at all. No member of the first generation had been powerful enough to survive in a death zone after all, let alone claim it. It was only after Broken Sword, Anvil, Key Song, and Asterion had become transcendent that this hidden place was disturbed by humans. Even then, Sunny doubted that Valor had truly occupied the true Bastion before the Sovereigns emerged, which meant that they had not had a lot of time to explore the vast ruin, especially considering how dangerous it was and how few people had access to it. The best warriors of Valor had also spent more than a decade conquering distant regions of the Dream Realm to expand the king's domain. Perhaps Anvil and his knights had discovered a few of the more easily accessible secrets of the fallen castle, but Sunny doubted that they would have found them all, or at least he hoped so. His hope was based on the fact that there was only one person in the world who possessed a daemon's lineage, and that person was him. So, Sunny cautiously extended his senses outward, communicating with the ancient shadows populating the ruin. He could feel the dark hollows hiding under the rubble. Some of them were simply the result of stone blocks falling on each other. Some were halls and chambers that had been buried and forgotten in the devastation. However, none of them were what he was looking for. Cassie led him deeper into the ruin, choosing the most deserted paths. Neither of them needed a source light to walk, so their passage was quiet and unseen, illuminated only by the pale radiance of the shattered moon. They walked across crumbling parapets and half-buried pathways, the ancient stones hanging dangerously above their heads. Anvil's hammer continued to ring, steady and powerful, like the beating of an emotionless steel heart. Sunny glanced at Cassie and said in a neutral tone, "It must be a real chore to sleep here." She seemed surprised. Who would be insane enough to sleep in a place like this? Then the young woman hesitated for a few moments and added with a sigh, "It is forbidden, actually. This land used to belong to the demon of imagination. Here, what you dream about might very well become reality. The last time a knight dozed off on the wall, we forced 4 masters to his nightmare." Sunny fell silent, with an appalled expression on his face. That was a little bit too much. A death zone is a death zone, I guess. If Nightmare wasn't busy performing an important task in Godgrave, he would have summoned him immediately. As they drew closer to the inner area of the ruined castle, Sunny sent his shadow sense down into the mass of the drowned mountain below. He was cautious, limiting its reach to a narrow beam of sorts. Something like that had not been possible before, but after becoming a saint, he learned how to control his senses better. The mass of stone beneath his feet seemed solid enough. Sunny followed Cassie while concentrating on the ancient ruins. He even closed his eyes to feel the surroundings better. However, he felt nothing. The longer they spent among the ruins, the less of anything he felt. I'm sure there is something. If it had been before, Sonny would have probably been drawn to a fateful location by his intuition, or simply stumbled upon it due to being fated. But now he was the opposite of that, and his intuition remained silent. Cassie did not show it, but she must have grown uneasy about their aimless wandering by now. Indeed, he would seem like a complete lunatic if his search did not produce a result. Who infiltrates the secret stronghold of a sovereign for nothing? Nothing, nothing, Sonny smiled. Found it. There was absolutely nothing below them, but that was exactly what gave away the hidden sanctum. Even if the mountain was made from solid stone, there would be cracks and crevasses inside it. And those would be populated by ancient shadows. With how potent Sonny's shadow sense was, he would have felt their presence. But he felt nothing, which meant that something was blocking his senses deep, deep below. Sonny opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Noticing that he had stopped, Cassie halted and turned to face him. Her eyes were blue and clear, devoid of any abnormality. He still chose to look away. "What is the matter?" Sonny smiled subtly and shrugged. "I found what I was looking for." She tilted her head a little. "What now, then?" He hesitated for a bit, then sighed. "Now, please excuse me for a moment, St. Cassia." Taking a step forward, he placed his hands on her delicate shoulders, and then he pulled her into the shadows, teleporting both of them into the depth of the mountain.